Yes, halo karibuni. Nimesema nikuje kidogo we analyze history ya Goons in Kenya and the reason zile vitu zinatendeka, na nataka tutumie akili kidogo hapa tufikirie. I want us to involve our brains because there is something which I'm thinking is not right here. There is something I'm thinking is not right here, and the more we analyze it, the better. For your information, hii maandamano ya Sabasaba, I don't think hata kuna mtu alikuwa ameitisha hiyo maandamano, but imefika level ni kama ni serikali hata inataka watu waandamane, and there is something I'm trying to think, na ndio nataka we think a little bit together. Nataka tufikiria pamoja, na ukiingia kwa kipindi unasalimia watu. Yeah, by the way, kama mmenote pia I have also updated the name of our channel to make it more diverse. I've now given it the name of Kenyan Democracy. So in future, if you want to look for it, Kenyan Democracy Talk Room. That's how it is. So nangoja mufike, because I want us to analyze that situation very keenly. Yeah, we need to analyze it because there is something which is not adding up here, and I want to explain to you the political science behind it. So karibuni. So I'm just waiting for people to enter. Meanwhile, nataka kuonesha some of the, kama sasa Nice Digital has been attacked. Wacha hata niwaoneshe mwenye Nice Digital hapa. Nice Digital. So Nice Digital was attacked. There is something I want to explain, very serious, so that now
Guess which student has a better chance of getting into an Ivy League school? First, take a look at Zach. He's valedictorian.
Of the clerk.
And now, property worth over 50 million shillings has been incurred. Actually, these are losses by Nice Digital City following yesterday's Sabasaba protest in Mwea Town, Kirinyaga County. This was after Goons invaded the premises located in Mwea Town and looted property in supermarkets and other items. The incident has left workers without jobs, according to the chairman of Nice Digital City, Njirum Kombozi.
Siku ya jana nilifamiwa na maandamano ya Gen Z ambaye ilikuwa na Goons ambaye walikuwa kukondiwa, wakafunja madirisha, milango, wakasumbuana na polisi masaa mawili. Saa 5 polisi wengine wengi walikunja kuongeza reinforcement wakiwa askari kama 100. Walitumia marisasi na tear gas sirisha. Polisi walikimbizwa na hao majenzi kama vijana.
Wakikuja huku wanapata kazi, si kujua sababu gani ambayo ilifanya hao vijana waingie huku na wavunje. Wakavunja mali na wakafanya mambo mabaya. Wakakula mbuzi, wakakula kuku, wakachukua kila kitu. Jana tulishinda kwa mambo mabaya. Kwanza tulidhani ni maandamano ya Gen Z kama kawaida ya Sabasaba, lakini baadaye ikabadilika, ikawa sasa ni vurugu.
Okay, my storyline starts from here. Na nahuzunika kwa hiyo mali imepotelea. Lakini we have been speaking for so long, na tunaambia matajiri wa Kikuyu waongee about the inner act of the government. Matajiri wa Kikuyu, majority of them, ama matajiri wa Mlima Kenya, they have not been speaking against this government. Now, what is happening? So it is my second thought, which I'm trying to apply here, and I hope I'm wrong. But I think there is desperation ya serikali, na kuna desperation ya serikali kumaliza upinzani Mlima Kenya, because I think the opposition rhetoric was too high. So I hope I'm wrong. So I'm not thinking even ndivyo iko, but I'm now thinking politically. I'm now seeing Mlima Kenya, because you can see majority of the people. I am also seeing, if I have a business and my business is attacked, I think I'm the person who is supposed to, even before nangojea mapolisi wakuje, I'm the person who is supposed to put reinforcement in. I don't think you can run a business of the scale of Nice Digital and you are not fluid. So, frankly speaking, I need more explanation. Why would Mwea Rice Mirrors as well, Harawe's shop to be ransacked without even putting a defense foot? Ni swali tu najiuliza. I hope I'm wrong. Why would he allow his business to be attacked without even putting a defense foot, bila hata kutafuta vijana wa Mwea wamwambie sasa kujeni munisaidie sasa tuweke biashara yangu ulinzi? This is what is happening. Na ndio nimesema hii kitu nikasema hapa. Right now, I think Ruto government has also infiltrated Mount Kenya billionaires. And Ruto might even want to spend money with these Mount Kenya billionaires, waachilie vitu yao iharibiwe with the name ya kuharibu jina huko na waambiwe mutalipwa. I hope I'm wrong, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't, because how do reflex action operate? Reflex action, if you are genuinely attacked, you defend. There's no way in which all those big shops are being attacked, and we cannot be claiming here, ama tunakuja tunasimama hapa tunaanzia kusema ni goons, ni goons, ni goons. Na sasa unaona sasa kama Njiro Mkombozi anasema ni Gen Z waliingia huko. Something here is not ending up. So this is what I think is happening now. There is now collaboration of some of these people with the government. And maybe they have been allowed, they have been told, wameambiwa muachilie duka zenyu zibiwe, tutawalipa. It's impossible. Any human being cannot be attacked and he does not respond. I don't get it. Now, and this attack has been in a streak. It is not hii attack ilikuwa ya jana. We have seen this scale for the last 2 weeks. And you want to tell me that Mount Kenya business people, they are restless? No, not restless. They are helpless. They cannot defend themselves. Kama wanajua ya kwamba maandamano ikitokezea vitu zao lazima zikuwe ransacked. Why can't they not offer themselves defense? Kama mapolisi wanakuja kusimamia duka zao zikikuwa ransacked, why would you in another maandamano not offer your own security to your property? Things are not ending up here. So what I wanted to say, Bwana Arabi Karibu, ile kitu tulikuwa tunajaribu kusema hapa, I think there is desperation ya serikali kutaka kumaliza upinzani, because kuna upinzani mkubwa sana Mlima Kenya. And what do? You inframe high destruction of property, where you can even collaborate with some of the people in those places who have money. I need explanation from how watu wote duka zao zimechomwa. I need an explanation from them waniambie, why could they not defend? Why could they not show some little? I don't want them to do a lot of defense. But you cannot tell me that you are this helpless. You are allowing your property to be vandalized in the name of waiting for the police. and you have money, you can even the same people wale wanaandamana hapo, unaweza wachukua wakupea ulinzi. So Eric Nyaga, let me hear Tibire Ayaga, sorry. Our brothers from Central shouldn't be crybabies. Wewe endelea kusupport serikali. Wewe endelea kusupport serikali na uachane na sisi. And we cannot hatuwezi support serikali because of what is. So what I'm trying to say is I now see a level whereby there are some rich men or there are some business owners in Mlima Kenya who are collaborating with the government to advance this narrative. It cannot be. How comes kuna places tunaona, like places in Eldoret tulikuwa tunaona watu wanalinda na rungu. We cannot be this helpless. We cannot. There is some collaboration inside, and that is why some of our business owners, they have never reacted on anything. Even when our Gen Zs were being killed, they have not reacted. It's not good for the way property has been destroyed. Things are not okay. But something is not right. We now need a whole analysis of what is happening. And I don't think people from Central or Mlima Kenya, they will be forced to support the government kwa fujo. I don't think that one is what is needed. In any case, the government has caused much havoc to them than good. So I don't think that those people, they even need to go and support the government again. I don't think they need to do that. They did a mistake. They supported a wrong guy, and it's okay. They can remake that, do not repeating the same mistake. But what I'm trying to say here, maybe Gachagua and all the opposition people in Mlima Kenya, you have now to come up with a strategy of defending your people. If these attacks are genuine attacks from goons, as it is being said, we now need our own reinforcement. And these goons also need to be attacked. Why are these goons not being attacked? I think Mukombozi will fault here a little bit. Why could you not employ people to go and attack the people who are stealing your shop? Why could you allow people to attack your shop? And I believe if ungetoka hapo nje ungemobilize watu, ungeingia na watu wakusaidie. Why had you to wait for police, and you know that the police are working for this government? Why had you to wait? I need Malbera, and you need to enter here. Hii ni kitu nataka I want us to analyze it, because things are not making. I'm using my 6 senses here. There is collaboration of the government and some of these rich men. There is collaboration. It is impossible. You cannot be attacked and you are not responding. It is impossible. Reflex action. Hata nilikuwa naongea na mtu mwingine, hata hebu jaribu kunyang'anya hata mtoto kitu after umempea. Uniambia kama hiyo kitu utachukua. Then unaniambia a genuine rich man in Central Kenya or in Embu or in Meru is just allowing his shop to be vandalized and attacked, and he is helpless. And he is not even putting a little bit of resistance. Ana watu hata kusema msijaribu kuingia hapa, ana hata watu wako na fimbo hapo, ana hata private. So ndio nauliza, like for example in Mwea Nice, I think anakuanga na masoja hapo. The last time when I was there, kuna kuanga na masoja. What did the soldiers do? What did the soldiers do there? I don't get it. So, Bwana Malbera, you need to come, and I want us to analyze this thing. I'm not putting blame here, but me naona there is an orchestrated plan ya kumaliza upinzani kabisa. And I think people, they want to proclaim that Ruto is a very good president. That one is, kila mtu ako na maoni yake. So if you think Ruto is a good president, that is upon you. But I have my own thinking about whether Ruto is a good president or not. And you cannot change my thinking. But this idea where the same government which was voted by these people is now coming to cause havoc is so alarming. So na mimi ndio nasema sasa, watu wa Mlima Kenya moving forward, the strategy should be, the government has unleashed war on you. It's upon you now to defend yourselves. it's upon you to defend yourselves. When the government fails, you have to take the initiative to defend yourselves. They began by abducting, wakasema ni self abduction. Mukoji nasikia jana alibebwa na tumemwona hata leo kwa koti. UDA propagandists, including akina Eric Ayaga, they started saying that it is abducting himself. Amejiabduct. It doesn't make sense. So Joseph Kariuki, karibu. So Joseph, there is something I'm trying to think here. Na nataka unisaidie kufikiria. Wewe uko na biashara. Bwana Joseph Kariuki. Can you get me?
Yes.
Wewe uko na biashara. Na wahuni wameingia kwa hiyo biashara yako to attack you. Are you going to allow those people to vandalize your whole shop without putting a hand of might? Ama hata kutafuta vijana wako waingie huko wapambane nao watu? I want you tell me, how would you respond if you have a shop, whether big or small, na wakoro wameingia huko na ni siku ya maandamano? How are you going to respond?
You first try to hello Mr. Njiru, kwanza sija kusalimia. You first try to try to defend your business. That is the first thing you should do. Try to defend your business. If you see you are overpowered now, that is when you can be able now to say hey, hata hapa sasa polisi juu, hata polisi unajua Kenya polisi hata ukiwaita hawakujagi. Kama mpaka unawaita kwako kwa nyumba, mwizi akiwa amekuja wanakuambia tutumie pesa za gari ya
Joseph kidogo umeongea vizuri. Unasema you begin by defending yourself. So if things say you defend yourself. So I want you to tell me how did Maguna defend himself? How did Njiro Mukombozi defend himself? Based on vile wanaongea. Can you tell me how they defended themselves? Even as they were waiting for police.
First, those guys we cannot be compared to a small shop. Kwa sababu hao watu ni watu wako na staff. Sinasikia walikuwa wamefungua duka zao. I heard they had opened the shop. That guy is very arrogant. Alikuwa amefungua duka. Alikuwa anajua kuna maandamano. So when because the staff were inside. I see bado kulikuwa na staff inside because what I was receiving the news from the ground. Acha na hizi news media. Hiyo ni ukifuata news media Njiri utapotea bwana. So what I was hearing from the ground walikuwa wanasema he had opened the shops. Kuna mtu hata alikuwa amefungua duka mwingine. So when the goons came I wonder why he did not have even those staff defending him. Kwa nini hata hao staffs wenyewe hawezi defend?
Ndio swali najiuliza, until this Kikuyu rich men, this Embu rich men ni watu wetu. They give me a formula of how they defended themselves before they were overpowered. I will say this. These people are collaborating with Kasongo.
Njiru, and you cannot come here and start praising the police IG. And you are saying that the police ran away. So what are you saying? Are you praising the police? Are you praising Kaja for bringing the GSU when the things were already stolen? Ama hiyo duka ulikuwa unaiona aje? Silikuwa imeibiwa ikaisha yote. So what was he praising? Building haikuangushwa ama what was he praising? Because I did not understand. Is he praising the police because everything went? What was he praising exactly? Sikuelewa huyo jamaa akisema atikaja alifanya.
Ndio nimesema hapa hii kitu it is after overthinking. Mimi nimeanzia kuona hawa matajiri wa Kikuyu they are collaborating with Kasongo. We have to call it as it is. These people are collaborating with the government because maybe they have been, unajua na ni kitu nasema hapa.
Na Njiru hapo umeulizwa swali. Do those guys have insurance?
Nitasoma hiyo. Kuna kitu nakwambia hapa. Tunajua hata leo tumeona gazeti ya leo control of budget anasema sijui 143 billion imeibiwa. Let me ask you a question. I'm just trying to overthink. I don't know me. You know the reason why nakujanga kwa hii channel yangu I allow people to overthink. Allow me to overthink. Joseph, nikuulize. If today Kasongo aite huyu Njiro Mukombozi amugonge milioni 100 amwambie wewe achilia huko kwako. I'm just overthinking. I'm overthinking. Wewe achilia huko, tutachunga wewe. Continue thinking. So Joseph nakwambia continue thinking.
Hata umeuliza swali hata ngumu sana. Ningeuliza swali rahisi. Kwa nini Queen Victor? Tunajua Queen Victor. Queen Victor si walijaribu kuingia na wakapigwa. Queen Victor hawakuiba. Kwa nini Queen Victor haikuibiwa lakini Maguna unasikia iliingiwa?
Yeah, that's
Queen
what I'm
Victoria
trying to tell
alijaribu
you.
kuingia
These people are
wakapigwa
working with
wakatoka.
Kesongo. There's no way. So tuachane na story mingi. What they want, wanataka tuishe, wanataka sasa opposition ikue demonized. Sisi ndio tunaandamana tukiwa tumeenda kuiba. That is what they want as attitude. Maandamano. Umesikia Tajiro Mkombozi akisema hapo, nilivamiwa na maandamano. Ngoja kidogo, nilivamiwa na maandamano ya Gen Z. Umeona? Hebu nikuweke, unajua bwana ni kama wewe una habari. I want, unajua, put this one into its immediate context. Hapa ndio nimeanzia hapa. There is collaboration. There is collaboration here.
Hebu cheza hiyo video kwanza tuanzie.
Wako wanaongea.
Hebu cheza hiyo video tuone vile
anasema. Leo I want people to come here and overthink. I don't want basic thinking here. So, Anne, if you are not ready to overthink
of the clerk.
And now, property worth over 50 million shillings has been incurred. Actually, these are losses by Nice Digital City following yesterday's Sabasaba protest in Muir Town, Kirinyaga County. This is after Goons invaded the premises located in Muir Town and looted property in supermarkets and other items. The incident has left workers without jobs, according to the chairman of Nice Digital City, Njirum Kombozi.
Siku ya jana nilivamiwa na maandamano ya Gen Z ambaye ilikuwa na Goons ambaye walikuwa kukonda.
Joseph Andi hapo umesikia amesema aje?
Nilivamiwa na Goons.
Before Goons. Wewe ni kama usikilize bana. I want us to
nasikiliza.
Listen hapo.
Nilivamiwa na maandamano ya Gen Z.
Nifanya nini?
Alivamiwa na maandamano ya Gen Z.
Now position is that. Nilivamiwa na maandamano ya Gen Z.
Hata si mtu asiangesema tu rais nilivamiwa na Goons.
Is that statement true? Nilivamiwa na maandamano ya Gen Z.
Angesema nilivamiwa na wezi. Sasa amesema Gen Z imeingilia wapi kwa wezi?
That's why.
Endelea na hiyo video juu kuna kitu nataka kuinterject kwa hiyo mzee. Endelea na hiyo video.
Ambaye ilikuwa na Goons ambaye walikuwa kukondiwa, wakafunja madirisha, milango, wakasumbuana na polisi masaa mawili. Saa 5 polisi wengine wengi walikunja kuongeza reinforcement wakiwa askari kama 100. Walitumia marisasi na tear gas sirisha. Polisi walikimbizwa na hao manje.
Hii siwezi endelea. Ati walitumia risasi zikaisha. No bwana.
Mchezo wa tauni.
Watu sio wajinga.
Usipo kabisa anasema Jiru. Ati anasema ati
he is not even mentioning yeye hajasema alifanya nini. Yeye hata he is not even somewhere saying pia sisi kabla ya polisi wafike tulijaribu kufanya hivi. Bana, watu si wajinga bana.
Alafu unasikia anasema ati waliitwa reinforcement ya polisi wengi. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha uliita reinforcement na hiyo reinforcement itakuja ikapigwa pamoja na wale polisi walikuwa.
Ile kitu imenifanya nione hii kitu ni ujinga, ati walitumia risasi zikaisha. What does that mean? Walitumia risasi zikaisha, that one means is death. Watu tungekuwa tunaona mili hapo. Go ahead.
Jiru, hebu malizie hii video. Kuna pahali nataka kusikia, Jiru. Kuna pahali tunataka kusikia. Kuna pahali nataka aguze watu wacheke hapa. Kama unarudi. Jiru. Hii video lazima uiguze mpaka ishe. Iguze mpaka ishe ndio usikie pale nataka kucheka. Iguze.
Jenzi kama vijana
wakikuja huku wanapata kazi, si kujua sababu gani ambayo ilifanya hao vijana waingie huku na wavunje, wakavunja mali na wakafanya mambo mabaya.
Jiru,
wakafuta mbuzi, wakakula kuku,
wakachukua
kila kitu. Jana tulishinda kwa mambo.
Jiru, Hebu enda kwa video ya huyu mzee, enda kwa hiyo video ya huyu mzee akiongea, enda kwa hiyo video ya huyu mzee peke yake akiongea. Uone vile alikuwa anaongea. Nataka hiyo video yake, nataka watu wasikie vile alisema akimalizia.
Haya ni sawa, nitaweka. Lakini ile kitu iko I want us now to conclude. Let's now agree these are collaborators with the government. Kariuki bana, let's now paint it as it is. Unaona historia tunajaribu. Let me tell you, I'm talking about reflex action. Hata nitauliza Nyakairo hapa. Nyakairo sijui kama maybe hujai run business. Nyakairo kwako kuvamiwe. Can you tell me what you are going to do? Kidogo nitatafuta hiyo video. Mama Nyakairo, can you tell me kwako kumevamiwa utafanya aje?
Habari zenu kwanza.
Jema,
Comment section wa Kenya wote. Yaani kwangu nikiwa dukani kuvamiwe, first of all I'll take care of myself and raise the alarm.
Sasa mzee wa Nice anatuambia ati alingojea polisi masaa mawili. Yeah,
akiwa wapi?
He's not even painting. He's not even saying my security tried to push these people away. Ati yeye ati watu waliingia, yeye anangojea polisi according to him.
First of all, Njiro, this guy is a liar. Hiyo marisasi yote ilipigwa, tungekuwa na watu hundreds of people dead down there. Wengine hawezi kutembea. Kwani walikuwa wanapiga marisasi wapi? Juu. Lazima wangepiga hawa watu ambao wanafanya mambo mabaya if they were that serious. And all these risasi ambazo zimepigwa zingeokotwa zote, watu waonyeshane vile ziko hapo nyingi. Hizo anasema walipiga mpaka zikaisha. You know, when you are lying, people can get you being a liar through what you are talking about, and all the evidence is there. And we can believe you if you have the evidence of how you are talking. Sasa ni kurusharusha tu mdomo kusema aliongoja askari 2 hours akiwa wapi?
Mam Nyakairo, naweza kukata kidogo?
Yes.
Niulize tu swali. Do you know how big Nice Digital Mwea iko? Hiyo Nice. Do you know how big it is?
I don't know.
Haijaandika mtu mmoja, imepea kazi. Aya, muoneshe hapo hata watu wataona. Hebu muoneshe Nice Digital uone vile inakaa. That is how big it is. Jiru ndio hiyo. Hii ndio Nice. Ile building iko pale. Si ya mchele Jiru, kuna ingine building.
Wema wa Mungu, wema umenizunguka. Wema wako Mungu, wema wa Mungu, wema wako Baba umenizunguka. Wema wako Mungu, wema wa Mungu, wema wako Baba umenizunguka. Wema wa Mungu, wema umenizunguka. Zunguka, 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 wema wa Mungu umenizunguka. Zunguka, 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 maisha zunguka, 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 wema wa Mungu umenizunguka. Zunguka, 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 zunguka,
Mam Nyakairo, nadhani umeona vile digital inatoshana eh?
Nimeona.
Umeona iko na wafanyikazi wangapi?
Okay, first of all, my answer which I gave that I will look for my safety yangu haikuwa duka ya watu ati nimeandika watu. It was only myself. So I would look for safety, of course, because I'm alone. I can't fight with people coming in. Lakini duka ambayo watu wameandikwa mamia na mamia, the first lot that came in, wangefunga hiyo milango na waanze kudeal na hawa watu ambao wameingia. Honestly, that's what I would think. And for him to wait 2 hours that the police will be coming, I don't see the sense. It doesn't make sense at all.
Mama Mary, kuna kitu
Yes.
tumekuwa tukisema hapa. Umesikia tukisema matajiri wa Kikuyu hata ile wakati majenzi wamekuwa wakikufa, wamekuwa tu silent. Did you hear Azia complain watu tukijiuliza na matajiri wa Kikuyu wako wapi? Do you remember tukijiuliza hapa how comes how matajiri wa Kikuyu wamenyamaza, they cannot even talk. Only
Yes.
that now wamekuja sasa kuanzia kutumika na serikali to advance a narrative that upinzani wewe uone. I'm telling you,
Gen Z ndio wanaiba.
hawa watu ni swali tu na kuuliza saa hii leo. Hata ile duka Meru pale. Huyo jamaa agongwe milioni 100, aambiwe wacha hiyo duka yako ichomwe. So that the government can advance a narrative. Na yeye ako pande ya serikali. You want to tell me that you not allow?
He will.
Allow me to overthink because it is let me ask you, mi kuna kitu nauliza. Wewe Mama Mary, ni maandamano gani kwa hii dunia umewahi sikia vitu zinachomwa mchana? Wewe, I'm just asking ati unasikia hiyo duka imedungwa moto. Even if we want to say that ati hawa majenzi hawa watoto wa 24 years ndio mtu anaenda anamudia let me use the word mtoto wa miaka 24 anamudia duka ya ghorofa 7. Niliona kwanza hiyo moto ya makutano Meru, niliona hivi nikasema there is no way in which mtoto wa miaka 24 can do that. It is impossible.
Na si walisema ilichomwa baada ya kuwa imeporwa kila kitu. I think I understood that.
Na kwani hiyo ya Meru ndio ilionekana tu ichomwe? Why was it the only one ilionekana ichomwe?
Joseph, first of all, uangalie uone kuna madhara yoyote ya aina hiyo inapatikana pandizi zingine na kulikuwa na maandamano. Is there any?
Mi najua ni narrative. There is a narrative they are trying to push. Unaona after hiyo mambo yote umeona kuna narrative fulani inajaribu kuletwa ati wa Kikuyu ndio wako nini, na hata naona kuna jamaa hapo kwa comment akisema hivi. Na leo imepigwa juu. Unajua hiyo narrative imepigwa leo mpaka sijui hata waongei. Watu wanasema kila mtu anasema ni Mkikuyu. Hata wanaenda wakipost picha za Wakikuyu zile vitu wanafanyanga. So hiyo narrative yao wanajaribu kupusha kina Kaluma wajinga hao. Na huyo baba yao mgonjwa. Hakuna kitu watafanya.
Unaona hata ile kitu inanishangaza. Wakikuyu ama watu wa mlima, they are the people ambao hata hawangeandamana. Ni wale watu ambao wanachukianga uharibifu wa mali. No, I want to be hypothetical. Miaka hilo you know that.
Yes.
Kuna watu wataki kuharibu mali. Sisemi watu wengine wanapenda, but I'm saying in scale. Wakikuyu na mali yao, they don't want. Ati sasa Mkikuyu amefika level ati anataka kuharibu vitu yake. And you are busy listening to that story. Mkikuyu. And you know the famous talk, ati venye Wakikuyu wanapenda mali. You know that,
Yeah. That's a narrative. Everybody love money. Si Ruto anapenda pesa kuliko uhai wa mtu.
Mkikuyu ndiye sasa amechoka na Kenya, ameamua kuharibu kila kitu yake, ameamua kuchoma everywhere.
Na huyo mtu amepoteza milioni 50, ni mtu anafaa kuwa sura yake inakaa hivyo. Si ni mtu anafaa kuwa na mawazo mingi sana Mama Nyakairo. Mtu amepoteza 50 milioni, kwa 50 milioni shilingi 2.
Anafaa kukaa.
Hata maongeo yake ingekuwa ya that caliber.
Uliona ule alipoteza, kuna mzee alipoteza nini? Kuna mzee alipoteza alitaka, kuna huyu mzee alipoteza nini yake? Alikuwa hata huyu MP sasa kulichomwa kwake. Ulikuwa unaona ni MP, alikuwa anakaa aje huyu MP wa Nyeri, wa Chienyi. Si alipata na desperation mpaka ulikuwa unaona huyo mzee amejaa depression, hata alikuja kwa mazishi akasema I'm depressed. Huyu watu huoni kama akona kitu yote inamsumbua.
Hata jamaa mwingine
He look sharp.
Jamaa mwingine hapo alipoteza 750,000, alikuwa kwa TV na pyramid scheme. jamaa alipoteza 750,000, si alikufa? He died. Hebu nitaonesha, wacha nionyeshe, hata it is not even a million. Nataka kuonesha, he was an engineer huko Kenya. Jamaa aliingia kwa pyramid scheme akaibiwa 750,000. He died. Sasa huyu amepoteza 50 million and he is smiling on the camera. Eh?
Let me say this.
Watu si wajinga. Eh?
Jiro, let me
jamaa ana pesa mingi sana, he doesn't care.
Everything that is genuine, you can tell. You can tell anything that is genuine. Complain, genuine. Kumbuka watu kule Nairobi CBD, wale walichomewa maduka zao. How did you see them behave? It's different from this guy. Na kweli wakasema sisi tumepoteza, yani wanaangalia wanakosa kuelewa. And they made a point of saying, tuliambiwa na serikali tusiende, wataangalia hakuna kitu kitafanywa. Sisi tukakaa nyumbani. And this is what they have done to us. And one of them said, I believe it's not Gen Z who have done this work. Na hakuendelea kuongea mambo ingine. So you look at the face of people who have lost the way they behave. It's very different from this guy. This guy is laughing from inside. He is laughing from inside. Mtu ambaye amepoteza mali. Another guy in Nanyuki, I think he lost a lot of money. His supermarket was vandalized. Completely everything was gone. Sijui alikuwa anaitwa somebody, Jeroge Wainaina, not my relative by the way. I'm trying to put myself away from that. But he himself, he was walking like madman because what was done was horrible and he never expected that. And then when he's walking within the area, he was saying, my things are in these houses, munilete, sitawapeleka police. How can somebody who have taken your things bring it back? Lakini aliongea kama mtu amepoteza fahamu. Because he lost a lot of money. Na si duka moja ni duka mbili. So you can see genuine person who have been, mtu ambaye amefanywa madhara na mtu ambaye ana pretend to have that, mtu ambaye anajua mimi nimepoteza lakini nimeambiliwa nitapewa hii, so he come smiling. Na hiyo si ati ameambiwa baada ya kuwa imefanywa. Hiyo ni maagano walikuwa wamefanya mbele. If that is the case, si sasa ati ameambiliwa baada ya kuwa amepoteza. It has been a plan there before. You cannot come smiling. Hata huyo mzee labda hangeweza hata kusimama hapo kutuambia anything. Angekuwa nyumbani. Ni watu wengine wangekuwa wanaongea maybe. Because you cannot lose such a big, magnificent business. Na uje hapo unaongea vizuri, you are smart, your face is good, as you are still having your business running. It's true, Jiro, this guy is a collaborator. Na hivyo ndivyo Ruto ataendelea kufanya. Alafu amalize wale wengine kwa sababu ya hawa ambao sasa watakuwa ni wale watu wa kuuza snitchers. Ni watu wa kuuza wale wengine. Simply because ameambiliwa atapewa zaidi ya ile ako nayo. Anafanya watu waumie mamia na mamia. It's horrible. He knows very well that people are going through so much pain. Watu ni wagonjwa, hawana madawa, hawawezi kujifanyia chochote, wanakosa hata chakula ya kukula. And he is within that neighborhood. And he can collaborate with this fake government. Surely. Hata yeye anakaa tu kama Ruto. There is no difference. Asante.
Na swali mimi nataka kujiuliza Njiru, huyu jamaa alijuaje mpaka Unajua mimi kama nimekuja nikavamiwa kwa duka yangu na nikapoteza 50 million. Siwezi kaanza kujua mpaka nani alikuja ati naanza kusema Gen Z. Ningeanza kusema na wezi wamekuja, hata ningekuwa saa hizo nimekasirika sana nasema wezi wamekuja. Yaani mpaka unajaribu mpaka kufix jina ya si ungesema tu wezi. Wewe unaweka mpaka Gen Z.
Yeah, he needed to generalize. Aseme ni wezi. Wacha itatuliwe na watu wengine isemekane ni Gen Z ama ni Goons. Lakini huwezi kusema kwa sababu hawakuja hapo kuprotest kwa peace, walikuja kukuibia. So you could not even hiyo sentiment ya kusema Gen Z. Hiyo imemweka pahali mbaya sana. Kwa sababu hivyo ni kuonyeshana anaongeza moto kwa serikali ndio waendelee kuona ati Gen Z ndio wanaharibu. Seriously. Generalize kwa sababu hao si watu wazuri wamekuja hapo, aseme wezi ama awaite tu Goons. Hivyo tu, na hata asitaje Gen Z, lakini alitaja Gen Z na akakimbia kusema Goons. But that narrative already tumeipata. Kama si vile alikuwa na mean, hata angerudi nyuma aseme I'm sorry to say Gen Z ni Goons waliingia kwa duka yangu. But you see, he did not reverse at all. Alikaa hivyo na akaamini hivyo ndivyo hivyo.
Na akajaribu kuipin. Usikii mpaka anaipin kabisa, anasema 14. Hao watu walikuwa nakaa kama wako miaka 14, sijui miaka ngapi. Ulisikia key point. Kuna kitu alikuwa, kuna agenda alikuwa na drive. There is an agenda huyo jamaa alikuwa na drive.
Yeah, and that the agenda. Joseph, we have to be very careful with these people. You cannot me neither swali nimewauliza. You know me, I like being scientific, scientifically, ama kutumia psychology. Joseph, watu wamekuvamia kwako, watu wako kwako, do you begin by calling police or do you begin by doing what you can as a person?
You begin what you can as a person. Hata ukienda na hapo unyongwe, mtu ajaribu kunyonga, utaanza kupigia polisi simu. Mtu anajaribu kupiga nduru ama kupiga huyo jamaa, uone vipi utajitoa.
All these people, you know the reason why wewe ona watu wote, ona vitu, nitawekea vitu jenu hapa uone vile watu wanasemanga. Unasikia watu wakisema sisi tumevamiwa na wakora, hao wakora tukajaribu kuwafukuza, tukashindwa, ndio tumeita polisi. That is the narrative. So at the proprietor of Naivas, who is a rich man by the way, is not a poor man. To have that investment, you cannot be a poor man. The proprietor of not Naivas, the proprietor of Nice Mirrors, who has the security, sababu naonanga majamaa wa security kwa hapa ama ni nini, wale wako na blue na fimbo. Hao majamaa wa security sikuona hata mmoja kwa TV. Hebu nikuulize, sababu wewe umeona Nice Mirrors kukibiwa jana. Hebu angalia hizo video zote, hebu niambie kama umeona jamaa ya blue.
Ni kama walikuwa wameambiwa wajifiche.
Na swali blue anaonekana.
Na swali lingine Njiru. Nini jua amemalizia hiyo video huku ipata yote. Amemalizia akasema ati GSU ilitumwa kutoka Nairobi. So GSU kutoka Nairobi mpaka Kirinyaga, juu mimi hivi ninajua kama unatumia na ujue kwanza barabara ilikuwa imefungwa ujue barabara ilikuwa imefungwa so hata kama walikubaliwa ujue kuna pahali kulikuwa na maandamano, si ndio? Kama Githurai ama walikuwa wanapitia wapi? Juu lazima upitie Thika Road ukienda. So yes, ni sawa, tunasema tunakubaliana yeye walitoka kutoka Nairobi. So how many hours could they have taken? Around 3 hours we say. 3 to 4 hours.
Joseph, hata kuna kitu najiuliza, for GSU to be sent from Nairobi, hiyo approval ilifanywa na nani? And how quick was that approval? How special is he? No, ni swali tu najaribu. Unajua leo
alisema ni kanja. Alisema alipigia kanja.
So kwani yeye ni special aje watu wengine wapigi wanatoa reinforcement kutoka Nairobi?
Ndio nilikuwa nataka umalize hiyo video. Jiru alisema alipigia kanja.
So let me tell you, so you want to tell me nikipigia kanja anaweza nitumia anything direct vile nataka? So what is the relationship with the kanja?
There is a process.
Hebu nikuuliza, mnataka kuniambia
there is a process
ili nipate reinforcement kutoka Nairobi natumua tu mara moja chua?
Ndio nilikuwa nataka umalize hiyo video ndio tungeiongea vizuri. Alisema alipigia kanja. Na Kanja akamtumia GSU officers. Kwanza unasikia pia anasema walikuja kikomando. Mpaka anajua vile walikuja. I wish ungemaliza hiyo video. Ndio tumalize mama Nyakairo hapa na mkicheko. Alisema ati walikuwa wanakuja kama command. I wish ungeweka hiyo.
Give me the title. I'm trying to. It is in which media house? Nitafute.
One I saw nilikuwa niliona acha nikumbuke niliona angalia Citizen Citizen ilikuwa imepost kwa shots zao. Unaonaga zile shots wanawekaga tudogo. Kuna tu reels wanawekaga tudogo tu reels. Ukiangalia tu reels utaona. Enda kwa Citizen kwa media yao alafu uende kwa reels. Utaziona, si kwa video, enda kwa shots.
Haya ni sawa, mchangie. Unajua leo nataka muoverthink bana. Maybe leo ni siku ya kuoverthink. Nataka muniambie in normal senses. In normal senses a human being. Hata mtoto mpe, maybe wewe uko na watoto, umeipea mtoto kitu alafu uanzie kumpokonya.
Yes.
What happens?
Anakataa nayo, of course.
So Njiru Mkombozi ndiye the most special Kenyan, munakuja tu kumuibia tu na amesimama. He is that genuine man. Munaingia kwake munaiba and he has to wait for 2 hours.
First of all, si huyu mtu ako na duka na anafadhili pesa mingi sana. Mtu ako hata anaweza kuwa na alarm, anaweza finya ipige hiyo kingora. I suppose, because if I have such kind of money, those are things that I'll think about putting in my building. But another thing is that these people who entered, alijua si wageni wake, aliona ni okay, na ndani huko kulikuwa na customers wengine, customer ambao hawana mambo ya kuiba ama nini, walikuwa wana shop. What witness can he give us? Waseme, although hiyo hata itakuwa ni kitu muhimu, kwa sababu akiambiwa alete witness ataokota watu hapo wape kidogo, sababu imekuwa hali ya Kenya. Waje watoe witnessing, waseme hivyo ndivyo ilikuwa.
Mary, nimepata hiyo shot kutoka Citizen, situicheze ili muone.
Umeiona? Umeiona hiyo shot? Tuoneshe hiyo shot. Hiyo shot
I hope it is the one. I'm just from Citizen. I hope it is the one.
Show me, nitakwambia kama ni hiyo. Icheze nitakwambia kama ndio hiyo.
Okay.
Hata nilikuwa nayo saa hii hapa. Hiyo shot. Ataanza kuongea.
Ni
unaweza anzisha tena. Kuna pahali inaanza.
Is it the one?
Zaburi, angalia kama ni mbili. Kunayo ile inaonyeshana tu sura yake. Hebu angalia shot nyingine. Kuna hiyo hapo anza.
Ugomvi wa wanasiasa ndio yule ameendelea kwa biashara asiendelee, lakini hiyo ni mbaya na wafanye
sijui kwa nini hapo juu inakaa hivyo. Niko nayo hapa kwa short.
Ilivamiwa na maandamano ya Gen Z ambaye ilikuwa na Goons ambaye walikuwa kukondiwa, ambapo walikuwa wachache, ambapo kuna watu wanasema kuna mikutano kule walikuwa wanakutana, walikuwa very violent. Walikunja saa 3 asubuhi jana, waliweza kuingia hapa Nice saa 3, wakafunja madirisha, milango, wakasumbuana na polisi masaa mawili. Saa 5 polisi wengine wengi walikunja kuongeza reinforcement, wakiwa askari kama 100. walitumia marisasi na tear gas sirisha. Polisi walikimbizwa na hao majenzi kama vijana wakitaka kukamatwa na mkono, wanyang'anywa mabuduki ama wauawe, ili wasiwasuilie wapore nice na wachome nice. Inspector General wa polisi Kanja, yeye ndiye aliokoa Nice Digital City, akatuma kikosi maalum ya GSU kutoka Nairobi, ambapo alituma kikosi kama GSU 100. Walikuja wote wakiwa na wakali zaidi. Walipokuja, kila hao vijana waliogopa, walijua sasa hakuna lingine kama sio Inspector General wa polisi. Nice Digital City haingekuweko.
Nilikuwa nataka umalizie hapo ndio msikie hiyo mchezo ya town. Sasa kila mtu anaweza jijajia. Hata hakuna haja ya kuongea mambo mingi, you have heard.
Wewe huyo ni mtu kwake kumeibiwa.
Ati jenzi walikuwa wanayo,
lakini GSU 100 ati ndio walikuja kufukuza hao watu. Polisi wale walikuwa before walipotea, lakini GSU 100 ndio iliweza kufukuza hao jenzi.
Lakini wakikuja kuwafukuza already duka ilikuwa imeisha, si walikuwa wameondoka
na risasi.
Anashukuru Kanja, utashukuru aje Kanja na duka imeenda? Duka imeshaenda.
No.
Ndio nilimwambia mmalize hiyo video. Sasa huyo hata tumemalizana na yeye. Nilikuwa nataka Njiru mumalizie. Mmeshammalizia huyo.
No, Jenny Muthoni, what we are trying to say is some of these people they are collaborating with the government. It is impractical. What Njiru Mukombozi is speaking here, Jenny Muthoni, ndio nataka tuelewane, it is impractical. There is no any history which happens this way. I know, najua Joseph Kariuki
Jiru, wacha ni educate Jane Muthoni Mimi naishiki Kutus. Wacha nimwambie hivi. Tulikuwa tumepatia fununu asubuhi kwamba watu watajaribu kuingia Kavagara. Unajua Kavagara? Unajua raha premium pale inakuwa.
Unaunga hapo.
Watu walikuwa wamesema asubuhi
wataingia Kavagara.
Walikuwa wamesema wataingia Kavagara. So linashindwa. Kwa nini Kavagara yenyewe walishindwa kuingia, wakaingia kwa supermarket na wote wanakuaga na security? Unajua me that thing is still baffling me. Mtu kama huyo wa Nice anaweza kosa kuwa na security hapo karibu.
No, mimi kuna kitu nataka mniambie.
The question is where was he akiangalia hii movie yote? Juu anapeana report ni kama mtu alikuwa. Juu kama alisturiwa akapotea, where was he? Alikuwa anachukulia video tu hapo.
Jarabu huyu jamaa hata blood pressure ijapanda. Huyu mtu si angekuwa na interview, si angefanyia kwa kitanda ya hospitali. No, I'm just trying to ask, is this normal? Mimi nataka tu muniambie kwako kumevamiwa hivyo, tumeona ati na umerelax tu. Wewe hata
kama mtu anaibagwa kwake anasikia kama ataenda wazimu, na umeibiwa vitu tu za karibu 200 na unasikia kama utaenda wazimu.
Mtataka niwaoneshe wale watu ambao kwao kuna bomolewa manyumba. Niwaeke uone wale watu wanakuanga wakibomolewa huko, wale watu wanabomolewa manyumba, muone a genuine suffer how he looks like.
Hata tuweke ule mama alibiwa Nairobi tu juzi. Ule mama alikuwa analia anasema amemaliziwa. Si ako hapo tu last maandamano ya 25 akilia. Uone mtu ameibiwa live vile anafaa kubehave.
Let me tell you. Hii michezo, no, what we are supposed to say, Njiru Mukombozi, hatutakuja tukuwekee ulinzi kwako. You cannot tell us at Goons wamekuja wakakuibia. No. Hiyo
tumeona Goons.
Alafu hizo risasi ziliisha kidogo, hizo risasi ziliisha. No, unajua mimi nataka tu analyze hiyo statement. Mama Nyakairu umeuliza vizuri sana. Risasi ziliisha. Kwani ziligonga nani? Risasi zote zikaisha. Kwani how many were they? Kwanza na huyu Njiru Mukombozi alijuaje risasi zimeisha?
Exactly, and he was not the provider.
Mwambie Njiru si waoga. Njiru wajiuzagi, wanafaa mwambie hivyo. Anakomboa nami.
No, let me tell you, if you siku ya leo ukiitisha polisi kutoka Nairobi wakuje kwako, watafika after 1 week.
Amesema alipigia Kanja Jiru.
Na alitoa namba ya Kanja wapi? Ama those are people who know people.
Sasa unasaizi unasikia GSU vile wameshinda wakisumbuliwa kule Kitengela, ati yani watoke Kitengela watumwe Kirinyaga.
Namba ya Kanja ukwisha maneno Wala wana namba ya Kanja hawatoboi. Is that what
Jiru? GSU ilishindwa kutumwa Kitengela kule, walikuwa wanatuma walikuwa ATPU wakatuma tu Kirinyaga. Walishindwa kutuma GSU Kitengela wakatuma Kirinyaga.
I'm trying to piece this. Unajua leo nimesema we need to overthink. I'm trying to piece this thing together. And what I want, the conclusion of this matter, ili tusishinde tukiongea, let's say that the attack of Nice was a government plan and Jiro Mukombozi was part of the history. Let's be clear about that. There are not ways away. If you are, unajua hapa, we want to be clear about it. And it is so sad that kuna Wakikuyu or there are people from Murima who can work in the government in that level. I'm surprised.
They are mafias. Wacha Nyakairu aongee. Nimesikia tumemkatisia sana.
Huyo ni Gakonia. That man ni Gakonia. Because all what he is telling us is fake. Tuliona Goons, au anaita Gen Z Goons, wakifanya hiyo kazi yao, wakipora. Did you see any GSU there or even police? They are not there, if I'm not wrong.
Na kwa hivyo hata Jim Muthoni amesema Goons waliletwa usiku. So hao ni watu waliletwa specifically for that job. And this one is a very serious narrative. Ati na kwa press conference akiongea Gen Z, Gen Z.
Hiyo wizi ilifanyika usiku ama ni sio ile nilikuwa naona watu wakipora huko?
Jiru
you are muted. You are muted.
Vile Jane Muthoni anasema ni Goons waliletwa usiku ili wafanye kazi
mchana.
So mnadropiwa usiku na maroli, mungojee job.
Na shida yake ni gani kushinda akiweka ages? Unasikia anasema 14 ati ni Gen Z miaka 14. Usikie kiweka hapo. Lazima insist ni miaka 14.
How can you be able, actually, how can you be able to assess age while you are traumatized? Your things are going. Do you know sometimes you might not be able to describe people? You can see, yeah, somebody long, tall, somebody fat, but you cannot tell the age. Macho yako hayaoni mzuri.
Malizia yeye. Unaua, malizia yeye.
That's awkward.
So what is it going to? So I think in the desperation iko hapa ni, I think they have tried so hard to, even if I'm not a DCP guy, lakini I think there is so much effort to mudslinging Gachagua and show how, because unaona immediately after the attack of these businesses, nitawaonesha kwa Facebook pages zote za Embu wameanzia sasa kuita Gachagua the road of violence. Sijui kama Joseph Kariuki umekutana na hizo messages, the road of from bloggers.
Kabisa. Na mpaka wakaleta ile gari ya Moko. Unakumbuka akisema ati Mokoji ni hali haya Goons. Na gari hata ifanani. So gari.
Yeah, so they had to run that script very quickly. Immediately after these attacks, now wakaanzia kusema ati Gachagua ndiye ana attack watu Mlima Kenya. Hadi nikaanzia kujiuliza, even if Gachagua is that evil. Unajua leo nataka tu overthink. Let's assume Gachagua is evil, Joseph Kariuki. Leo nataka tufikirie vizuri. Let's assume Gachagua is that evil as they want us to believe. Let's assume Gachagua is very evil, he is an evil man. Gachagua in his own self alete wakora wamalize Wakikuyu wenzake. Nataka tu mniambie, yani like imefika hiyo level.
Ndivyo wanasema. That is what they are saying, Jiru. By the way, don't joke. Hivyo ndivyo wanasema. Wanasema ati Gachagua anajaribu kumaliza Wakikuyu wenzake. Sijui kama umeona. That is what they have been talking the whole day.
Yeah, because they want Wakikuyu to dump Gachagua. That is what
So
they want.
I think there is a desperation. You know, Nyakairo, we have to put it into immediate context. Ruto knows the gateway to presidency ni Mlima Kenya. Let's be clear about that. Na Mlima Kenya, wherever it will percolate, ama ile pahali Mlima Kenya itaenda, urahisi inaenda huko. So what do? You need to funnel a narrative of destroying the man who is popular. That is what you do. So how do we destroy him? Tuseme huyu mtu hata ndiye anamaliza watu wao. Let me tell you, I have never been supportive to Gachagua, but because of what is happening, I'm thinking of supporting him.
Njiru,
I'm thinking towards that direction.
Njiru, kama naweza kukatia, there is something that was said which was very serious with our mom here, niwaambie kitu. There is a guy who said, you see Ruto was the guy who ndio walipatiwa, unakumbuka YK 90 something, ndio walipatiwa, ndio walipatiwa chance ya kugangana na Gen Z wa hiyo wakati. Nakumbuka Gen Z wa hiyo wakati ya kina Orengo, who was dealing with them ni akina Ruto when he was in YK 92. Imagine that is the same guy that we expect to be a president at the end and try to listen to the Gen Z. Mtu alikuwa anadili na Gen Z wa hiyo wakati akiwapiga. Ati ndio tuna expect ni atakuja kuongea na Gen Z this time. It's a joke.
And I understand so many Gen Zs of that time were killed due to this same guy. So many of them. So he knows what to do, how to deal with Gen Zs because he has dealt with them all time that he has been in politics.
Kuna kitu serious amekosta ameweka hapo, which I was also thinking. Leo ni siku ya kuoverthink kabla tulete Ashley. Costa anasema they want the country to be in a state of desperation, hata tusianzie kufikiria story ya uchaguzi ili sasa hao majamaa tu wapite tu. Unasikia hata hiyo kitu anasema 10 bila break, Mama Mary, 10 bila break. Yes. Ni 10 bila break without an election.
Of course, he is delaying everything.
So hawataki kukuwa na uchaguzi, so they want to bring a lot of desperation. So ni 10 bila break because hakutakuwa na uchaguzi. Same Costa, I get you.
Somebody explain to me what happens when there is a state of emergency. Can somebody explain to me? When the government says it is ungovernable when we go to a state of emergency. Hiyo ningetaka kuelewa kabisa.
I thought during a state of emergency, the issue of leadership is not the issues of leadership is not a do or die thing. You are supposed now to get massive resignation. The president should resign and the government is supposed to resign. That is what happened. All the cabinet secretaries should resign. If you declare the government to be in limbo or to be in a state of ungovernable, it means that they can no longer deliver their mandate and they are supposed to quit power. So, mbona lazima Kenya iumie sababu these people have to be leaders? Anyway, let's hold that thought a little bit. Maybe Ashley might also want to add, but Ashley, karibu sana. We are trying to overthink today. Why is only violence being done and the people are having they are talking about violence while they are smiling in the camera? We don't get it. Go ahead, Ashley.
Hi, actually, that's why I got in. I hope everyone is doing good. Now, today I was going over some comments and one of the guys had written, this is what you're going to get since you have accepted maandamano. So what I think, so immediately I read that comment, it came to my mind that the reason they're having this violence and most of it is actually being instigated by the government is because they want people to feel the pain of maandamano. So that the next time that there is going to be a proposal for maandamano, it is the people who, watu wanasema Ruto must go. It is the people who will be against the maandamano because of the pain that they are feeling when the maandamano comes. Especially the business community will rise up against Gen Z. So what what Ruto is trying to do, he's trying to pit the Gen Z against the business community, because the next time there is going to be maandamano, now because he has been unable to tell people not to come, he wants the support of the business community. And how does he get the support of the business community other than their businesses being burnt up? Once they are burnt up, the next time there is going to be maandamano, Ruto does not have to speak because the business community will rise up in arms against any maandamano because if they do, more businesses are going to be burnt up. That is the strategy that the government has taken.
And Ashley, do you think there could be also an attempt of government trying to collaborate with some businessmen in Mount Kenya with the name of sabotaging the
Of course, they are doing that. Just like I have said, they will collaborate with some, and then they will ban others so that they can be, you see, like the way they are goons that are being paid and goons that are not being paid. So we have to accept that some thieves or some goons will come and steal, and those are the ones who are being caught, but the ones from the government are not being caught. So even there are business people who are being paid to help the government with this narrative. And then there are the innocent ones whose businesses have been burnt up. So when you mix the two, they are a good front for the government, so that the next time there is an announcement of maandamano, they will not support it. They will come out against it. So now it will not be just Ruto and the police and the politicians telling people not to come out. Now he will have the support of the business community because their businesses are being burnt up. Now my thing is this: we don't hold our governments accountable. I don't know why these business people cannot go to court to sue the government. You see, that's the thing. And we have lawyers that like to shout, but I don't see any substance in what they say. When they go to court, it's like they're going to educate a judge who was also a lawyer, so he should know that. They don't go to case. They go to show off. It is usually like a TV show. They don't go there to advocate for their client. They go there for a show. When they start saying, no, they start giving history like Kaminwa and this, and just so much talk and very little substance. Because the state has the responsibility of ensuring that people's businesses are protected. If they are made to pay for every business that is burnt down, they will stop burning down people's businesses. But instead of that, people come and say, no, goons took my money. Because how comes the police is so busy running after unarmed people, yet they fail to protect businesses? How comes they're able to protect State House? If they were so busy protecting the businesses, they would not have time. They are many enough. They are enough to be able to protect the businesses and stop running after people. Let people just do what they want to do in town. If they want to scream, they want to do whatever, they do. But they can be able to protect people's businesses, but they do not want. There are some places where the business was ransacked for 2 whole hours without any police intervention. At what point are we going to hold the police accountable for not doing their jobs? I feel like we need to see more cases in court. And I feel like even the judges need to start making the government pay.
Actually, unaona pia hizo mabiashara ambazo zinaibiwa on police supervision. What if that is the instruction? What if that is the instruction and then musimamie hiyo duka iporwe yote?
Na ndio nasema hivi, the only way you stop that, unaona vile government inafanya, ina make tusikie pain, na ndio inaua. Kama jana walikuwa na shoot, yani shot inawezaje, a stray bullet, not 1 but 2 ziniingia kwa huyu mtoto wake wa 12 years alikufa. They want to inflict pain so that the next time unasikia kuna maandamano, you will be afraid because you don't know whether you will be affected even though you are at home. So the intention was even to shoot people at home. Hii kucomplain yetu imekuwa too much. It is time to take action. They are at war, but we are not. We think it is a game. Mi huona watu wanakuja hapa Kasongo. It's not a joke, guys. It's not a joke. Once we stop taking things like jokes, like we are playing mouse and what are they called? Cat and mouse games with the Kasongo, that is the time we start winning. But we are playing games, but they are not. That's the problem we have. So if the police have not wajalinda business yako, you have a right to take them to court. The government needs to pay you because they did not safeguard your business. Na watu wale walishutiwa jana, watu wale wote walikuwa na employees who are going to work. They should sue the government because waliwaambia, Masengeli aliwaambia, the town is open only for you to go there and get shot and get attacked by the police. So was he wanting people to come there so that they can be attacked instead of telling people to stay home? Aliwaambia, it is open, you can come. And then you go there and then you find it is closed. Why are they offering contradictory contradictory messages? Are they trying to entrap people in a situation? Because ukisikia town is open alafu uende alafu unaanza kushutiwa huko ama unaanza kutupiwa tear gas, who led you to go there if not Masengeli? Why don't you take him to court? Unaona, them they are taking people to court. Na hata court ziko supposed kukuwa serious, and we need serious attorneys because they should also be easy mafliflas. Charges that they are bringing are clogging the system so that cases that have warrants, that cases that have sensible are not going through because the judge is wasting time with nonsense. He should charge the government when they bring cases that have no merit. They should be made to pay.
Ashley, let me add on that. Even those businesses that are closed because of having no security from the police, they can sue because what they told them, stay home, we will protect your business. What happened? Every business was burnt down, ransacked, everything was carried away, taken by those goons, not Gen Z. Gen Z were busy doing their protest, and yet everything was taken away. So they have a right also to go and sue them because they promised them that they are going to secure the businesses, so you don't have to come. Only to find that it was a way of putting those businessmen away so that they can do that to indicate that it is Gen Z who have done that. So that narrative did not work because even those businessmen, when they came to town, they said, this is not Gen Z. We saw everything and we know there are goons around and the police were watching. And that is how they believe that these are goons, because police were watching while these people were doing that bad stuff. So when I look at things, everybody now has a right of suing the government because what they are doing is wrong. There is an instance in Mombasa whereby so many people did not come up country. Walizuiwa huko, wakaambiwa ati train imeharibika. There were people who are coming to take their flight, going wherever they were going. They were late. They had to spend the night outside there. And then to make the matter worse, they were closed out. Waliambiwa hawezi kukaa huko ndani, wakae nje. So people were outside stranded. And some of them were coming and you see they were being told, lazima mtu awe kazini, mtu akikosa kuwa kazini, ni shauri yako utafutwa. Some people had gone there thinking that on Sunday, I'll be going back up country, to town, Nairobi, to prepare myself, go to work. They did not go to work because they were, kept in Mombasa. The train ati imeharibika, ati kwa hivyo waongoje. And it was the last minute call. Na watu wote wamelipa. So hiyo ikapotea. But people came to realize walikuwa wanazuiwa kuja wasiende maandamano. That was the reason. Because so many people had gone down to Mombasa for vacation. Sijui wanaendaga huko kutembea saa zingine. It is something known that they go down to Mombasa and then they come back after 2 weeks. So this time round, they were coming back to Nairobi. And that is how it happened. Kwa hivyo, serikali ina watu wengi sana wa kusu. Waende kotini, kila mtu awe na kesi yake, so that even them to feel the pinch. pay the damages, and so that people can see how far they can go. Kwa hivyo vile unasema Ashley, it is that the government should be taken to account that all what they are doing is wrong, and these lawyers must be serious kufanyisha hizi kesi, kwa sababu watakuwa na kesi nyingi sana. They have to be very very serious and very quick, na wasuu kila kitu ambao wanasikia mtu analalamika, genuine cases, and they are there, so many of them. So I stop there.
Aya, good. Nataka kuuliza swali lingine, because I think we have very serious efforts, whether it's Gachagua or who they are trying, or the opposition, they are trying to mudslinging into this thing. So, but maybe Joseph, I start with you. Do you think the current opposition, siongei akina Raila hiyo ilisha, do you think the current opposition has, and maybe what comment section, do you think the current opposition has power to fight this and still galvanize people against Ruto and still push forward for a winnable election, whichever the day we are going to do it? Can they fight whatever the government is doing? Because inaonekana serikali imeamua kutumia pesa, kutumia njia zote, like ni kama wamefungua foreno zote. All the valves have been opened by the government for destruction. Can the opposition be able to fight this or push this?
That's a very good question, Bonanjiro. And this one can be a yes or no answer, because I'll start with the yes one. It's because they are trying to hear what the people are saying. So wanajaribu sana their best vile wanaweza fanya, hata kama unaona wengine wao wanashikwa. They have been trying to hata kama wana pass zao mbaya, they have been trying to talk about this government and what it is doing, and how it is killing the youth and everything. Kwa noo yangu ni kusema mimi hata sijui mbona tunashinda tukiongea kuhusu election hapo. Jua huyu jamaa tukikojea hiyo miaka ingine 3 tuende election, huyu jamaa sijui atakuwa amefanya vitu ngapi. Hivi vile Ashley anaanza kutuambia hapa, amesema hapa that we need to be serious. We need to be serious now and focus, kwa sababu hata tukisema tunaenda kumtoa kwa ballot, this guy you see he is even paying businessmen to pretend that their businesses have been rooted. Are we going to be able to kutoa huyo mtu kama ameenda wazimu, the power has gone to say to his brain? Si hata ataua watu wengine zaidi.
Hebu ni share kitu hapa. I want to share something. Hawa ni mabrogas wa Ruto from Embu. This is what they are sharing. He is going nowhere after that. This is what they are sharing.
Jiro, I don't know whether you saw the conference of akina Gachagua, huyu mtu mwingine anaitwa JB, and another lawyer who was there, Karua Matiang'i, but those who had apology, lakini walitajwa hapo, wamesaini hiyo nini barua. I don't know, did you see it?
I did not see it, but I found wakisema watachukua questions.
Or just that?
Yeah.
So you saw the last part?
Yeah, I saw the last part.
Yeah, they talked so many things there, how they gonna tackle this problem. But even me, I wouldn't say much about it. I would like everybody to see it. I'll look for it and I'll send to Njiro so that everybody can listen and weigh your opinion. I'll send it to Njiro right now.
Yeah, please send for him so that he can pay for us. But you know what they say after 2007, before the post-election violence started. Walianza tu kimchezo mchezo. You remember people started kimchezo mchezo. Hata saa hizi wameanza tu hiyo kimchezo mchezo. We are not going to have elections. Awasikia ni kama ndivyo wana make straight the point. They have started that and they know. Wanajua tukikosa kuwa na election what will happen. So mi hata idea yangu ilikuwaga tugojee mpaka tuende election, lakini saa hizi hata I'm becoming restless now. I've become restless.
na nimesikia Moses Kuria ati ameresign to go and ati pursue personal interest. I hope he is not being sent by Kasongo to bring confusion to us. Wacha niwasomee the way it is saying. Yeah, Moses Kuria nimetumiwa na PK. This evening I have met my boss and my friend, President, he is still calling my friend, President William Ruto. The president has graciously accepted my decision to resign from the government. I thank President Ruto for having given me the opportunity to... Anyway, ameresign kwa hizo ofisi zake za kijinga. So, can you smell a rat there? Moses
But he is the same guy. He is the same guy who first said there is no election. So he is another one an instigator, I would say that, of problems.
And also where I smell the rat ni saa zile walisema Raila alikuja akasema ati we need a referendum. Unasikia akisema we need a referendum?
Yeah.
There I smelled a rat.
He said it.
Unajua shida mimi sisikia kwa mzee. Hebu muni brief ati alisema aje? Simusikilizangi.
Alisema that we need a referendum to fix the issues that we are having.
He said we need a conclave. You remember
listen slowly, he said we need a referendum. Yeah? Kwanza sikiza, and I wish Vijuru anaweza weka hiyo. Mimi nilikuwa namsikiza. Saa zile tu alitokea hivyo. I was listening to the whole nini. Alisema we need a referendum.
Okay.
Na baadaye akasema we need a conclave. What is a conclave even? Let him explain to us. Yeah.
Ni kama ile ya Pope. You know, the Catholic Pope, how they go in secret to decide who is going to be the Pope. So he wants, you see, whatever Moses Kuria was talking about, those elders, that they will sit down and decide how whatever. That is, Ruto doesn't want to go. He wants to include as many people in this broad-based government and give people's positions so that they can keep quiet. So the conclave is supposed to be some secret meeting where they decide how they are going to govern, and then go to the, you know, like the conclave, how they make the election of a pope. We don't know. We just wait for the smoke. So the conclave will decide who will be the president, who will be the vice president, and whatever the structure of government is going to be. And that will help us keep whatever Moses Kuria was saying, so that there is no election. So instead of having an election, they go and sit down, some special people, ndio alikuwa nasema specific people were appointed from every generation to go and sit down and make decisions how the government is going to be structured. That is what a conclave is. If you understand about the Catholic Pope and how they choose their Pope in secret, we just come and we are given a Pope. We don't know how they arrived at that Pope. That is the way he's talking about. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni kitu amesha discuss na Ruto.
Na ndio nauliza hii conclave tuende tuka anoint madara. We just
nani? It's not you. It is private. Unaonanga conclave huanga among the popes, specific popes. And they do that in secret. So it is, we appoint somebody like Gachagua and the uko wa discuss na kina Ruto behind closed doors.
So at the conclave, so wanataka, so na hiyo conclave si wanataka, sio conclave itatoa Ruto tu at the end of the day. Kwani natoa mtu mwingine?
Exactly. That is why they want it. When they are the ones who are suggesting that, what they've already decided, even maybe they already have the names and whatever they want in whatever places, they just want to include a few more people like Matiang'i. This Matiang'i, I see him jumping ship and going to Ruto side. Sasa Ruto ameanza kuona wakisi wanapotea. Hapo ni lazima his guns are at Matiang'i. If he can get Matiang'i and get Kalonzo, I think Gachagua can go to hell.
Ashley, I have a video where Raila is saying, I propose a referendum. I have it. I listened to what he was saying word by word. I think I'll play it here later. He said,
okay, I think we are speaking the same thing. What he said, some of those things that will be discussed at the conclave will require a referendum. So once they have made some decisions at the conclave, then they will bring it to the people. And some of those things that they will discuss there will require us to go to a referendum. Play the video.
Sorry, I'm going to play.
Let me tell you, Kenya sio yao. You know, this idea whereby I think Raila Odinga was speaking from entitlement. That's the only way. I think Raila Odinga is too much entitled in deliberations about Kenya, that he feels that for Kenya to make any single step, he has to be an influential figure in it. We reject any proposal from Raila Odinga. I reject any proposal from Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga has no moral authority to advise anything in Kenya. He has supervised the biggest bloodbath in our Kenyan history. Whatever is happening in Kenya is through the blessings of Raila Odinga. If Raila Odinga is not the right support machine, as he has said, sababu Raila Odinga ndiye mbaton ya Ruto. If Raila Odinga is not on the side of Ruto, Ruto angeangukanga kitambo. So Raila Odinga has continued giving Ruto additional time. And I don't know to whose benefit. It is so unfortunate that the so famed man of the history became the man now who is on the other side, actually preventing democracy in Kenya, because conclave is not democracy. Even father anaweza kuambia hiyo, conclave is not democracy. Conclave, the issues of conclave is that you have to agree with the decision of conclave, even if it is not your guy. So conclave is not democracy. Conclave is a way of life, because that's how they decided to be doing their things, because they wanted to diffuse politics out of it. So conclave is not politics. Politics cannot work in conclave, because conclave is you are subduing people to agree whether you like that person or not. Kunasemekana so and so ndiye pope, wewe hata kama umpendi, yani you have to pay your allegiance to that person whether you like it or not. So hiyo Wakatoliki ni ngumu. Let me tell you, Mama Nyakairu, are you aware that sio kila mtu anapendanga pope? Yule pope amechaguliwa.
No, yeah.
But do you know that by the time munatoka hapo munakuwa pushed, munaambiwa whatever has happened here imekwisha, you cannot go and speak against your pope. Ushapata pope, whether ulikuwa unampenda ama upendi, ushapata pope na umpende.
Na mzoe.
Father, na yule jamaa anasema ati tuende kwa hizo talks, hata condemn wale watu wameuliwa. Did you hear him condemning anything? He's just talking for hakuna kitu hata ulisikia akisema I condemn police violence. Ulisikia mpaka akitudanganya ati alishindwa vile ataenda nini, ati alikuwa amewekewa. Aliweza aje kufika Serena? Juu alikuwa anasema kulikuwa kumewekwa roadblocks kutoka Karen huko ndiko anakaa mpaka Serena alifika aje. Stop joking with people. Yeah, aliweza kufika Serena, lakini angeweza kufika Kamukonji kucheza na watu akili.
He's a turncoat.
Huyo anafaa apigwe kofi moja na ingine ya kuzindikisha na teke.
Yeah, so I think entitlement ya Raila Odinga, I think Kenya can change, we can have but how can Kenya change and elections are stolen? We don't get the people who win elections are not declared. I think Kenyan problem is perennial. We have so much problem in Kenya. We have been pretending. Unajua, Bwana Joseph and Ashley and Mama Nyakairu, do you know that we have been pretending Kenya iko sawa, and we have been mocking Uganda, we have been mocking TZ, how so sisi tuka pretend and the East status quo, sisi Kenya tuko sawa, kumbe tumelalia mamba, ama tumelalia misumari. But the truth of the matter is that Kenya tumekuwa na mashida mingi sana. So all the time inakuwa, you know, in East, we are the powerhouse of East Africa. So that has been the dialogue. Tumekuwa tukiambiwa we are the powerhouse of East Africa.
And wanasema we have democracy, the most best democracy in East Africa.
It is the horn of Africa.
Yet sasa sisi ndio tunapiga. Sijui mumeona huyo mtoto wa Kiambu amepigwa risasi akiwa kwa nyumba. Risasi imetoboa nini, alafu ikamwangukia hapa, mzazi anaona nini, damu. Have you seen that? Now that is the powerhouse of democracy. Risasi zinakuja, zinapigwa, zinaisha. Can you imagine? Risasi zinakuja, zinapigwa, the power of democracy,
Na
And
anakaza, anaweka mkazo sana vile hiyo kazi ilifanywa na nguvu, wakakuja wengi, you know, and then to make the matter worse, they arrested none. Hao maaskari wote walikuja, they arrested none. Hata kama wali arrest, I don't know in which way. Hizo bunduki walipiga,
yeah, so ndio nakwambia,
I don't understand.
I
Hizo
think
risasi ni nyingi sana, zingekuwa zimemaliza watu huko.
I think kama hii ndio barabara wanatumia kumaliza Gachagua, I think Gachagua might become the kingpin. If kama hii barabara ndio wanatumia, by the way, let me tell you, I never thought that in my life I would gravitate towards Gachagua, but I'm almost gravitating there. Every day, my distance between me and Gachagua is becoming near. And huyo jamaa kuna vile sikuanga na, lakini kuna vile sikuwa karibu, but I'm gravitating. We might meet somewhere.
Jiro, before you do anything else, there is somebody who has come in, but please play that, then we can continue. I have sent you the conference that Gachagua and his people were in.
Okay, sawa Mary, I need to, lazima nifungue in my computer. Just give me 1 minute. Jemu unaweza salimiana alafu nikukate alafu rudi tena. Na msiende pale, leo ni morpher.
Habari zenu. Kama ni mzuri ama mbaya. Wacha niwachezeka kitu hapa, nani akineni. Mnakumbuka hii? Fimbo ya nyayo yatuongoza kwenda wapi? Fimbo ya nyayo yatuongoza kwenda mbele. Ni sisi tukisikia accept status quo in the 90s that the only way is to rule by the fist. Unfortunately, there was a student there, and his name was Kasongo. He took that. He loved how Moi was worshipped, how he sang songs to Moi personally, and how he saw Moi ruling with Fimbo. Now we are here. Shida za Kenya hazijatoka Uganda, hazijatoka Tanzania, hazijatoka any other countries. Our problem in Kenya is within Kenya. And I was talking to my dad, na nikamwambia, man, niko roho yangu ina yani it's sad, because the only way forward is to go against this Fimbo ya Nyayo mentality that Ruto got from
I'm ready, tunaweza cheza alafu urudi please, ili nyama ikuwe mob.
This is the United Opposition Press statement on the heightened securitization, state-sponsored militia violence, and the rogue nature of the Ruto regime. Yesterday, armed police officers patrolling our streets shouted very clearly, "Niko na ruhusa ya kukuua, leo utalala kwa fridge." Meaning, we have the permission to kill you, and today you will sleep in the mortuary. A confirmation of Interior CS Murkomen's shoot-to-kill order issued to the police recently. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press and the international community, this is the state of our nation under the rogue Ruto regime that does not listen to anybody anymore. In 2.5 years, Ruto has turned our security apparatus into Haiti-type militia gangs who just kill aimlessly without a second thought.
Dear sharp curves, Toyota has more all-wheel drive sedans than any other brand.
As instructed by the Ruto CS, Mr. Murkomen. Even in the full glare of the media, local, regional, and international, the social media, the brutish police force and state-sponsored militia are not phased. The rights and freedoms guaranteed under our Constitution, 2010, do not stop these state-sponsored militias. They are well aware that they are protected by superiors, and the buck stops with Mr. William Ruto. Yesterday, when we should have been commemorating Sabasaba Day, remembering the painful struggle for democratization of our people's rights, the Ruto regime responded by brutally and criminally. Responded with brutality and criminality. The pattern of the attacks point out to a well-orchestrated targeted of Kenyans from Mount Kenya region who have seemingly parted ways with the Ruto anarchical regime. These are the facts we have gathered so far. Number one, on Sunday, 6th of July, on the eve of Sabasaba Day, state-sponsored militia invaded the Kenyan Human Rights Commission during a press conference. They roughed up and terrorized the attendees, particularly the women. The police failed to respond and are yet to visit the KHRC offices. Number two, early on Monday, July 7th, unmarked police vehicles transported state-sponsored militias to areas perceived as politically unfriendly to Ruto's regime, with instructions to loot, destroy specific businesses, and kill peaceful protesters. Specifically at Mount Kenya region, as was in 2023, as the Mio protest led by Raila Odinga, that the targets were members of the Luo community. These state-sponsored militias worked closely with the police and meted senseless violence, shooting aimlessly at people's homes and attacking innocent bystanders. In another chilling incident reminiscent of Boniface Kariuki's tragic killing, these rock elements executed in cold blood an innocent civilian going to work. In Kitengela, the state-sponsored militias raided the Kitengela hospital, disrupted an ongoing medical procedure, endangering the lives of patients and medical personnel, and stole medical equipment. Specific businesses, including supermarkets, were outrightly targeted for vandalization and looting of goods worth millions of shillings, while the police stood by and watched. Police trucks were seen collecting bodies of those fatally injured Kenyans across the country last night. We are yet to confirm the numbers of fatalities. We wish to state categorically that the Ruto administration, the Ministry of the Interior, the National Police Service, the Director of Criminal Investigations, and affiliated militia networks are in clear violation of our Constitution, but also constitute crimes under international law, including the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, which Kenya is a signatory to. Article 7 of the Rome Statute defines grounds for crimes against humanity, particularly in relation to Article 7, 1A, murder, F, torture, H, persecution against any identifiable group on political grounds. Article 7, 1K, other inhumane acts intentionally causing great suffering or serious injury to body or to mental or physical health. The pattern is now beyond dispute. The killings are neither accidental nor isolated. They are targeted, often at young protesters and activists. The militia are coordinated, wearing civilian clothes but operating with police protection. The use of excessive force is sanctioned at the highest levels, including public statements by cabinet secretaries and high-ranking police officials. There is no accountability, only denials, cover-ups, and state propaganda.
Now that I use Monday service, AI makes solving tickets my form of meditation. Monday service is...
This meets the threshold of a widespread and systematic attack on civilian population, particularly those perceived to oppose the government. The regime has moved from repression to full-blown persecution. We put this regime on notice. The architects, enablers, financiers, and executors of this regime's violence will be held personally liable, both locally and internationally. The day of reckoning is coming. No badge, no title, and no political alliance will shield you from justice. We call upon the public to treat this regime as a hostile regime. It's an enemy of the Constitution and of the people. It has declared war on the citizens of Kenya. And we, the people, must resist to be dragged into a state of anarchy. We, the united opposition, in solidarity with all progressive forces across this country, declare that enough is enough. 2027 is too far. We cannot allow another day of unchecked killings, another week of a security system that has become indistinguishable from colonial repression. We therefore issue this call to action. 1. Boycott all businesses, services, and institutions owned, operated, or publicly linked to this regime and its enablers. We will publicize a list of shame and call on the public to share any information on businesses affiliated to this list of shame. 2. Refuse to engage or legitimize any events, platforms, or forums organized by those who defend state violence. We cannot continue like it is business as usual. Too much blood has been spilled with zero accountability. Support community-driven resistance and citizen-led actions. Change does not come by asking nicely. It is wrestled from the hands of those who thrive on fear and oppression. Let every Kenyan understand this. This regime is now hostile. It cannot be reasoned with. It must be resisted. We will not rest. We will not retreat. We will not surrender until every drop of innocent blood is accounted for, until the oppressive weight of this regime is lifted off the shoulders of our people. Signed this day by the leaders, Honorable Martha Karua, the Right Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka authorized that it be signed on his behalf, the Right Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, the Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, Right Honorable Justin Muturi, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, Mukisa Kitui, and Saitoti Tarame. Thank you. That is our statement.
For anyone struggling...
Okay, so we can now move forward based on that. Boycott is good. Mukisa Kitui angetuambia plan ya ICC, although ICC ina meno but ni sawa. So we can now move with the dialogue based on that. So we can move on dialogue based on that. So I can see we have new entrances. Jemo ndio ulikuwa unaongea tukakukata because of that serious speech. So Jemo utaongea, then we get Roba and then Mkenya Mkora, and then we cycle back. I'm here.
Well, that speech is good, but then the speech, that is an approach Yeah, somebody that actually listen. That is a very logical approach, but Kasongo does not understand those type of things. Unfortunately, my opinion is that even Kasongo anticipates this type of speeches after something like Sabasaba. You can't plan something like Sabasaba and don't expect that the uprising of the people. So Kama, if this is the strategy, I'm telling you, only thing I like about that statement is that amesema this is a regime of what? Amesema ni regime yenye ametumia jina, it's a violent regime. Amesema it's a government that is fighting hostile regime. That is the only part that I agree with them.
What about boycotts? He has also talked of boycotts.
Boycotts don't work, my friend. The government does not care about those businesses. My friend, the government don't care about the economy. What is that? You know, where we are right now, the only thing that Kasongo cares is power. Even that economy, it might as well tank on his watch if he has to stay in power. So these boycotts only works in democratic countries that really cares about economy. A person like Kasongo does not care about boycotts. If they can, if you really care about economy, why don't you listen to the people and address the economic issues? Then the people will not be on the street. You solve your problem and build a legacy. But his legacy is that thing nilikuwa nasema, ruling by the fist. His legacy is power. Hamujaanza kuimba fimbo ya Kasongo sahi bado. Sahi mmemwimbia wimbo za Kasongo yeye. I am telling you, Kasongo is moving in a speed where he wants to rule with the fist to a point. Is he abstaining of those rallies zenye wewe Mukisa anasema? Those are the things that Kasongo. Unakumbuka Moi alikuwa anasema duka zifungwe, mkuje mkutano, msimame shule ifungwe. Ndio Njiro ulikuwa na kina Julia Roba. For those who went to school in the 90s.
Of course, akipitia town yenu lazima
mna line up kwa Uganda. Mimi nilikuwa naenda hapo UG High School na huko Eldoret. Mna line up hapo Uganda Road. Muone mzee akipita akienda huko Moi's Bridge. I'm telling you, you know, that is ruling by the fist, and that is where Kasongo is going. If you start boycotting his meetings, then when there is a mkutano, there is a holiday, nobody atafungua duka. We are headed back to that same direction. Kasongo does not care about economy. What is this Gen Z movement? Is it really about, did it start with Kasongo must go, or did it start with the economical concerns that watu walikuwa wana feel on the ground? You know, so some things, yeah, it's the only thing I may declare rightfully is that it is a hostile government, and we must resist it. But those are not the type of strategies that will work. Kasongo, anything that sounds logic, muta resist kwa masimu, na that one he will take. The only thing yenye Kasongo imemshinda is the resisting ya kwa barabara. That is the only language Kasongo understands. These other things, man, mlimuona kwa kanisa, kwa Sunday alisema atajenga kanisa mpende msipende. That means he doesn't care about your opinion. He has read the constitution. He understands Kenya is not a secular state. Kenya is a secular state. He understands everything that tuko kwa NTV Standard, KTN mkisema. This is not somebody that does not understand what the constitution says. And the constitution, most of articles on the Constitution, especially the Article 1, power belongs to the people. That's the one part that he's working against. He's not upholding that part of the Constitution. So by the time you dig deeper into sijui ati Kenya is not a secular state, kwani unafikiri Kenya is a secular state, it's not a religious state. Kwa unafikiria by the time amekiuka nguvu zako kama mwananchi, si atajenga kanisa upende usipende. That's why I started na hiyo wimbo ya fimbo ya nyayo. Inatuongoza wapi? Inatupeleka mbele. By the time Kenyans were singing praise about a man that was ruling by the fist, and that ukienda show ya agriculture, ukienda anything, it was praises to the men. There were a lot of people that were actually envying that position because of those things, or there were a lot of people who were taking notes and they were waiting to be given an opportunity. And unfortunately, Kasongo was one of those people. He understands you can rule Kenya without an economical agenda for more than 2 terms. Ndio ulikuwa unasikia wakisema 10 bila break tutajaza kura. He understands that language. And since he wants to rule like Moi, I believe he wants to outdo Moi. Msikashangae Kasongo akiongoza Kenya for more than 24 years. Tukicheza cheza. And that's why nilikuwa nasema, I was talking to my dad. I was wondering, so what's the way forward? Mkikaa, if you take defeat, Kasongo will rule for, atakuwa Museveni number 2. Because there's no way mtatoa Kasongo hapa. With those things Mkiza amesema, that mkitoka, no matter your affiliation, no matter what, you'll be subjected to the local laws and international laws. That means those people won't want to get out of power, especially Kasongo. So what happens? Do we look at the pictures of Sabasaba and say, no, we give up? Or do we double down and push harder? I've been encouraged with what I've been seeing on X, where a lot of people are posting, if she does a Kenya ni a Kikuyu, then my name is Olo Karaoke. My name is Wafula Wanyoike. Nikaona hata some Kalenjins wanasema Kiptoka Mau. We have to overcome the same thing that has been putting these people back to power, the same narrative that Moi used and Kasongo is using, because if we fail to do that, the next president is also taking someone, might not be the next one, but somewhere down the line where when Kasongo will be gone and out of this world, there is a student watching, and then most of them work kwa hiyo government. There are students, and it might not be someone from the Kasongo land. It might be someone from your own tribe that's taking notes. And when given an opportunity, they will apply the same things that work, because that's the only way they saw someone can be in power and actually not perform and stay in power. The narrative ya kusema it's a Kikuyu thing, it's a Luo thing, that is actually, it's gone. We have to fight for our country. We have to resist. I don't think hiyo party ya Mkisa ya kusema boycotting it's not a realistic way, but the one point I agree with that, we have to resist. We have to double down. It is unfortunate, but that's the only way. If we stay and watch Kasongo take off, Leo, I was watching someone was breaking down. The IBC needs to be formed within 2 years. Where is IBC right now? I think they have some of their own challenges. And I believe we are getting to that deadline where if IBC is not formed within the next 3 months with someone ameapishwa mbele ya nini, even if it's Kasongo's people, then we might not have an election. So a lot of what Kina Moses Kuria was saying is actually come to pass. These people get controversial guys, that way we end up back in court and fight it for another 3 months, then boom, the deadline for having a working IBC based on constitution has come and gone. Now what does Kasongo do? He will start saying, I don't have the powers to mess with the constitution. I have to uphold what is there. And that means he will stay in power. So we just have to fight for our country. The pictures from yesterday was sad. Actually, nimeshindwa hata the 25th ile ya June I could handle it. Ya jana I couldn't. It's a sad state of the country where there was no major maandamano, but they came for you guys. They came for the people. They were sending messages and those things that real police walikuwa wanasema we have permission to kill. So at the end of the day, we have to think. I'm gonna ask, there is the narrative here, Mount Kenya. So let's say Mount Kenya goes silent today. What happens in the country? Or everybody within their communities needs to ask that question. If the government is saying Mount Kenya is the problem, and it's this Kikuyus, let's say Kikuyus go quiet. What happens to the country? Because those atrocities will continue. And who are you gonna blame? Are you gonna blame yourself? Are we gonna blame our naivety? Are we just gonna put this agenda Mount Kenya versus Bom de la Ufa versus Coast aside and say this is our country and we need to rescue it from that Kasongo who has no plan to leave, who wants to lead with the fimbo ya Nyayo? I was talking to my dad too, and I was asking, I'm seeing these pictures of the leaders going to meetings, people like Inasudi, wamerudi kwa ile era ya kubeba mafimbo. Everybody wanatembea na mafimbo. You are not an old man. I understand is that one ya style and the Niger approach, but unaona watu wanabeba fimbo, and when they're speaking to you mwananchi anakupoint na hiyo fimbo. Those things we didn't see it. Ama mi memory yangu ni mbaya, sikuiona time ya Uhuru na sikuiona sana time ya Kibaki. What are we taking our country back to? We need to resist this government. And 2027, I believe, is too far. Mutiso amesema, and I don't think there's election, honestly speaking. We just have to find a way to teach the next presidents, whoever that's going to be the next presidents in the future to come, that we are not going back to this type of leadership. We are not going back to status quo, not in our country. So that's my take for now. And we just need to continue praying for the nation, that we continue to rise up and we continue to push Kasongo to a point that he himself is not going to handle the pressure, either exit or something. That's my take, Anjiro.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me allow Roband Mkenya Mkoronge, but niko na ka video ya Kindiki predict everything which is happening now. He was in the other regime when they were also being fought by Uhuru, and he did serious play. But sicheze sahi, so wacha Robana Mkenya Mkora waongee. I want us to percolate about that. So Roba, go ahead.
Thank you, Nchiro. Thank you, Chimo. I think I disagree with the idea of saying there will be no election in Kenya. I know that's your opinion, but 100% I disagree with you. And I did watch also what's his name? The guy you were talking about election. I think what he meant was the election would be like 2002, simply because that moment there will be no. I think from what I read and from what he said, maybe I'm wrong. He said, come 2027, Sakai is going to be divided in a landslide. It's just like we go there, what do people, because it's not going to be crossed. Might be wrong. Maybe I didn't watch the rest of the interview. But let me go back and just try to focus on what's going on in the country right now. For what happened yesterday and the day after now, when everything is coming up the air, I mean, I'm kind of disappointed because if you look, the people were killed. Some of them, they were not even on Imandamano. And yesterday you were here in Jira. I kept on asking people and nobody's answering me. Why is it that these people now they decided to go to the estates to attack people? Before they didn't want them to go to town. They didn't want to go to town down in Nairobi. Okay, they crossed it, they crossed their roads and everything. Then they could have just ended there and leave the people at the estates alone. Why are you following them there? And now, like you see, the 12th girl was killed. And now we have 11 people died, and I think it's more than that. It makes no sense at all. And for me, I think Ruto is a dictator. Where I was telling you, I mean, I like people's opinion, but where I was telling us, this guy is more than Moi. What he's doing right now is more than what Moi did already. And the one thing I believe in is not going to work because we are in a different those are the 90s, and now we are where we are. So it's not be the same thing. But here's the thing. I saw there was pray. I mean, the time we just prayed about Mukishia. I hope I'm pronouncing his name properly. The news conference. You can't just say, "Oh, because what he said that boycotting never works." I mean, that's something's better than nothing. They just starting. They said they'll be releasing the number. What has to be boycotted? I'm very sure this time it won't work. It's going to work about the boycott if that one comes to that. But the one thing I'm very disappointed. One thing I'm very disappointed is about the parliament. None of the people have come up like as a unit parliament to say, you know what, let's dissect what happened on Monday. I don't see nobody. You just coming up and saying, well, just tell us what happened. The people who died, they died for nothing because, to tell the truth, this was caused by a setup. This something was prearranged by the government. So the government was behind provoking some of these people. Not only that, it was intentional. I don't know what they are thinking. I think somebody's advising them that if they can do such a thing like trying to attack, I mean, they are trying also to show us they're strong or something. I don't know what they have in mind, but at the end of the day, we have to condemn what happened. Somebody has to tell this man what he's doing is wrong. And the people who died, some of them are the young kids who died. It doesn't matter, young, old. They don't have the right to take their lives. All of them were shot. What they did, nobody knows. So my question to everybody here, or like someone asked, what's the way forward? For me, the way forward, this man has to go. He has to go. And the only problem we have on our way is Raila Odinga. Is the problem. And this problem would not exist if it was not Raila. If Raila could have let this thing go when we started, by now Ruto would be gone. But because of Raila, he comes in, he has some followers, he has some other things, he has some other people. Okay, he's hanging there. But by 2027, I hope Kenyans will not forget what's going on. We will not forget this kind of moments where we know this guy is a dictator. Even if, let's go, let's talk to our people, let's advise them. 2027, Sakai will just come out and consider an election even before we fought, because he knows he's going to be out. We let's not give him even room. And whoever's going to support Sakayo in terms of whoever's in opposition right now, including Raila Odinga, hell with them. Let them go to hell if they support this man. This man, Uhuru, told us about what his intention was. 2 years and a half. I think it's 2.5 years right now since he came in. We see what we get. Exactly what Uhuru predicted. I understand some people are saying people from the mountain, they voted him in. That's fine. Now they have realized that this man is a dictator. So, and that's the problem. When we were fighting from the other side about this man, the other side was watching. Now it's the other way around. And that's how stupid we are as Kenyans. We should unite against this dictatorship. This dictatorship, this man is just creating all these killings. Who's accountable for? All these killings. We want justice for all these people. And I hope the international community will get involved. This is a pure dictatorship. This is a dictatorship. These people, the people are advising him, and that's where I think he's going wrong. And somebody has to tell him that. They are the people who are saying, if you do this and that, they are going to get scared. Scared of what? Scared of what? They think by killing people the way they did is going to scare people going forward? Hell no. What they did, they made their situation even more and more worse. What I've always said, when you become a president, like the way you got the opportunity to become a president, all you had to do is to unite the country and try to jumpstart the economy. He could have served even a second term if that's what he could have done. Instead, he came into revenge. He came in with the mentality that he can do what he wants. Some of the things he has done is this. He has come in, he has changed everything. Remember, we were civilized world. We were coming civilized to Uhuru Kenyatta. We didn't know anything about, remember, we were following the constitution the way it's supposed to be, where parliament allocates everything which is supposed to be done in the country. That's where everything comes there. If we want financing and other things come from parliament. But that one has been turned around by this man so that now everybody's just like Ruto. I want to do something. I want a project, Ruto. So everything comes from Ruto. He has turned within 2 years. What he has able to do is to take us back to mentality where we know everything came from the president. When our new constitution 2010 says the county governments and the national governments, they are all responsible for development. He has changed that narrative now. We have come away now, we worship him. He thinks he's the king. He thinks he's everything. He thinks he's whatever, I don't know what. He can do what he wants. Can you something that change the way I want? This one, I can do this the way I want. Is not respecting a constitution, which he was against. He was against this constitution. And what we have to do now, somewhere, he has to ask himself, what's good for the country? Do we want Ruto to go? I want Ruto to go as yesterday. But how does he go? The best thing going forward is to unite as a country. And let's bomb him one more time. Let's want maybe another man, we demand him to go. But if we don't, then they are trying to do a scheme, maybe to lead the next election, which if he does, is going to be more bloodshed. I mean, to finish, I think we are. It's just like we are under. We are just like what's. There's nothing here. It's just like we are about to enter the Indian Ocean. We are about to. But is there a way we can make ourselves together, which just for safety, just we don't get to the ocean because that's where Ruto is taking us. And the courage in community. Some of them looks their silence. Some of them they are not even saying. And the worst part of it, and painful. So to say, some of you, we are on the same group. The same people we were supporting, people like Joe or the OTM. They are the people now who have turned away on us. They are now, they are on the other side. Mungu awashinde wakufe wote. Those people, I saw the thing on Osoro and the other people now in Mombasa where they are saying with the mama, oh, I have to support Ruto. Support a devil? Support a devil? The same thing from OTM now, that's what they have decided. That's the way to go now. Now, is that what the headers want to tell us? Because I think that's where they're headed to. Hell with them, if that's the way. Wakufe wote. Thank you.
Haya, Mkenya Mkora.
Hi, Njiru. I hope I'm audible. I first of all just want to say I first of all want to condole with the guys, everyone, since those people who are the families and the people that have lost their lives since this movement started. I honestly want to condole with them and tell them that they're our heroes, and the parents and the families to hold on and understand that even though they lost someone, those people are our heroes. All of them, even the ones that are not really recorded, because I now understand there's a lot that have not been recorded that went without people knowing because they were just not documented. That's my starting first. Njiru, I've come to realize that sometimes there are things people say sarcastically and people don't take things sarcastically. There are a lot of people in our society that do not understand sarcasm. And it's one of the things that also destroyed our society, to where people say something and the people do not get it. And for my opening remark, I just want to, first of all, just attack the Constitution. You know, I'm a big constitutionalist, and I've always been a stickler of a Constitution. But one thing we've never understood, or we've never said, and this is not sarcasm, is that that Constitution is actually a covenant of how we're going to live together from different aspects of life, but living together. And that's why our Constitution is tied to the boundaries of our republic, which is called Kenya. But that's an agreement. It's not a must. If the agreement does not work, that Constitution can be kept aside. We go look for another one. While we're looking for another one, we will still live. It's amorphous. It moves. And that's why you hear amendments. Because if something doesn't work, it's not working. So someone cannot stay there and mitigate all the evils of this world. And he sits there and tells you, no, I have the Constitution. No, the Constitution is as the public. It's not you. We are the one that made it. We are the one that decided we're going to have a system of living that we'll have a president, we'll have someone, we even brought, all sorts of people, MCAs and everything. Other than that, everybody used to stay in their home. Nobody used to fight. So it's not a must. So if Ruto is coming here to tell us that unataka niende aje na constitution inasema hivi, I mean, it's utter nonsense. We are telling you, go. We are the founders of the Constitution. It's not you. We are the one that actually decide to follow the Constitution. We can decide not to follow that Constitution because you're not following it yourself. So why should we follow it? It's not a must. Now, I want to bring light to another country here that I've been following so much, Serbia. Serbia is actually going through the same thing that we're doing, and I'm looking at them carefully. And they have their elections also in 2027, which I don't think our elections should be in 2027. But I'm looking at them closely, and everything that is happening in Kenya is happening in Serbia. Why did I go to Serbia? You can also look at the African countries, what some of them are starting to do. It's just there's a wave of people that have been rated third world and second world and whatever they want to rate. Guys are just standing up and they're saying, we don't care about these superpowers. We don't care about their influences in our countries. We don't care about anything. We want to enlighten ourselves and be somewhere. Njiro, you were here when I was saying Ruto is playing with a different regime and different kind of caliber of people who are very educated and understand what they are happening. I heard Robert, thank you for that. I heard what you said. But more is time. The people didn't even have phones to record things that are happening right now. The records that we're seeing, the video of that kijana kuvutanishwa na ashapigwa bunduki, and nobody is even undermining. And I like the gist of these guys, where they come and hype the way they did, and then they backed down. And now it was the police actually just undermining by themselves, with these guys doing their things. I mean, in CBD, but people undermining outside CBD. But in CBD, when they didn't get anything because they'd already been brought into the station, they had to go do something. They go now start killing people in Kitengela for no good reason. How do you enter a whole inaitwaje plot mzima, unaingia huko unachapa madirisha, we can see you ukibeba maviti. I don't know if you saw that video. It's just something out of this world. And I'm coming to a point, Njiro. Just let me put one more point here, and then I'll put the other one. Njiro, there's something a leader, and I don't know if I want to call these people leaders anymore, that was talking in a very coded language, a Rift Valley leader, wanna be, or be, whatever, think is a goon to my eyes, talking about mtaenda huko kwenye mkae huko na sisi tubaki huku na tukae kivyetu. Don't you think that is the same thing of, what was it, Madoadoa of 2007, 2008, that made people fight, that made people go to ICC? Who was he talking about? So he's telling other tribes, leave Rift Valley if you're not going to toe the line, you go live out there. It's kind of like with Atuna Kwetu. We can go and leave them there and tell them, even those ones that are on our side, let them also head out. Waelekee pia. That kind of rhetoric that is coming, that is meant to threaten other people to toe the line, is what exactly burnt the country in 2007, 2008. Because all that drama happened in Rift Valley. And it's something, Njiru, I've always told you, if you bury something under the carpet, itaanza kunuka bado. It is the same thing that is coming out. It's the same thing that when Ruto says anajenga nini kanisa, anaambiwa kwanza endo ujenge Kiambaa. Because people never want to talk about this, where the root problem is. Why is people telling him kwanza jenga Kiambaa? Because also now, I mean, I heard even the Muslims saying wanataka pia kanisa yao nini State House, and then pia walevi nao akasema wanataka pia baa zao nini State House. But who enters State House? And where do you, one point, I heard him the other day akijitetea that he didn't say 1.2 million yoni ya kuekelewa. I mean 1.2 billion. But we saw the budget. Because for Ruto has decided that these Kenyans ni watu wajinga kabisa, you can just unaweza wapeleka hivi useme hivi kitu ya leo ama ufanye kitu hivi, and then cause unadhania wajui, then uende useme kitu ingine ukuje ujitetee. Nonsense. And that is the nonsense that I'm saying. And I saw Raila trying to turn back and tell us about Sabasaba. I don't know what he's trying to turn back. He's already gone. He never understood that a mandamano can happen without him. No one wants him to mandamano. We told him, kaa nyumbani, we'll do this, then we'll catch you. Yendo ametuharibia kitu yote because when he went, he gave Ruto some cahoots of feeling like he has something. Because alikuwa ameshikwa mahali where we wanted to get as a country. So Raila, I don't even want to talk about him. I mean, he failed me as my former party leader. Now, in my conclusion, I'm going to say this. I understand there's a split kind of decision in Kenya with this mandamano and the agitation because of the guys who are dying. Every time there's a mandamano, these guys want to come and kill you, even if you didn't go for that mandamano, because they want you to be so scared of this government that you cannot do anything. He wants to rule by force, by fire. I saw him giving, I don't know what ovation of a Chinese guy. And I was wondering, you're giving in what terms? I mean, you don't even have it. You don't even have that authority from the people of Kenya. What I'm trying to say is that I think it has come a point. I rewatched the movie Sarafina again. I know most of you guys have watched Sarafina. And that's why we normally say freedom is coming. These kids, they were high school kids, and they decided it doesn't matter how much you try to kill us, it's going to change. Now, I'm not advocating for people being killed, but I think the movement has to continue. And as I completely finish this opening remark in this show, thank you, Njiri, for always giving us this. I was watching the mandamano yesterday, and I really saw very good police and very good guys who are just interacting with the police, and I've seen it over and over and over again. In fact, there was a police that alikuwa naletea watu mkate na mayai, and then there was also guys, wanaletea mapolisi and everything. So now, and this is a question to all panelists, I'm starting to think that maybe we have two types of police in Kenya, because most of the police that I'm seeing are very good with people. But then again, there are some police that are coming in at a certain time. And do we know if these guys are really police? Because hata ukisikizi makesi tumepata, and I'm not a tribal in any way and form. In fact, I have Kale family. But how comes hizi makesi tunapata zote mapolisi wote ni jina ni ile ile? I don't want to talk like Alonzo that your name betrays yourself. I mean, you. But what is this that in the morning when people are nice and people are hanging out with the police, they are having conversations, wanashare chakula, wengine wanaletewa, you remember the other one, aliletewa chapo, and they are having a conversation and these guys are not fighting. But then it gets to a certain time and a certain place, and that's when hell breaks loose. Is it that maybe there are some people who, we never ask this police, just because I'm a uniform, we never ask them, can you show me your ID? What's your name? Namba yako ni gani? Maybe tunaweza pata hizi Goons hata mnasema hizo vitu mnasema, maybe hata kuna mapolisi wenye hata they are not police or they are former polices, and actually they are in there to do something in the wamevaa nini sare za polisi. Because I've seen this other police, wengine they don't have a problem, wako sawa tu, they are not even running after these guys, they are walking with them, they are sitting with them, they are eating with them, they are giving, yani hata kuna kadem kalikuwa kakikatia moja jana, So I don't know. That's a question that I'm in a limbo with, and maybe hiyo ndio kitu imenileta sana hapa hivi. Mnaweza dhani kuna watu tu wanapewa nguo za polisi waende wakafanya kitu fulani, because a normal police, my uncle is a police officer. I was talking to him. It's like, ai, we, si hatukwangi nayo maneno, si tunaendanga tu, tunakaa tu huko, tunapiga raundi na wao, na sisi tunafanya vitu zetu, na si hatujaipata hizo mashida, hata watusumbuagi. So, even my schoolmate, my classmate, who's a big police officer, a big person in the police service, he tells me, hizo vitu tunazionanga kwa news pia sisi. So, what is really happening in this country? Njiru, let me just rest at that. Najua nimewatupia nini mingi, but if somebody can ask me, can answer me.
Yeah. Okay, ni sawa.
Yeah.
We will be getting back. Wacha niwape huyu jamaa. I don't know right now why is the government 2G, and yeye ndiye alituletea hii. During Uhuru time he saw it.
I want to thank the chairperson of the Security Committee for the report. Mr. Speaker, however, that report is extremely underwhelming. It actually makes a big joke of this House and the institution of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I am here on Standing Order 105, read together with Standing Order 60, which allows any senator to move a motion without any notice. And this motion is moved under paragraph H of Standing Order 60, read together with Standing Order number 1, Mr. Speaker, which gives you vast powers on procedural issues. Mr. Speaker, today is a sad day for our country. Let me go direct to the point. We have no business being here discussing anything if the senator for Kakamega, Cleophas Malala, the senator for Bomet, Dr. Lagat, and the senator for Samburu, Dr. Stephen Lelewe, are not here. Mr. Speaker, we may be here making speeches and trivializing a very grave matter. It took a desperate young man in Tunisia to burn himself to cause a big change in that country. Mr. Speaker, we are willing to come back subject to the 3 days notice. We are willing to come back on Friday, on Saturday, on Sunday, any day, any hour. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution says this House can sit anywhere, anytime, any hour, as decided by this House for the interest of the country. I saw the other day, I listened with disbelief as senators tried to flaunt and flag curfew regulations and applying curfew on this House. Mr. Speaker, if this House is called to decide whether or not the president should deploy the Kenya Defense Forces in war to defend our country, this House can meet at 4 a.m. in the morning, any day, with curfew, without curfew. And Mr. Speaker, with due respect to the COVID protocols, there is no way this House can be treated as if we are coming here for disco, so that at 9 p.m., if you're in a disco, you go home. Mr. Speaker, Parliament of Kenya must face the executive head-on. The Parliament of Kenya must face the judiciary head-on. There is no way we are going to entertain any arm of government to run this institution. We will not allow it. We are not kidding. We are not playing games. Arrest us, kill us, torture us. We will not yield. Mr. Speaker, the kind of anger we have caused in this country, I dread, God forbid, is the kind of anger that made the citizens of Burkina Faso to burn down parliament. And when the president of Burkina Faso, that was 3 years ago, I'm not talking about prehistory. When the president of Burkina Faso had the parliament is in flames, he fled. His name is Blaise Compaoré. That's how he was voted out of office, by fire. Mr. Speaker, by fire, by force. Bring the senator of Kakamega, bring the senator of Samburu, and bring the senator of Bomet. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adjourn until when our 3 colleagues will be here. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor the point. I know the trick. Those who are peddling a dangerous formula of dividing revenue in this country are using. They think without these 3, they have 24 senators to pass this ugly formula. We will not allow it. Mr. Speaker, I have before me here a letter which you have received in your office 10 minutes ago from the senator of Kakamega, Cleophas Malala, saying nobody should try to vote in his place. And I'm going to table it. It's received in your office. We cannot come here and trivialize a serious constitutional institution like the Senate. We cannot. And Mr. Speaker, today, history is before you. Today, destiny is staring at you. As the Speaker, who will deliver this Senate from the bondage of malevolent and capricious men. I want to end, Mr. Speaker. You know, there are people, and I'm glad some of our colleagues who were opposed to, who were trying to peddle this formula, toned down, including my student, the senator for Muranga. He has toned down. Mr. Speaker, there are people who have not given up, and they are trivializing this matter. And they think they are very big. We are being treated to things like system and deep state and deep what. Mr. Speaker, history is replete with strong, generous, and powerful kings and monarchs who have been brought down by the power of the people. And Mr. Speaker, today I want to remind them of a man called Belshazzar, a man who God favored to be king in the book of Daniel. Instead of being grateful that God has honored you among so many millions of citizens to be their leader, he entertained a government that was so divisive, so oppressive. And he did a big party and called all the important men whose fathers and mothers were important people at that time. And the Bible says he made a feast. And he entertained them in that feast, and even went on to commit sacrilege by using the utensils that had been taken from the temple to commit and drink the drink of fornication using the vessels taken from the temple. Mr. Speaker, as they were enjoying, as they were making merry, as the deep state was celebrating, as the system was celebrating, suddenly, and I say suddenly, there is going to be a war in this country. There is going to be a writing on the wall. Many, Tekel and Parisi.
There is going to be a war in this country. He is now the stooge deputy president of Kenya. I don't get it. Huh? Sijui, when people on the other side. Anyway, I wanted that was Kandiki that time. Sijui kama ameweza ku mobilize Wameru wenzake and the people from Tharakanithi. Sasa watu wote wa Tharakanithi wako pande yake. I believe so. Na Moses Kuria, don't take him serious. Mimi naona ametumwa na Kasongo kukuja anzie kuweka mashindano ya division. Tumeshikana vibaya sana, lakini huyu Moses Kuria anaweza kuwa anatumika. Yeah, so history ya kuresign, don't take it as he is on our side. Hapana. Ukitaka kujua mtu wako pande yetu, look at the rhetoric. Angalia watu kama Mukisa Kitui, how they are talking. Very straight talk. They can tell you the temperature of the government. Lakini Moses Kuria, don't take him serious. Hata asikuje mikutano yetu. And
Njiru, sorry, I'm leaving, lakini nitarudi. Nini, but I just wanted vitu mbili tu haraka haraka. Do you remember Kindiki at the time of election venye alinyimwa kuwa deputy? He said he's retired from politics, he's not going to take any elective or even appointive seat. That's what he said from his own mouth. Okay. Kitu ingine nilikuwa nataka kuongeza before I leave, lakini I'll come back. Just utaniangalia utaona nikirudi. Kuna hiyo kitu ingine nilikuwa nimesahau. Lest we forget this narrative of it's Mount Kenya inaharibu kila kitu mpaka Kisumu and everything. Njiru, please, if you can find that video, I know you know which video I'm talking. The video, mtu mmoja tu tunamjua anaitwa Kasongo, kwani nadanganya nini? Alisema vizuri, na Alex ndo alituchezeanga hiyo kitu hapa for the first time. Ile alisemanga, kama kuna mtu ako na shida na sijasema ni sisi, lakini kwanza unachukua serikali ndio ufanye whatever. You know that video. If you can play it so that we understand why they are not talking about the whole country or the Gen Zs. They want to balkanize one tribe in something. This is not a Kikuyu affair. This is the whole country's affair. Am I a Kikuyu? Anyways, but I'll come back, but I'll be listening from the back.
So, Joseph, take over. I'll still be here. Nikipata hiyo video nitawaleta. So there is Joseph, there is Ashley. So Joseph, if you want to end, you can end. Alafu unaweza leta Ashley, and we cycle back again.
Thank you, Njiru. For me, it's just simple what I said. Nimeandika tu hapo juu. There is no other thing I'm thinking about right now. I'm just thinking of that one thing. Kuna kitu kingine nitafikiria. Hata watu washini wakisema hapa about IBC na nini. There is nothing else I'm thinking in my mind. Hiyo tu ndio. Na hiyo imekwamia kwa akili yangu. Sababu this guy we are going against a guy who is very very is a militia. Huyu ni barbecue, hata hakuna tofauti yake na barbecue yule wa Haiti. We are dealing with the barbecue. And Father Didi ameniambia hapo, I'll quote him in his absence. Kuna kitu alikuwa ameniambia hapo juu about Moses Kuria, because I told him he's a nobody. Let me yield my time to Ashley.
Okay, before Ashley, wacha nicheze hiyo video courtesy of Mkenya Mkora. It's a serious video. We need to always be referencing to. I agree. So wacha niwacheze all the time. Hii ndio moto yetu. We have to listen to this all the time.
Mimi nauliza nyinyi, kama mko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa sawa? Lakini ikifika mahali
no need to move further than that. Actually, go ahead.
Wow. You know something that is making me not understand us. Kuna watu wanasema ati mulikuwa mna watch while Ruto was killing us. Watu wa Raila. And I am like, so you want to punish those who are watching instead of punishing the one who was killing you. Now you want to side with the murderer because somebody did not take action. And who is the beneficiary if not the murderer? So you would rather help the murderer who killed your people instead of siding with the person now who has amezinduka kimawazo, get enlightenment. You see, unaweza kuwa kwa kitu na hauelewi. Then when you come to a realization, someone wants to victimize you because you are in the dark, instead of celebrating that now you understand as they do, and then you work, you team up to take out
or
the murderer.
or forfeit. Nitonga forfeit sele utai kucheza game. Don't participate.
No, but it is so serious,
They are
guys.
participating. No, they are participating by
No,
propping
but
up the
the thing is, you're fighting the wrong person, because this person, maybe they supported that person because they didn't have understanding, ama walikuwa na wamedanganywa, because even them ni kudanganywa, wamedanganywa, they've been given a narrative. And that is why even when Ojwang was killed, because the people who they've been told is their enemy were out demonstrating, they refused to go out. And can you imagine if Ojwang woke up and saw that people from his tribe or his region were not even protesting that he was killed? They were not, because their hatred, they say that the Kikuyu hate them, but I think their hatred is 100 times more, that they could let their son be killed and not protest because they didn't want to join the Kikuyus. That is how much they hate people, because they think, I don't know what they think, but I can't see how I can hate somebody who doesn't think always like myself in favor of a murderer who has killed my people. Do you know how twisted that is? I am not able to perceive that thinking, that twisted thinking. Now, after even other parts of the world, nimeona hiyo kitu ikifanyika. Oh, you didn't support us with this, so even us, we are not going to support you with this. So who is the beneficiary than the aggressor? How stupid. And that is how our politicians want us. When we are against each other and they continue to thrive, because the common denominator is Ruto. In 2022, when Raila was on the street, it is his people who are killed. Those people who are supporting Matiang'i. During Ohuru's term, it is Ruto's, it is Raila's people who are killed before Raila joined the government in a handshake. So that time, the Kikuyus were sold to the idea that these Luos, their work is to destroy our businesses. Sasa, since they are stupid enough to believe that narrative, they believed it. Sasa wamefunguka macho. Na ile side ingine sasa imeuziwa narrative that these Kikuyus, they never even want to give you a chance. But now if you look at the person we are being told to give a chance, which is Raila, now you can see the kind of person he is. So who is to tell you the things that he has been saying he will do when he becomes president? He was even ever going to do one. Because hata hii kitu wameandika 10-point agenda, nothing has been fulfilled. They said if you kill one more person, if you abduct one more person, this thing is off. How many have been killed? How many have been abducted? Have they even threatened to leave the broad-based government? No, they have not. So what tells you that if we listen to Uhuru and elected Raila, that Raila would not be doing what Ruto is doing? He's joined him in government. What better proof do you need to know that both Ruto and Raila are defective and none of them is worthy to be president of Kenya? That even that direction we were being led was out of selfish interest of Uhuru. It wasn't because of his love for country. It was because he was seeing where is his interest going to be more protected, because he wanted the BBI to be effected and Raila had agreed. That is the sole reason otherwise, if he was so convinced that Ruto was that bad, he should never have given the presidency to him. For his love for country, he would have rather given it to the military and say, I cannot, in my sense, knowing what I know, transfer this power to this man. I can't. But he did. So anyway, I'll stop there. I don't want to get in trouble with a lot of people because some of us are still in our cocoons, tribal cocoons. Now, these tribal cocoons are not helping us. They are helping these common denominators, the beneficiaries. These narratives help the beneficiaries. This narrative of supporting now the Raila's people are with Ruto is a narrative that helps Ruto, because who is the common denominator? It is Ruto all through. He's the one who killed people during the 2022 when Raila was protesting. He's the one who was killing them, and he did kill them. He went to their homes and took them out. I remember how mad Wanga was, yet today Wanga is laughing with Ruto and saying Kumi bila break. He the murderer of her people. Anasema Kumi bila break, because she hates a certain tribe so much that hatred is enough to unite her with her murderer. Think about that. Tunashtabu hii Kenya. I don't even know how. I don't know how you can hate someone else because they have been deceived, because it is deceivement. Hata hawa watu wengine, let us not hate them. Hawa watu wako ODM, let us help them see the light. Let us try to talk sense to them. There are some who will not leave because wako beholden. Kuna watu wanakula kutoka hiyo side and you cannot change them. So Jesus said, ukienda pahali, ukipreach, if they reject you, wipe your feet and go. So there are some people whom you have to wipe your feet and go and accept that is who they are going to support. Whether their people is atakula huyo mtu, ataua huyo mtu na amkula, they will support that person regardless. But then kuna wale innocent. Even in Kikuyu land, kuna wale innocent, and they were deceived, and they thought hata police wanafanya vifitu wakistopi maandamano wakikuwa violent, because they were sold to a narrative and they bought. Sasa wamefungua macho, wameiona because imekam kwao. Unfortunately, some of us and most of us, until something happened to us, we are unable to empathize, unfortunately. And I want to thank everybody who is out of the country and has time, because a lot of people say, it won't bother me. I don't want to get bothered na hizo vitu za Kenya, because they are not affected. So most of the time we only are, invested when something is affecting us. When it doesn't affect us, we don't want to relate. Na hiyo ndio problem yetu wa Kenya. Because sioni mtu kama huyo awana wakisema ati kumi bila break. Sasa wana support because Raila wamewambia yeye anaishingia hapo Jacaranda without food, without direction. Watoto wa mtu kama Raila, they are doing something because the dad has money. If Raila loved them so much, he would do not handouts where you have to live like beggars waiting for money from politicians, but he would do something to give them a skill that will give them a source of income where they don't have to depend on anyone. But they can't see that. Sasa badala ya kuwa hate, tuko supposed kuwarumia, we talk to them and pray for them, guys, because it does not make sense how someone can support the person who killed their people because they want the other side to suffer, without understanding that this person who killed your people now is killing those other people. So the beneficiary, common denominator, is Ruto. Yeah, and you ana rip on all sides. Alafu hiyo side kikataa kuwa, atakuja auze hii narrative ingine. Now, people in Ojuang's place, they burnt a police station. Have you seen that issue being magnified? No. It's been swept under the rug. Nobody is talking about it. Yet, ile police station ya Kikuyu, there are people right now in jail because they are accused of organizing for people to ban it. So I'm like, tunasemanga, how can they not understand? It is by design that they don't understand And I know I'm going to a different topic now. So they want to catch people who were responsible for organizing for goons. Sasa wameanza kushika leaders. That person who is doing that, juu ni huku kwa interior, how comes when it comes to Langat, and he's the one who organized for Ojuang aende akachukuliwe, how comes hapo they don't seem to understand that he's responsible? You know, sometimes we just sit down and you're like, God have mercy. Ile game tunachezewa hapa. And that's why I say, people say don't have Ruto for a discussion. Personally, I think I would like him to see. I interview and news people. I would like him to come to a forum like this, or a forum like X, or a forum like TikTok, and meet the people. Have people ask him questions and have the right to reply. Atuambie hizo, atupatie hizi answers zake za kijinga until we expose him. Hii kukata dialogue na yeye, I feel like it prevents him. I would like to get him on record saying nonsense. Kasa hii akikama seme, I'm using my own money so that someone can ask, na hizi pesa umemekaje? Ulienda ukapatiana huku, where are you getting all this money? But when we say we don't want a dialogue with him, then we help him answer some very pertinent questions. So I'll stop there. I have a lot to say, but I think I'll leave it for next time and get the next person. But before I go, I wanted to say, I saw a saying that says that a chameleon changes color to the match, like the role it has. Kama hapo ya Kindiki, at that time, his color was that. Now he has changed. Now, if you want to test the true character of a man, give him power. Even Gashagwa, I'm going to go there. When he had power, he was a different man. Right now, he has changed. And who is to tell you that you give him power again, he will not go back to default setting? The same with Matiang'i. I am going to ask us as Kenyans, please do not ignore someone's red flags. That's what got us where we are. And if we want not to repeat the same mistake, those people whose record we have to take them at face value and believe what they have already shown us as we make decisions on the way forward. Thank you.
Yes, our sister Julia. Hi, cousin. Julia. Julia, upo? Kipril.
Yes. Msema.
Habari yako? Long time.
Tuko a long time ndio tuliongea juzi bana boss. We talked juzi. I'll keep it short. So huyu mtu yako alikuja juzi alisema akatupatia history ya maandamano, akatuambia kila kitu, akatuambia he purported that he is the original founder of Sabasaba. Akatupatia story mingi akiwa amekaa chini kwa Serena Hotel akisema kwamba barabara za kwenda Kamkunji zilifungwa, lakini za kwenda Serena Hotel were wide open for him to go have his cup of tea and maybe some beers, to come and lie to us that he could not make it to Kamkunji while he watches the nation burn as shops are being burnt. There is a tribal narrative that is being driven right now. And the tribal narrative is to further state that if I don't get the Kikuyu vote, at least I will get the Luos hating the Kikuyus more and the other way around. I don't know why. I don't know how that is going to help him. Yeah, I'm having some siesta, bro. Further, could enjoy too. So for me, we cannot fall into this narrative because we, we hear these stories, we're told these stories. Many people on the street talk about these stories. It's like the whole nation knows what is going on, but there's nothing we can do about it. Hata ukienda kwa village utasikia goons. Everybody knows what goons are. Everybody knows who hired the goons. Even if they come on TV and lie to us, people know what they're doing. There is no single case. Like, trust me, go to any villager, go to anybody in Nairobi, watakuexplainia ni nani, who hired who and how it was purported. Hata ile duka yenye ilichomwa huko Kirinyaga, hiyo pia they know. The wananchi hapo wanajua, other than a few naitonga madikens wa kanisa hawa, wamama wa kanisa hawa, baba wa kanisa hawa. Hawa ndio wanadanganyangwa na pesa tu, and they believe everything they're told by the me. I don't get it. Hawa ndio watakubali hiyo. Maybe those so-called deacons of churches, it doesn't matter which tribe it is. Watu wa kanisa wenye wanakuanga huko hai, sijui machairman, sijui committee, hawa wote you know, I'll tell you the truth. Ruto has made the church, any church sound like we don't trust churches. I'll be honest, makanisa tu, because anytime you hear pro-government things, it comes from makanisa tu. But one epoch of father, my brother took my Subaru car for service. He was attacked. Kenya is squished. Oh, I drove. In December niliendesha nini? I'll tell you a story. Nilikuwa kwa Subaru with one of my cousins, and we were driving along the highway to the Nakuru highway, going towards Eldoret. Of course, I look like a kale mbaya sana na maneno zangu. So the matatu tried to overtake from the wrong side. You know, they tried to beat traffic. I pointed at them and I said something sarcastic like, kuna njia hapa. The matatu actually reversed backwards, ikarudi na ikakaa. It went behind us. I'm telling you, that Subaru thing, it's true. Subaru is the most feared vehicle. I don't even know why my cousin bought that car as a Kale, by the way. It's the most it's the most feared vehicle. But anyway, coming back to politics. So for me, I was here yesterday. Uncle Mwambo was here, and another gentleman, and there was I could hear a tone of giving up, a tone of trying to state that the streets cannot work. I would still want to disagree with that. It's the only other method that the youth have for their voices to be heard. Amungekuwa mnaongea juu yao, mungesema ati we try other methods. Nasikia hapa tu watu wameanza kuongea ile kawaida language. Raila started the same language. Previously, Gashagwa had the same language. And the language is, let's have dialogue. Let's have dialogue. Dialogue imechukua wapi Kenya? Dialogue is just community leaders going to go negotiate a piece of a cake. That is dialogue. Hakuna siku dialogue imeshaisaidia Mkenya. Hakuna siku dialogue imekuja a trickle down to the wananchi staff. Pesa ya unga haijakuja chini, watu bado wanauliwa. See, that was dialogue. Wasn't that dialogue? Until the dialogue changed its name twice. The first time it was called by partisan talks, Then they call it the NADCO report. Dialogue caused the handshake between Uhuru and Raila. And hiyo ilikuwa inaitwa dialogue. Dialogue was also between a win that we deserved, which was 2007. The dialogue was when Raila was supposed to be president. We had a dialogue after so much blood has been spilled. It's like haturidhiki kama Kenya, especially when blood is shed. Blood is shed every time, and the people who shed the blood never win. Hatushindani. The people of Kiamba, hiyo kanisa bado imechomwa. The people who lost land in our region, Kuma Eldoret, those people have never come back home because that is their home. That is their home bado. The Kikuyu people who are kicked out, those are Eldorians. Those are my neighbors. That's my family. Some of these children grew up with them. Now the adult stuff. Watu walikuwa naishi wamelelewa pamoja hapo. So you say dialogue. Dialogue ni kwamba watu wa Mau Forest wanafukuzwa huko ndani, wanapatiwa dialogue lakini bado wanatupwa nje. That is dialogue. So that is what Raila, even Gachagua at one point, Matiang, all of them want dialogue. So I'm telling you, we can't have dialogue, Uncle Mwamba. No, dialogue does not work. Streets work. If streets worked for Raila to get a seat ya kukula, si hata Gen Z wapate kiti ya kukula, na kukula kwao ni kupata haki yao. So that is dialogue. Then you can have the dialogue when corruption is killed, when we get the NSSF working again, when people can go back to the university. That is the answer for that. Hiyo ndio kiti ya ma Gen Z sasa. When Gen Zs have the ability to start their own businesses or to thrive, to do business, doing entrepreneurial stuff, that is dialogue for us. Otherwise, kama mnataka kukuja na I mean, like a 12-year-old child was just killed. A police officer shouting, "We've been given permission to kill." It's in broad day video evidence. Police shouting, "Tumepatiwa ruhusa ya kuua." Subaru's just going straight into, again, poor areas. Mbona hizi masubaru haziendangi Lavington, haziendangi Kileleshwa, Riverside, Muthaiga? It just goes to poor people. Mnataka tukumaliza wananchi. I don't know what you're going to achieve by doing that. And when it was done in Kisumu, it was the same places. Huh? Mnaenda tu just kuchokoza watu, poor people, just disturbing the poor people. That's all you're good at. Wamekufanyia nini? People who live hand to mouth. Alafu siku ya kuchapa kura, Raila njoo na gari zake. Oh, unaenda kwa crowd. Oh. The only time hawkers are acceptable is when somebody wants to make a speech. Sakaja akitaka kufanya speech, ndio huyo hawkers are now acceptable to come and crowd him. But siku ingine mnachapa hawa watu sasa. You go beat them up. I don't know. Anyway, as for the topic today about goons, the funny thing about goon culture, these guys are not paid a lot of money. And each MCA, because I have had and I've experienced this, each MCA Each MP has goons on standby. Wote. It doesn't matter which party by the way. It's not UDA, it's not ODM. Hata Wiper wako na goons wao. Hata ukienda huko juu, DAP wako na goons wao. Wetangula had his own goons there. Ford Kenya. Politicians, all of them have goon culture. Na wanakuanga na mkubwa wa goons who will be called at any time. Yeah. This is something not new. It's just that it's been used on an extreme way now that wako na uniform yao, and it started from Rift Valley kubebanga nini, kubebanga fimbo ya jembe, which started last year. Before, goons were always there. Hii si kitu mpya. The goon culture is just that this has been ini goons na kuweka inaitwa kerosene, mafuta taa. Ukiona Gachagua anaogopa kwenda Kisumu, the MPs in what do you call it, in the ODM thing, that will hire goons. Why Gachagua had the strength to go to Western? Tuseme tu kweli, why Gachagua had the strength to go to Western is the fact that DAP had its own goons that protected that convoy. But then Wetangula already had nini inaitwaje hiyo, goons of his own, wakawekwa hapo kwa mabarabara, na hao magoons wakatupa mamawe kwa magari zikavunjwa. So let's not mince words here. I have experienced goonism and I have had it. Tumekaa hivi, when I was in Azimio, tulikuwa tunakaa hivi, we could hear them talk about that, how they are going to protect themselves when they're going to maandamano, because these maandamanos that you see for Raila, ushaona Raila akiguzwa kwa hizo maandamano? Goons. It's a very bad culture we have in Kenya, and they're not paid much. They're not paid much. Larry Madawa, our Mzungu Kenyan, was apparently supposed to be harmed, seriously harmed, when he was to come for Sabasaba by goons that were paid allegedly by Sakaja. He was supposed to be harmed, but because some of these politicians who've stolen billions of Kenya shillings do not want to pay 100,000 shillings to finish the job. That is the one stupid thing about the goonism. That the goon culture is the fact that wanalipwanga mara once, ile nusu ya kuanza kazi, alafu kazi ikiisha walipwanga, and then they come and spill the beans, wanaku tujalipwa, kulipwa. The first time it happened was that Swale idiot walienda kuchapa majenzi, hawa kulipwa. Wengine walienda nyumbani wakilala njana, walikuwa wamebeba mavitu huko, mafimbo, na wakarudi tu mkono mtupu. Wengine, some of these goons were seriously harmed. God forbid the nation turns against police, turns against these same goons. Ma police stations zinachomwa by wananchi and the goons together. Then it brings what you call a knock-on effect, because hii ya nini, hii ya Kiambu, hiyo ilikuwa imefanywa na goons, ila ya Homa Bay ilifanywa na wananchi. That is what you call creating precedent. Tunaweza choma police station tukikasirika, and then the wananchi will turn on you police. The police will come. Subaru sasa zitagongwa sasa. Nasikia vile father anasema, now Kenyans will start targeting Subarus. Pap, 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 like that. It just like I would like to tell the generation above us. This thing of coming to talk about ati strategy, tufanye strategy, sijui we need to change the strategy. What strategy? Unajua Ruto is that tick. Unajua kuna ile tick huwezi vuruta tu hivi, lazima uweke dawa kabisa, lazima uweke dawa. Upembelezi, it's an aggressive tick, na lazima uivute kabisa na nini, usitoe tu mwili, unatoa kila kitu, and you don't do it softly. Moses Kuria, yeah, because another friend of ours from PK akasema, Moses Kuria is just throwing us breadcrumbs. Unajua akiweko hapo kama presidential advisor, he's literally telling us what they're planning. Tutapata IBC iko fully implemented, so that they would have an excuse not to what do you call it, to do an election in 2027, which is supposed to be next year according to some other people. It's a narrative, and Moses Kuria just feels like, hey, hata kama ni kukuona watu, wacha tu tuseme kweli. So hii kitu sasa, now you see again another narrative which is just being coming through. Atakuja hapa aanze kuambia, unajua when I try to do this agenda 2023 mlinikataza, mlienda maandamano, we could not do any economic growth, mkaenda maandamano na Azimio, so you disrupted us. 2024 mkaenda maandamano juu ya finance bill, we are not able to do economic growth. 2025 angalia mmefanya nini sasa, sabasaba na hizi vitu zote mmetukataza kufanya kazi, so we are not able to do anything. Something else is going to happen in 2026. Munipatie muda kwa sababu mlikuwa disrupt, and that is what is going to happen. So I'm just thinking, and then now the thing that I really like about this Raila joining the government, I love it, I really love it, is the fact now Pwani wameokolewa. I'm seeing a lot of dissent in Mombasa, and those are not Bantus, by the way. Mombasa is full of Arabs, but if that happens, look at now the Bantus around now, guys from Lamu, kina Msimamo, Kilifi, Kwale, Taita Tavete, na hao wote watasema sasa tulikuwa tunafuata mjinga. They've never ever been represented properly. And although I like where Gashagwa is, but I still don't trust him. They're going to gravitate towards Gashagwa, which is a good thing for the movement of One Term. It's a very good thing, because now they are homeless, cannot follow ODM. Where mpaka Njoho anatetemeka, anasema msituharibie, mharibie. You're the only one there. Tell me another person from that region that has anything other than the speakership of the Senate. Kuna kazi ingine muhimu imepewa. And again, that is a narrative I want to stop. Actually, I should not have even said that. That narrative of tukipewa maviti we are being represented. Hakuna, hata kama watu wote wakuwa Kikuyu kwa government, I don't care, so long as they go work, waende wafanye kazi. I don't care kama wote wakuwa wakale, wote wachazane huko, wote wapate hizo mavyeo, but are they good? Are they good administrators? Are they people who are going to work for the people? Are they the people who've got Kenya in mind? Hii kitu ya kusema one tribe sijui nini sijui mnapatiana mavyeo, nothing has ever helped the community itself, other than their small village hapo watatengeneza kabarabara moja hivi, wanapatia a few coins from Uhuru or Ruto, Kibaki, wanapatia a few coins, wanatengeneza lami kutoka gate ya nyumba yao ya ushago mpaka maybe main road, na hiyo tu imetosha. That is it. That's the benefit. Tu nilijenga barabara. No, shut up. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kipril. Julia. Umepotelea
Yes,
wapi?
yes, yes, yes.
Nimeshinda nikikuita huku kama sikusikii, nashinda nikikuita huku. Haya, continue.
Pole. I think niliingia alafu something happened. But niko tu, habari zenu?
Niko poa. Tuko poa.
Yes. Jana nilikuwa nimekasirika sana, hata sitaka kuongea sana. Najua saa zingine ukikasirika you can say things that you should not have said.
Same as me, si ukuja hata live, nilikuwa nimejam vibaya.
So but today I guess nimeangalia vile kumeenda. First wacha niangaze na Moses Kuria, nimeona ati Moses Kuria ameresign. Nyinyi mlisikianga ati hii gava ya Ruto unaandikangwa kama umesign resignation letter. Si mlijuanga hivyo? Before you are hired by Ruto unakuanga na umesign resignation letter. So that mkikosana unaonyeshwa unapatiwa tu unaambiwa umeresign. So I hear people are saying that Moses Kuria has resigned to go and try divide Gachagwa's following in the mountain. But I guess they are wrong because first they need to know that Gachagwa's following, si watu wanampenda. It is because of what his seemingly ideology right now. I'm saying seemingly because people change. Now his seemingly ideology right now is one term. So that is why Gachagua has a following in the mountain. So it is not like at Moses Kuria. In fact, let me say this: even if Moses Kuria joins one term, he's amejichafua sana na amekuwa mtu mwenye si wa kuaminika. Mara Kuria ako pande ya Raila, mara anatuambia wameiba uchaguzi, mara he knows about Musando. He's just a thug. In fact, I think Moses Kuria is being kicked out because of the things he knows about Ruto na vile vitu amefanya na Ruto. It's just like Kome, the former IG. And I've been asking myself, who works with Ruto and thinks that they will survive? Angalieni Gesheru. So I think Moses Kuria knows too much. Moses Kuria seems to know about the killings that have happened in Kenya, the assassinations, and even how elections are stolen. So Moses has too much information about Ruto. And Kuria, lazima ajichunge tu sana. Me, I keep saying, if you work with a thug and a criminal and a murderer, you shouldn't feel safe. I think Kenyans are safer than Moses Kuria because at least hatujuangi vile mtu anafanyanga vitu, hatuna hizo siri. Okay, we just hear them from social media. We can't provide, we cannot state we don't have as much information as people like Kuria. So I think ni kwa sababu hizo kwamba Kuria ameambiwa kanyange nje. Sio ati kwamba wanaamini kwamba he can influence the mountain. I don't think so. I just saw some people spreading those things. I nimeenda kwa Twitter saa hii nikaona someone posting there. So that akasema kwamba ati Moses Kuria is been thrown there so that he can try and divide Gachagwa's following. Gachagua ameangukia your following, by the way. Gachagua ameseize the movement. That is what has happened. It is not like Gachagua, after being impeached, he has seized the movement where Kenyans are tired and fed up of Ruto, especially Mount Kenya. Na ameseize hiyo movement vizuri sana. So that's the difference between Gachagua and Moses Kuria. So I don't think any amount of brainwashing or anything Moses Kuria anaweza fanya. Chochote Moses Kuria anaweza sema, I don't think it's gonna influence the mountain at all. The second thing I saw, and you remember you may play your clip ya Mother Karua. I always like and love the way Mother Karua articulates issues. And I always love the way she puts it. She has put it in black and white. This is a militia, a killer militia that has been recruited by the government. It is, in fact, the other day we learned that it is a killer Kalenjin militia, mostly from the Nandi community, organized and managed from State House. And some of the people that are doing that is Eliud Lagat na wengine. So it is no longer our police, by the way, kwa sababu wamefika mahali wakaona police, the police are being made to answer, so they'd rather have that militia. So the militia is not everywhere. The militia is a killer squad. It is not that militia is not in Mombasa, in Mount Kenya, in what? It is an organized crime, organized criminals, killer militia that will go around killing and all that. Then with using the local politicians who are pro-Ruto, they are also hiring gangs to burn businesses that belong mostly to the Kikuyu community and other people who seemingly seem to work with Gachagua. Now, I'm just asking myself a few questions.
Julia, 1 second. Some
Yes.
of those people with these big businesses are allowing their businesses to be banned because their insurance is they are being paid by them. They're being paid for their shops to be banned for a narrative.
I refuse to buy that narrative for many reasons.
I buy it.
Insurance,
I buy it
you are behaving like you are using Kenya.
Ama Kasongo pia anaweza walipa. Julia, what if Kasongo akulipi akwambie ruhusu hiyo biashara yako ichome? And
na wanalipwa in advance, unapatia unashika njoo pesa, you have the money.
Okay, and the insurance is Kasongo, but not at insurance. Insurance Kenya keep ipanya.
Not insurance of no, I used the wrong word. I said insurance. They are using double quotes insurance here.
Yes, that's what cannot work.
Wanapewa pesa direct. Shika hii. Like how much is your shop?
Yeah.
Your shop costs 150 million. I'll give you 200 million. Choma.
Yeah. But someone will be very idiot because I don't want to buy that. I'm telling you. Let me tell you why. Do you people? I don't think it is true. Let me,
Julia.
Let me finish my statement, Joseph. You people,
Okay,
do you know Kasongo has gone to churches and even places, mikutano ya mama na wa baba, akawaambia atawapatia pesa, and he has not given that money. Nyinyi mnajua that has happened in Kenya, and even he's still doing that. You people, do you know Kasongo went to many churches in Mount Kenya region and they said he get 10 million and he only left 1 million? And even now he's still doing. Nyinyi mnajua story ya Kindiki juzi Ukambani. Hamkuona? Those women who are saying what they were promised money. So that thing that Kasongo is giving them money, only idiots will do that because I can promise them he will not give them that money.
What if Julia umepewa pesa in advance? Unajua atakuja kutuambia go and look at hiyo video ya huyo jamaa wa Mwea. Julia, there's no way in which you can allow. Hebu nikuulize Julia, I'm asking a honest question. Uko na biashara yako, uko na duka yako. Watu wameingia ndani. Are you going to wait for police or you have to look for a way to help yourself? Nataka unieleze duka yako imeingiwa na wakora. What are you going to do?
So what happened exactly in Mwea? Can you explain?
Mimi wacha tukuchezee video ili uone so that you can understand what happened in Mwea. The proprietor of Mwea aligojea polisi kutoka Nairobi, wametumwa na kaja.
Aligojea komando 100 kutoka Nairobi.
Wacha tuwekee Julia, you see.
Yes, that I believe you.
Ngojea kidogo Julia, hii kitu tuacha tu tukucharaze yenyewe. Unajua
I will listen to you if I see what you are saying. I will listen to your point of argument. Uko na video ready ama niendelee as you look for it?
Endelea.
Okay, wacha niendelee. So because of that, okay, let me take my angle first before I buy your angle. That politicians in Mount Kenya region are being used to organize, like kama huyu MP wa Madira, to organize this banditry, this violence.
Mgomvi wa ndio yule ameendelea kwa biashara akiendelea, lakini hiyo ni mbaya na wafanye biashara. Ilivamiwa na maandamano ya Gen Z ambaye ilikuwa na Goons ambaye walikuwa kukondiwa, ambapo walikuwa wachache, ambapo kuna watu wanasema kuna mikutano kule walikuwa wanakutana, walikuwa very violent. Walikunja saa 3 asubuhi jana, waliweza kuingia hapa Nice saa 3, wakafunja madirisha, milango, wakasumbuana na polisi masaa mawili. Saa 5 polisi wengine wengi walikunja kuongeza reinforcement, wakiwa askari kama 100. Walitumia marisasi na tear gas sirisha. Polisi walikimbizwa na hao majenzi kama vijana, wakitaka kukamatwa na mkono, wanyang'anyo mabuduki ama wauawe, ili wasiwasuilie wapore Nice na wachome Nice. Inspector General wa polisi Kanja, yeye ndiye aliokoa Nice Digital City, akatuma vikosi maalum ya GSU kutoka Nairobi, ambapo alituma kikosi kama GSU 100. Walikuja wote wakiwa na wakali zaidi. Walipokuja, kila hao vijana waliogopa, walijua sasa hakuna lingine kama sio Inspector General wa polisi. Nice Digital City haingekuweko. Niliweza
Julia, that's nonsense. Before Julia comes back, that's nonsense, by the way. Naivas moja inaendaje kutunzwa na watu kutoka Nairobi?
Okay, nimalize.
Mbona tuachie Julia amalize tafadhali.
Jamani. So, oh God, that is so stupid. Sikuwa nimeona hiyo clip. So, it is just funny anyway. It's just funny. Sikuwa nimeona hiyo. And how come they didn't steal everything? They didn't burn it down? I mean, those are the questions. So, yake haikuchomwa. Let me ask, Njiru, was that shop burned down?
What's the distance from Nairobi to huko kwenye wako?
85 kilometers.
Well, let me ask you, Njiru, was it burned down? Haikuchomwa?
Haikuchomwa, niyo vandalism, lakini pia Julia, kitu kingine tunajiuliza, risasi zote ziliisha. Hizo risasi zote ziliisha, iko wapi miili? Ama risasi zilikuwa zinapigwa kwa ukuta?
Okay, so first, I want to analyze that shopkeeper, that owner. First, it is a lie. The business was not burnt down. And I don't even think when it was broken into, there was anything alikuwa amejipanga. Naona. Because that is stage managed. The way
he is not even telling us, Julia, 1 minute, he is not even telling us security company yake, sababu huwezi kuwa na biashara hiyo yote na una security company ama wale watu wanapeana ulinzi au majeshi wa fimbo. He is not accounting for watu wa mafimbo wako wapi. Anasema anangojea polisi.
It was stage managed. I don't think anything was stolen. And Aliji said to then the other unfortunate thing hii serikali ya Ruto mtu mwenye ametafuta apeane speech is a dummy, is so dumb. Unaona?
So umeelewa sasa the reason why we are saying now there are some rich Kikuyu people or Mount Kenya people who are collaborators. You can do it.
So kama huyo, so I want to bring my argument like this. You see, there's a difference between having your business burnt down na having your business looted. Because Njiru, you can't risk the burning down. You always risk. Kwa sababu ikichomwa, you're not sure Kasongo atakulipa. Lakini story ya state manage, it is being looted, you can. Because you can make sure you remove everything from the shop. And then some thugs break in. And then it could looks like a break-in. You know, all the people have done that before. But then in the West, people do that. In the West, people burn down their houses and all that to get insurance. Lakini Kenya wezi. Kenya ni ngumu. Juu hata ile jeni ni kulipwa ni shida. Now, and then if you burn your house to be paid by Kasongo, that one will be a very stupid thing that you can do. So me, I'm looking at two scenarios here. Now the business that are broken into stage managed, kama huyu mzee ame stage manage hiyo kitu. Hata hizo alikapatiwa ka statement asome. Sasa anajaribu kukumbuka kile ameambiwa aseme. Anakumbuka kwanza pengine nilipigia Kanja simu, sijui nikafanya ati Kanja katoka na polisi Nairobi 100. Unaona, he's just reading what was asked to say. But I think seriously, I don't think biashara yake anything was stolen. So I get your point, you guys. Now, I am also going now to the business that were burnt down. Now, assuming that the ones that were burnt down ni wapande ya Gachagua, this is a question I'm asking myself. Now, right now, I had Kip saying something, and I want to agree with Kip. It is now clear who is doing what. Unajua, uzuri we live in Africa. Africa, we know each other. See kama America hapa, if someone breaks to your house. But even here, let me say this. Like me where I live, America. People know who steals what. Alafu Shago America, they have don't even Shago, even in the American system, they have such good records. If you look up, I think Mato, you are here in Nanjiru. If you look up, you can see the rapists in your area. Mato, have you ever looked up? In a record your policy. Yeah, you can.
Yes, I have it, man. I have a daughter, bwana. Lazima nikuwe najua kama kuna mtu ako registered around me.
You can see how far. You know, when I first moved here and I was living in an apartment, my students were asking me, unaishi apartments gani? Okay, kama tunapiga story hivyo. Wakaniambia, ma'am, hapo 4 minutes away kuna rapist. Wakaanza kunionyesha map. Kuna, you know, you can know the rapists around you. You can know who has been arrested. You can even know whether your neighbor has been arrested once for something. Because you just need to go to the police records. I mean, those ones are open in public. Hawafichangi. You know, our babanga. Hawafichangi. Now, in Kenya, we're in the other system. We have not digitalized.
Yes, useme hata traffic offense. Hata traffic offense inapostiwa online. Ukifungua unakuta mtu
unasemaje kuna mtu alikujaga Kenya kurenew visa. Alikuwa ameshikwa amelewa. Kaambiwa hapewi visa kwamba he was arrested drunk and driving. Alijitetea aje? Okay, mshawe alipewa, lakini he had to go for a medical examination to be known whether he's an abuser of alcohol. Now, but let me say this, they have very good records here. But then Kenya, tuko na uko Ushago, tunajuananga. Yani, nothing is hidden in Ushago, let me tell you. Nothing goes hidden in Ushago. Right now, people know first MP wa Madera, he's among those being mentioned. He was seen in Sun City organizing gangs. Now, Njiru, huyu MP wa Madera akona nyumba Madera, right or wrong? He has a home, isn't it? And obviously he has businesses. He's not like me. I don't run businesses in Kenya. For your information, and I'm nasioni haya nikisema hivyo. And I might never run business in Kenya. Okay? Now, huyu MP wa Madera akona biashara. Okay? Let me ask you, how can you be organizing for the destruction of people who live amongst you when you are living amongst you? Wacha tu niulize swali. Mtu in their normal senses anaweza kuwa akifanya hata Kimani Ichung'wah na akifanya kazi na Kasongo. Na let's say magunado yenye ilichomwa, sijui ni magunado ya Nyeri ama ni ya Meru yenye ilichomwa magunado. Umechomea mtu biashara yake. Na najua wewe ulienda Sun City ukapanga majambas kwenda kuchoma. Na hao watu unaishi nao Njiru. Let me say this. The end is coming for these political criminals. I want to give you an example finally so that I make a post of why I'm saying this. I'm not spreading fear. Lakini niwaambie kitu yenye ilifanyika Kenya, yenye ilifanyika si historia. Kitambo hapo, a few years ago, mulisikia hizo stories za Mungiki. Mimi stories za Mungiki zilikuwa zimepamba noto, nilikuwa bado Kenya. Au Mungiki Kirinyaga wakikufuata Njiru wakuone umebeba ndizi za watoto, nakwambia wewe mama, madam, ona there ni mare adhuri ni mare yaga atu wazee wanakulanga. Na sasa hizo wenye nakwambia atu wazee wanakulanga ni some lads ya some hapo nimekufuata Njiru. Imagine ungewapatia hizo ndizi zako. Njiru wewe vile uko na kashana kale kako. Sijui kashana kako how old? Ama Joseph, kashana kako how old? I don't know. Your daughter is how old? Joseph, hao watu nakufuata. Unakwambia mzee, yule mshana wako tumemtafutia bwana. Ukikataa unacharaza viboko 40. Now, let me say this. I'm not trying to justify extrajudicial killings. Lakini wacha niwaambie, mimi nilikuwa Kirinyaga. Siku moja yenye mwanaume mmoja aliamka akasema, leo nimeambiwa na Mungeke wanakujia kichwa changu. Na mimi leo basi nitaenda na vichwa kama 5 zao. Huyo mwanaume alikuwa pahali inaitwa Kagumo Shopping Center Kiruguya, kama mnajua Kagumo Shopping Center. Akaenda akatafuta mapanga hapo akatayarisha. Wanaume mwingine wakawauliza ni nini? Wakasema hata sisi ni wanaume. That day hao watu walifagia Mungeke, walifagia kufagia. Na mkisikia nikisema kufagia mjue vyenye na maisha kufagia. Chenye nasema aje, au Mungeke walikuwa nafanya hii maovu yote wakiishi in the midst of those people. And those people knew who is Mungiki, whose son is Mungiki. Who does this? Yani unafanya watu maovu na wanakujua. Alafu una imagine utaishi amongst them and you get away with it because you are serving Kasongo. As if Kasongo ni Mungu. So me, I'm asking these members of parliament who are committing crimes against humanity, who are organizing thugs and gangs against Kenyans. Kwani wanaishi binguni, wanalala binguni, wanamka asubuhi ndio wanakuja Kenya asubuhi? Ama kunaendanga aje? Are they going to live amongst these people or are they going to exile? That's the question I'm asking.
Julia, as you go,
yes.
As you go on, can we now agree that some businessmen in Mlima Kenya can be used to propagate a narrative?
Yes. They are being used. Businessmen, politicians. Na mimi saizi nimeona kitu Njiru. Nimeona the United Opposition Alliance. Wamesema, but I think starting from tomorrow, they are going to give a list of businesses of Ruto wenye wanafanyia kazi. See, unaona, these idiots, let me say Njiru, most of them, they don't have business outside Kenya. Ile niwaulize, you people kama umetoka Nyeri, si mnajua duka fulani ya fulani. Nani hajui? Everybody in Kenya is not like America. Everybody knows everybody, and everybody knows whose shop is what, whose business is what. Everybody knows who sells gas. So they have said they are going to announce and give a list of the businesses owned by these politicians supporting Ruto and Ruto himself, and they are going to ask Kenyans to boycott. Unaona? Sasa mimi swali langu ningetaka munijibu kama hiyo boycotting taishia boycotting. You have a better answer for me. Asante Njiru.
Okay, so I have to be away for around an hour, but nani atakuwa hapa? Joseph will be here. Ama Joseph ameenda? Aya. Joseph. Okay,
ask Matu aingie na nini?
No, naweza ingiza watu ila shida even if you are here, but I just wanted to kuomba you, I need to be away
to coordinate. Matu, when
Nenda.
Si Matu naona ako hapo.
Niko.
When moderator, Matu is a good moderator. Wacha Matu aendelee.
Sawa, Matu endelea, thanks.
Yeah, Njiru bado niko na sasa amepotea. Njiru hebu kuja. Saitan, shindwe.
I'm here.
Bado niko na rights.
Yeah, you have rights. Hakuna rights umainyimwa.
Nilikuwa nauliza, you know what I ask.
So I wonder why you are people, you have to give us the details of those rights. Now I'm beginning to get worried.
No. It's just because I might switch to the other one, you know. Inaweza switch kutoka hapa mahali niko to the other one that I have the right hiyo ya kunini ya kuongeza watu.
Okay, ni sawa. I have to be away now.
But for now niko poa nikiwa hapa hivi. If I have to, Njiru, I mean I can get in na hiyo singine.
And Joseph is back. So
okay, tutasaidiana tu na Joseph. Kama Joseph yuko ni sawa.
Joseph, what are you calling yourself? Seriously, watu wamekasirika lakini tu hata nyamaze. Haya, ili matocha mahani.
Back to Joseph. Joseph, run it for now. If it needs be, nitaingia na ile ingine. But for now, wacha nikae hapa. Joseph, back to you.
Okay, thank you. I see James amenyamaza sana hapa. We have not given him a chance. Jemo alikuwa amenyamaza hapa patiently.
Mimi ni mtu wa maneno machache, penda kusikiza sana, but hiyo point ya mwisho Julia amemalizia ya mabiashara za watu, man, nyinyi hakuna biashara Kenya inaingisha profit sahi. Okay, so hata hizo biashara zao mkiziendea, those are not their source of income. I mean, which other business is making money in Kenya right now? And especially biashara yenye imewekwa na politician. Those are wash business where they can finance their luxurious lifestyle with corruption and then tell the Kenyans that si hata mnaona niko na hii na hii na ile na ile. You know, you wanna tell me biashara ya Weston ya Kasongo inaweza donate pesa every time mpaka ijenge hiyo kanisa ya 1.2 billion. The main business is corruption. So if you go for those businesses, I would say boycott it just because roho yako imechafuka, lakini usi boycott because you're gonna put them down. Those people, we need to handle Kenyan corrupted politicians with a different strategy than, na nilikuwa nimesema hapa earlier, nani Robaka akakuja after mimi, but if kama ni mbaya ni mbaya, I mean the best ways tunaanza sasa ku deal na politicians, if they are for Kasongo waende waishi Nairobi, waende waishi waende waishi State House. These collaborators, especially politician, huyu politician wa Nyeri, you know, you organize goons against your own community just to impress Kasongo. Why don't we flash people like this? And I'm speaking for my community. Because, okay, let's say we have an issue with the mountain and we shouldn't take these issues to other communities. If we have a problem within the community that we have collaborators, this guy mwenye ameongea hapa mwanabiashara, you know, some of the things you as a business person that have lost a lot in a situation like what happened yesterday, as a businessman, what business do you have to say that walileta mapolisi wakatumia risasi zote zikaisha, wakatumia tia gas zikaisha, wananchi wakakuja wakaongezeka wakawakimbisha wakataka kuwanyang'anya risasi? That part ya kuwanyang'anya risasi na bunduki, that is where tunamshikia. You're so concerned about kunyang'anya polisi wanyang'anywa bunduki kuliko biashara yako. You are so concerned about the narrative ya hooliganism yenye watu wanafanya huko nje towards polisi than towards your business. Wewe umeona mtu wa Mrima amenyang'anywa, amechomewa vitu kama hiyo, anaongeanga confidently. People from the mountain love their businesses and their money. Wewe jamaa angekuwa na machozi sahi. A man like that, he will be, if he's really affected, this guy will be in ICU, anaongezewa drip na oxygen. But what is he doing? He's out here propagating stories zenye hazihusu. Hiyo story yake amepeana, it's more about maandamano than it is about his business. Back to what I was saying, the MPs, the businessmen, anybody like that. This is only one time Wamunyoro, because when it comes to Wamunyoro, I feel like Wamunyoro, he has done a good job kicking Kasongo out of the mountain. But for us to forge forward nationwide, he has to work with other people. But however, the responsibility ya community to protect the interest of the country will be on our shoulders. Wamunyoro being part of one of the leaders, influential leaders. But for us to move forward and join the rest of the Kenyans, we have to stop those people within us who are used by Kina Moses Kuria, the MPs and all that, to stop the community and to stop either if it's the Kikuyu community or just the people from rising and fighting for their rights. These people, Wamunyoro, should just say this is how we deal with them. How about we flush them out? An MP does no longer representing the people in Naivasha, Nyandarua, Nyeri, anywhere. What business does he have coming back very comfortably within our community to incite? You're not bringing help. You're not representing us in parliament, but you always back to incite people, hire goons. That's the job, the most you can do to hire youth. How about we flush them? How about they take their families? Because now these people are not they are no longer representing the constituency. They need to move out. I mean, we need to be super radical. Getting to Kasongo's state house might be harder, but how about any ngumu hata kukuflash MP? Because the message should be sent from the ground. Biashara zao zifungwe. How, of all these people that are politicians in Kenya, I'll speak from my community, the Kikuyus. MPs hawana biashara mtaani enye kukiwa na issue hawachomewi. Why is it that other people's businesses are the ones that are always touched? Mbona Goons waendi kwa hizo biashara za hawa watu wengine, the MPs? We need to start flashing people. And if other communities can flash their own collaborators, so be it. Mtu ako Nairobi, anaokota pesa corrupted, anakuja nyumbani, anawavuruga, anarudi kuambia Kasongo, unaona vile nimewafanyia. Why will they stay in peace? Why will they live within the community in peace? The community that they abandoned long time ago, they don't work for that community anymore. You have a house in the constituency that you pretend to be presenting, but you are working for somebody else. Move. Mi naweza sema hata tuchoma hiyo manyumba yao. Wacha tu tuende mbaya mbaya. And if it's true you pay a goon to burn other people's businesses, we come to your house and we burn your house. And you leave and you move. And once we are done with, in 2027, don't move back. Go find another community. That way you don't go, itakuchukua muda mrefu sana kudanganya hiyo community mpaka wakuvote into as an MP. Because taking back the institutions zenye Kasongo amehijack will have to be super radical. Taking back members of parliament means we kick out the ones that we already elected. These people are not coming back, and they shouldn't come back comfortably in our community to incite, to pay the goons. That is what someone like Wamunyoro should be saying now. I think amekuwa akiogopa kwa sababu ule MP wa huko Nyeri, the guy just moves around. Niliona Wamunyoro akisema sahii tukiongea wako huko na magoons, sijui ilikuwa hoteli gani, ati wanapanga. I don't think Kasongo has many people to go around protecting each and every member of the community wa parliament. Flush these people out. Ni mbaya. Hii ni masaa ya injury time. Because going for Kasongo, while his soldiers are out here on the ground, wanna penetrate every maandamano, inakuwa ngumu because this narrative of violence inaletwa na like any maandamano iko na violence. It's so hard to know who is who if they are still, we're allowing those people to live within our communities. A man like this one from Nairobi, this guy that was talking about his business, these are something that should be out there, warning to those people who are collaborating. Biashara yako ikichomwa, kama ni ile tu kabisa inaonekana we sympathize with you. But if you are collaborating, funga hiyo biashara baada ya interview. Funga, we are not stupid. Funga hiyo biashara baada ya interview. Chukua pesa yenye Kasongo alikupea, songa. Sijui utaenda wapi, songa. Because we are being taken for a ride way too long. We have to handle these people. When I was saying earlier, hii mambo ya fimbo ya nyawe inatuongoza. People are learning from the problem with this maandamano. The heavier they become, somebody is learning about these tactics. Kama mtu atasurvive, somebody is taking notes, and a lot of people are taking notes from Kasongo, and it's a very tricky situation we are putting our country, because after Kasongo, if we don't solve the leadership issue, 20 years down the road, Moi alitoka 20 years ago. Look at where we are. Was it 20 or 22 years ago? Look, we are where we are. We are running into the same leadership approach because we didn't cut it. We didn't cut people like the Gen Z approach is better because ya kina Sabasaba ilikuwa na faces. Ilikuwa kina Raila, ilikuwa kina nani, Orengo, and all that. And one of them managed to consolidate all the efforts that was being fought from the 90s Sabasaba all the way to 2000 and when Moi akatolewa, and aliconsolidate everybody's efforts. If you look at Sabasaba, kina Paul Mwite was there. The Mutisa Kitui was there. James Orengo alikuwa. But who is the chief beneficiary of Sabasaba? It is Rao. Consolidated all the efforts, all the rights that we've been fighting, and guarantee you, it is just that Raila has always wanted to be the face of liberation in Kenya, or second liberation in Kenya, but there were many more people. He's always wanted that way he can benefit from that more than the rest. Kina Paul Mwite walikuwa, kina Mukisa Kitui walikuwa, hata niliona Kibutha Kibwana walikuwa hapo, niliona kina Orengo hata jana hakusema Sabasaba. Huyu jamaa amefinywa. And what am I trying to say? The Gen Z movement is a bigger movement because it is faceless and it is partyless. Nobody can hijack it and resell it down the road to somebody in 20 years, like Raila sold to Ruto, who is the highest bidder. So we need to double down. We need to be radical. We need to flush these MPs. There are so many people like Moses Kuria should not be standing on top of roof na kurana mdomo yake. I was even thinking we are failing ourselves as a country when Nation TV, KTN, Citizen, and all these other people bringing these jokers to explain their side of the story, to justify somebody that we elevated like Jalango the other day. Just a comedian from the streets. He has told his stories how he slept in Nairobi when he came to Nairobi the first time. What does he do? He comes and gives us a narrative of how it's hard to kick out Kasongo. This is somebody that understands poverty. And yet we keep bringing them out to our TVs, keep giving these people who are laughing at us after every maandamano, they are on one side and a big screen watching how kids are being dragged to, dead bodies are being dragged off the streets. We are giving this Owino, former police spokesman. Juzi alikuja akasema ati Boniface Mwangi, ukisikiza vizuri, alisema, alitusi hiyo polisi. Ukisikiza vizuri, it is an man, yani hata nikifungua TV nione kina Owino waki break down doing an analysis of what happened the other day, the previous day, mimi hata nashindwanga watu wanatoa wapi nguvu. Why are we bringing these people? We are empowering these people. They are becoming part of our culture. We are normalizing. Mtu anaongea chafu juu ya maandamano, kesho unamuita. Really, we can't make money without these people kwa TV zetu? Because the same way we are inviting them to our TVs is the same way they are living within us. They're infiltrating our minds on TV and infiltrating our agendas on the street. It's time, kama ni boycott calling Murkomen kwa TV. Waende wafungue, waende KBC, si KBC inafanya kazi. Waende wapige domo yao KBC. Any government spokesman mwenye anataka kwenda kurepresent agenda ya government, aenda ipigie na huko. KBC ni ya gava anyways. Flashing these people out of our televisions, out of silencing them in our communities, I don't think is a bad idea. We can start there. Their business, if we are to boycott those businesses, is to shut them down from our communities, not to let them see ati unapita hapo tiana nini. Na hiyo bado ndio biashara naambia watu it's doing so well. Na boycott, you know the joke that comes out of that. Boycott biashara ya Ishungwa, but he's still making 1 billion a year. A boycotted biashara. Na mchezo nini? We need to flush these people out of our community, out of our televisions. Don't give them airtime. That would be a better way as we address Kasongo. That way, we fix the Kasongo issue and no other leader will want to be on Kasongo's shoe. I think so many leaders like Kasongo wanted to be on Moi's shoe. And because Moi kind of succeeded, now that was a new model for Kasongo and he wants to outdo him to come a Moi. That's the only way, I feel, we will win, because if we give somebody, hata kama ni wa Munyoro, to compare too much power, that can be used against us. Now look at Raila. He can barely call at a maandamano. He can barely call people to Kamkunji. He can barely look at, Sabasaba going forward belongs to Ruto. He bought it. No wonder he could do anything with it yesterday. Sabasaba belonged to Ruto. He does belong to Ruto. Raila aliuza kila mtu hapo. That thing has no meaning to me. Sabasaba has no meaning. Because if everybody in government and peace are acting as if we are in a Kanu era where there's only one party, then what is Sabasaba movement for? So we need to be super radical to where we are not gonna end up with the Railas of the future. And we are not gonna end up with the Kasongos of the future. Other than that, hakuna mahali tunaishia. So mbaya, hawa watu wenye wanaishi kwa community zetu za Mount Kenya, they need to be flushed. You cannot collaborate while we are trying to fight. Your community is actually being targeted. It is their agenda. They are using it. Gava inasema is the Kikuyus, and you are here unatupea testimony ingine, witness testimony ingine ya upuzi sana, ati walikuwa wanataka kunyang'anya polisi bunduki na marisasi. I have to yield. Back to the studio. Is it Joseph?
Thank you, my brother. Ni Irene ananipea hard time. Nikikuja kumsema anakuwa amepotea. So nilikuwa nimemruka. So if she's there, kuja, I'll give her space. Ashley, uko na sisi bado?
Nipo, hata sina mengi ya kusema. I just wanted to retaliate what the person who just spoke said. Nini ya kufanya business, that is nonsense at ODM. And I don't think we need to take their scripts, because what they were doing is playing games. And I don't think we need to be playing games, because Ruto is not playing games. I think it would be better, like in Kikuyu, they don't want Ishongwa. And you know, we have the direct representation. How many people did Ishongwa win by? If they can take signatures of all those people, choose some representative to go to court and say, our representatives are not working for us. So we, the people, want to take the other alternative, which is direct representation, and we want to recall our MP, Ishongwa, and see what the court comes back with. And then these leaders and their families should not be entertained anywhere. I think that would be a better issue if, like, the wife of Ishongwa cannot go to the saloon, she cannot go to the shop, she cannot go to church, Rachel cannot go to church, she cannot interact with her people, that one ya kusalimia. I think that is a better option of attack than attacking their businesses, because they don't make money from the businesses, they steal money. So the money they have is not from the business. So I think that is, it's like something in futility. There is no need of doing nonsense. If we want to do something, we should do something with impact. Polisi wakisikiza Murkomen akiwaambia wa attack, na wakirudi nyumbani wakute hawana nyumba, wakute bibi zao wamefanywa vile wao wamefanya huko nje. I think that would be a better way to speak to them. And then I would like these so-called leaders we have in the opposition to be able to go to the foreign embassies and international community that is in Kenya, that is seeing what is happening, and ask for them and tell them, like, now, okay, we want to go to, you know, because you have to have a team behind you. Say, give us the like, talk to them, because now you can't talk to the government and tell them, now they're telling us if we go to protest, we should not carry weapons. And then now they're coming and bringing goons to beat us. And when we protect yourself, then they say you have goons. And it is true, they maybe have goons, but they have goons to protect themselves because they are not protected. So I think we need to engage. And then if Ruto, like yesterday, after killing people the next day, he has a straight face, he comes with some, I didn't even watch, I don't know what was going on, but those other countries that are coming to talk to Ruto, visiting Ruto, even them, they should be feel the heat, because that means they're reinforcing him as the president of Kenya and what he is doing by being seen with him, greeting, laughing, like nothing is going on. Tukijua kuna country fulani inakuja, we go to the embassy, we complain, make it unbearable, even for the people who want to associate with Ruto. I think that target is a better one than targeting the businesses.
Yes, and it's very true, actually. You know, when I saw the video of that man, huyo jamaa kutoka huko Mwea, you know, I felt to laugh because I come from that area specific, from my area that walikuwa wamesema that they had targeted to break in some areas like the nini inaitwa Kavagara. I think all of us know it. So we had so many of those issues. Watu walikuwa wameambiwa kitambo kuwa kule wataenda ku break in. There is some people even I know in that area walifunga nini zao. They did some kuhamisha na nini. So when somebody came here and said that ni kama mpaka hakukuwa na kitu kwa hiyo duka, I can't even believe what they are saying. Hata maybe hakukuwa na vitu kwa hiyo duka, he just came here to just fool with us. And for what James was saying, watu tunafaa basi tuwa visit, they need visiting. Hata hakuna haja ya kushinda tukienda bunge, wacha tuende tukawa visit sasa. They have been joking with us all through. Ni kama wanatuchekelea. They go to that parliament talking and just laughing at us. And laughing at the young people. So we are tired. Hata afadhali sasa tuwakute huko, because all they do is take our money, they take our taxes, and after taking our taxes they come and laugh at us, na wengine mpaka wanatutusi. The likes of akina Kaluma wako mpaka na audacity ya kuja kutusi watu hapa, and we finance everything including what he eats and where he shits. So it's such an unfortunate affair. Sijui, but we are going to try our best always. Tujaribu kupambana na huyu Kasongo. Juu Kasongo tukikosa kumweka in check bwana, tuonyesha mambo noma sana. Jemo, una kitu ya kuadd?
Ni same. Unajua nilikuwa naambia sijui Ashley ali miss the point. Hizi biashara kama mtu ni collaborator na anajali sana na bado yeye ni collaborator, instead of boycotting it, just tell them to move it out of the nini. Hatuitaki kuiona. Mtu ni either afunge biashara aende. Me rather mtu anakuuza needs to move out of the village bana. You know.
You know what? Now, if you do that, you run the risk of being called, like you run the risk of being taken to court, that you're terrorizing someone, because how are you going to ask them to move? You know, like, because you don't want to put yourself in that position.
We are talking about radical decisions. These are the same people that we run a risk of what? Losing our community and being tainted as the ones who are only against the government. They are using, look, the entire country is against the government, but they are using some folks within our community to now bring that fight to be specifically about the Kikuyus. And you are being used as a tarumbeta within, and you allow them. So what risk are we running? Do you want the entire community to go down because of one person? This is a radical move that we need to start addressing Kasongo's collaborators. There is nothing legal. Unajua nini? This thing ati tunaongeanga ati law sijui nini. Let me tell you, Kenya is beyond that. That's the unfortunate part.
And you know, that is why I was saying people don't understand what I was saying about dialogue. Dialogue is not so that Ruto can stay. You know, even when you have a case, when you have something against somebody, you want to engage them so that you can have enough ammunition against them, so you can have enough proof against them. Like I was watching, I didn't even finish watching when Ruto was in London, when he was talking to them about how SHA is working and how he's put a 2.75 percentage that you get charged for your income, whatever income that you're making. But that SHA does not address someone without an income. Sasa ukimweka hapa, like now he was just speaking, and the problem is that we let them speak to us, and they lie to us and they lie to us. But now the only way you call them out, we call them out in another forum where they are not there to answer. If like now akuje kwa hii forum atupatie hiyo story alafu sasa anyamaze tumuulize ma question, so you see we will expose him. So it works for our favor. Na akiona hivyo hata itikie hizo interviews. That's what people don't understand. Akikuja hapa tuambia about SHA, we can even call the 1-800. I've called the 1-800 number for SHA, and they told me everybody is complaining, but there's nothing we can do. If we put someone on the phone, kama anaongea, tuongea na huyo mtu wa SHA atasema nini? He will look like a fool. It will work for us.
Sasa Ashley, wewe umeturudisha penye mimi ninasema when we are radicalizing these people, our approaches is that what is it that now we need going forward to hear about SHA? What is it that we need to hear about the economy that's not working? What is it that we need to hear about mashule zenye ziko chini ya miti lakini wanataka kutuambia ziko na mabati na zimejengwa mpaka na AC? What is it that you want these people to come here and have a debate with you. This is why anakwambia ule Owino ama aitwa nani, that police spokesman, when he went to, I think, I don't know what alikuwa, and he's telling, if you listen carefully ina maandamano, he has audacity for us to tell us to take a minute and listen to what Boniface alikuwa anaambia polisi before he rightfully put a bullet in his head. Alisema KUMM ya mamako. That is the same mtu unataka kusema at we are having dialogue. The guy is coming here justifying why you should be poor, justifying why he should be rich with no business, justifying why you elected him to go support Kasongo. Is that the type of discussion you want to have?
Mostly, for me, personally, you see, everybody has how they skin their cat. For me, that would be a good forum for me to expose that person, so that they, unless they have hawana kichwa mzuri, then you have exposed them that they should not open their mouth again to say that there is free SHA, because it is not free. And by the way, if you go and you're just a normal person, you can't have, SHA doesn't cover you unless you're an inpatient. So even though you have paid premiums, you still have to pay out of pocket unless you're out. I'm sorry, if you're an outpatient. Unless you are an inpatient, that is when it pays for you. Ruto has not told us that.
Ashley, can I ask you a question? Ashley, how does this SHA work? Because also I've never understood.
So this is how SHA works. Yes. So
it works.
It does, but
So
this
you're
is how
open to that debate.
it works this way. No, I'm saying it works this way. If you go to the hospital and you are an outpatient, it doesn't cover you unless you are a civil servant. Unless you are a civil servant. I don't know why it discriminates. You have to be a civil servant to be covered as an outpatient. Now, if you are an inpatient, now I'm telling you, I've had my experience. Now, if you are if you are an inpatient, they tell you it only covers you if you're an inpatient. But before it covers you, when he says it's free to apply, before, like when you're applying, you don't get charged anything to apply. But after you apply, it cannot be effective until you pay premiums. So that is nonsense. It's like if you sign up for a quote, it's like getting a quote. Nobody gets charged for a quote. Like if you sign up for insurance and you get a quote, you don't get charged. But if you want that insurance, then you start paying premiums. Now in Kenya, the fact that people are so poor, they have not put into consideration that people live on a pay today, like their money, it's hand to mouth. They want you to pay for a whole year, the premiums for the whole year. And then now, if you go to the hospital and the premiums have to be paid for the whole year, now you can be covered if you go inpatient. What I am not sure is the issue I have, the experience I have, that person was covered 100% after paying inpatient. After paying the premiums, they didn't have to pay anything. But I hear there is a cap. And then someone else I had on the other day on YouTube said they had a tumor. And they were told their tumor is so small, it has to grow to a certain, a few more inches for them to cover it. Who doesn't know that the best time to remove a tumor is the time it is smallest? That is the best chance for it not to come back. But SHA is saying that your tumor has to be, 3 centimeters for them to cover it. So those are SHA. It's like you don't even have insurance. It's like you're paying for insurance that really is very limited in what it covers.
So Ashley, I want you to be sensitive of, I'm asking, I don't want you because I don't have, that authority, but I'm asking you to be sensitive on how you put your reasoning, if you are to represent us in this dialogue, because you are for the dialogue. Number one, they don't care about you, the next person, or the next person. If you're not, your name is not, it doesn't end with Ruto's last name some way, it doesn't end with Watangula, those line, you know what I mean? Number one, they don't care about you. Secondly, you can't go to people who are open to kill you. You see that tumor you're talking about? They don't care about putting 3 holes in your head. Those are the same people you want to go reason. So hiyo sha ita nini? Nani atalipia sha ya 2 bullets in your hole? In your face? So unaanza na kusema sha is working, and this is what I'm requesting you. Before you go represent us to that platform, because they don't care, number one, before even you get there, just know they don't care. Before you go represent us there, don't start by saying SHA works, and then when you get there, ume spend a whole time, umeanza na SHA works, and then ume explain everything that SHA doesn't work. Sasa sisi how do we move forward as a country? If we are not on the same page, it's either SHA is working or SHA doesn't work. If you are rich, it might work, all the best. If you are poor, enda tu kwa mganga, peleka kuku zako 2, hiyo ndio SHA yako. That's where Kenya is. Where I say we need to shut down those conversations. Sisi ni wajinga aje. Someone from SHA department.
I think you're not getting me to, and I'm sorry, I know there's someone else.
I am getting you. Let me finish, because you spend so much time.
Let me interject.
No, but I did
Let
not
me
interject. I let you finish first before I interjected.
The problem is I might forget, or you might say something else. Just
write it down. Write it down, because we have to move. We can't just be back and forth. I was actually given.
So maybe actually, as you explain, kidogo, maybe as actually, because we also need to give actually that time to explain. By the way,
now it was my time, Jiro. So it was my time.
Yeah, it's okay. You'll get to. We have a lot of time here. So what was Shirinokrad is not opening today. So karibuni hapa. I think she has also shared our show huko kwake. So karibuni hapa. So that's what I wanted to let you know. But actually, maybe I am interested to learn from you, because I think you are the first person anasema SHA inafanya job. So nilikuwa nikitaka kusikia ili sasa nisikue napigana na kitu ambayo inafanya job.
Jiro, do you know why I asked about SHA? You know why I asked about SHA to Ashley? Because we have SHA and we have SHIF. SHIF, I think, is for the civil servants. So that's why I asked the question. I think SHA is the Social Health Authority, which is covering all the people. But SHIF ni ile inacover civil servants. So that's why I was asking the question.
Yeah. So if we are gonna give these people dialogue, I think we might as well give them 2027. Tungoja to 2032. That's the only dialogue they want. Tusikue watu naive that tutaita watu wenye hawatujali, tukae chini nao tuwaelezee ni nini yenye tunapitia hawajui. Kwani kama hawaelewi maandamano, by the time a whole country goes to maandamano, what is this that you're not willing to understand about those people? It's either that you care less, or what they're fighting for, and you're not willing to solve their problem.
I get you kidogo. We always talk of dialogue in Kenya. Hiyo na sijui watu waongee. Hebu niulize, who doesn't know that you want to say that Ruto is naive, he doesn't understand Kenyan problems. Ati Ruto ni mjinga sana, ajui shida za Kenya ni nini. So do we
I wanted to interject that one before he moves on, so he can address that. The reason we are asking for dialogue is not for Ruto, it's not for Kenyans, it is for other interested international community friends, so that they can wale hawajui get. That's why I say it is not dialogue really, it is exposing him. It is a way to expose him for who he is and for the lies that he's telling.
Lakini dialogue it too slow. Dialogue will stop us from thinking. Unaona, dialogue imetumakitaimisha na Raila Odinga ametumakitaimisha na dialogue for how long? And we could not do anything. How many dialogues have we done with Raila Odinga and we achieved nothing. Hebu nikuulize, from 2013 to date, what did we achieve with Raila Odinga? I want somebody to account for me. Kutoka kama 2013 huko, sababu Raila Odinga amekuwa dialogue.
Njiru, ile dialogue tunaongea ni kama when the US, they have presidential elections, they usually have a debate, a day where they debate. Sasa hiyo debate ina exposingi how weak or strong someone is and their policies. So we are not talking about like the NADCO report dialogue. We are talking about a dialogue like this conversation here that exposes somebody's weaknesses to those people who are doubting, or those people who are believing him, or those people who want to help him lie. That's the kind of dialogue I'm talking about.
We are not exposing
Niko na
Ruto.
swali. Who
Kidogo,
else in Kenya?
Jamo kidogo. Jamo,
Aha.
I need, hii lazima nigonge kidogo. Why are we exposing a murderer? Si huyu jamaa anapiga watu marisasi kwa streets. Are we not done with exposing this guy? People are being killed in the streets. People are being maimed. Watoto wanaangukiwa na bullets wakiwa kwa nyumba wakiwa wanakula sapa. Which much expose do we need to deal with Ruto? Unajua saa zingine me I don't get it. We don't need to expose Ruto anymore. Mtu ambaye ajui Ruto ni nani, don't explain to him. If there is any Kenyan or any person from even Tuvalu or uko West Guinea uko, ama uko New Zealand na uko chini, uko New Zealand, if by now you don't know Ruto, usimueleze.
Tena, niko na one thing nataka ku-advise Kenyans, especially Njiru uko hapa. The world is going through their own mess. Huyu Kasongo wetu hapa Stato, he is busy doing his own thing. Let me tell you, we need to stop thinking that our wazungu wanajali sana jia yetu. Like tunataka ku-expose Kasongo to other people who have their own issue. Ujaangalia flooding ziko Texas. Sahi unataka ku-expose. Flooding imegongana na Sabasaba. Uniambie kwa akili ya mzungu ni flooding ama ni Kasongo. We have to be serious. Problems za Kenya zilianzishwa na Wakenya. Solutions za Kenya zitatoka Kenya, hazitatoka Uganda, hazitatoka Tanzania, hazitatoka hapa Amerika. Hizi ICC wacha nikushow. Hawa wajaona Waisraeli wamepigana mpaka wamefagia kijiji mzima. Wapi hiyo jamaa? Uliona Kasongo amekale. Wacha
Jemo nikuulize swali. Yeah, you finish. Jemo, just a quick question. Mtu nikuulize, which Kenya knows about the Texas flooding right now? Uliza Mkenya, Texas flooding. Atakwambia what are you talking about? It's the same thing huko. Hakuna, they don't care about us. Just the way we don't care about them. Expose nini?
So shida zetu
Palestine wameimba for over decades, wameimba Palestine. Nothing's going to happen. I'm sorry.
Munataka Kasongo
Andi story ya Palestine
kuleta wa wazungu.
Ama huku sikia hata walikuwa naambiwa wanahamishwa wapelekwe kwingine watolewa hapo.
Na jamaa anapita tu, huyo jamaa wa Israeli anapita tu. So Kasongo
Palestine tunaisikia juu tuko karibu. Palestine tunaisikia.
Hiyo ndio ICC tunataka Kasongo.
Let me tell you, kama hii shida yetu hatutaisolve sisi wenyewe. Palestina has been suffering since the world was created. Who has come to their aid? No one. So kama unangojea ati usaidiwe na mzito na mtu mwingine, we forget. You see, and that's why I'm so proud of Gen Zs. Whatever Gen Zs have done, even international community cannot do for us. Let mark it as a step na tusiwamwagilie maji. Tusimwagilia watu maji. Is Uganda suffering without international community? Ni swali nauliza. Ama mnataka kusema majua wajui Museveni yuko? Jemu ndiye nauliza, majua wako aware of Museveni? Hawajui Museveni aliingia 1986 before you were born? Jemu ndiye nauliza. Unajua Kipuri maybe pengine unajua some of people hapa mulizaliwa Museveni akiwa.
Jemu amejabu umekataa aongee stories zake bana. Wewe acha amalize stories zake bana. Utafanya Jemu a blow casket. Everybody keep quiet. Rather Jemu amalize story bana. Hata I feel bad also. I feel bad because I'm involved with that. I'm sorry.
Mimi niko sawa. I don't take offense on anything, but Unajua, me, I always try to hold back from acting like I'm overthinking or reacting. But after Sabasaba, my friend, kaende. 25th of June, Ruto alipigwa 10 bila. Hii Sabasaba hata hakukuwa watu kwa streets. So sijui alikuwa anafanya nini. But alituonyesha what is willing to do even while we are at home. So the only way we can push Ruto is a bigger demonstration, a bigger movement, a bigger radical approach that will start from the villages. Kinaishungwa should never land. I don't know how these people stand in front of us and speak. They need Ishungwa akijaribu kusimama aenda kasumamia huko Homa Bay ama Bomet penye yako na friendly audience. It has to come down to some radical stuff. We are not gonna tolerate NTV hawa watu wache kupea watu. Unapea Moses Kuria akuja tutusi na atuambie vile sijui ana praise. I don't know. And then you keep saying that, oh, the country is going down the drain. Unapea watu wakuje kutuambia how SHA is working. Kasongo amekuambia atajenga kanisa. What are we talking about? Tunaambiana nini? Kasongo amesumama penye amesumama. Respect. That is a respect we have to give Kasongo. Now we know where he's at. Why don't we stand our ground too? Na tuseme, it's either utaenda ama utue sisi wote. That is the only language that we have to shift. Watu wenye wanakuja pale mashinani kutumika na hizo stories za Kasongo, we flash them immediately. I think that's where Wamnyoro should be coming in na kusema watu kama ako na nguvu ya kutumika apate nguvu ya kupandisha biashara yake na and actually that's why I disagree with you. Hakuna vile tutasema ati wasikanyage makanisa. No, wahame kijiji. Wanakuja kufanya nini? Si mtakuta nao kwa barabara. Unataka kutana mtu mwenye anashoot mtoto wako nini? And it happens in Kenya a lot. The same person that shot your child, mnakutana naye mkinunua maziwa, ni polisi mwenye mnakutania hata kwanza anakopa mkate. Mnakutania kwa kibanda moja ya mboga. Same old person. We need to be intolerant. As we are working on Kasongo, we need to work on his little soldiers. Osoro kule Kisii penye movement ya Matiang'i iko anaendaje huko? Well, the one thing is that when these guys get an opportunity to shoot and kill you, they do a very good job. When you get an opportunity to flash them out, unajipata ukimsikiza. You're out there, ukimwambia one time, unaambia mtu mwenye atakushoot kesho one time. Utasikia mtu mwenye mnashutiwa anaenda kwa bunge anasema police did a good job. I think we are going wrong. We need to flash these people out. The way forward is to be radical. These people should never have peace within our community. I don't care if it's my brother or my cousin. Kama umeenda mbaya, enda ishi kwa
Jamo, kuna swali nataka kuuliza as you speak. Based on what is happening, because you can see Raila Odinga, even after the rules were made in Nyarenda and everywhere, he sought peace with the Kasongo. So ni swali nataka kuuliza because I would not believe it if it happened. But do you think Kasongo would want peace with watu wa mlima? Na anze sasa kutuma his agents huko ati sasa watu wa mlima waanzie kutulia. Do you think he can start doing that?
Kuna mahali penye do I think I think he wants friendship back. You know why? Because he realized everybody else, and this is the unfortunate part I'm gonna make on this statement. I used to doubt my community when I used to hear hii mambo ya Mau Mau and all that stuff, because after Mau Mau, when I've lived in Kenya, Moi era, nikaona hata ukisikiza stories za second liberation nakuta ni kina Raila na kina Orengo, you know, the Kikuyu community kind of subsided, you know, waliingia kwa comfort zone. So there is a point in my mind kidogo ni doubt stories za Mau Mau until when Raila akauza the movement ya second liberation. Sasa tumerudi almost to the first liberation type of movement. Hii ya Kasongo hii ni hata inaweza kuwa ngumu kuliko kufukuza mzungu. So we are back to the first liberation, because if the bunge is with one side, if nothing is working, if the constitution yenye actually tunaenda nayo sahi ni kama tunaenda na constitution ya Moi, because police is supposed to be independent, but what is Kasongo doing with the police? So we are back to the old constitution, right? So second liberation, Raila ameuza, Kasongo ameikalia, Raila is happy. But now the Kikuyus, in the name of what the government wants, but through the movement ya Gen Z and the help of the Mount Kenya, yeah, the Kikuyus are pushing Kasongo to a place where when I used to doubt them, now siwa doubt tena. So yes, he wants that type of friendship, but I think he doesn't want it for the country. He wants it for himself. And I don't know if the next question ungeuliza ni that should we forgive him? No. Kasongo amefika mahali penye forgiving and forgetting is hard. Pengine tumsamee akiwa ndani ya ICC ama mahali kamiti, tumsamee akiwa na huko, but definitely he will want to make peace, but at what cost? It's the same peace he made with Raila at the cost of wananchi. It's the same peace he made with the Luos, if I was to go that direction, at the cost of the country. So same thing, you know, just a different page. So maybe I wouldn't advise for Mountain to samea mtu kama huyo. If we do that, we will do what Raila has done, and we have seen that has not done us any good. So I'm just gonna stop there and let everybody else contribute.
Jemo,
Yeah.
Jemo, here's a quick one. Do you know, you've just brought that thing of Mau Mau, imenikumbusha kitu moja. Do you know that the Muzungus did the same thing that these guys are doing? They used to hire locals, what we are calling goons now, kutufinya sisi. You know that?
Yeah, they have a name
The same
for it.
script.
The sellouts. Walikuwa naitwa nini
Sellout.
Ashley? If you or Julia?
Home guard. Home guard.
Gati,
Wale
walikuwa
wenye
wanaitwa
walikuwa wanavaa
Gati.
vijana.
Gati.
Same thing. Colonization exact. Is that this time wako na rangi kama sisi, they are black like us. Wanatunyanyasa. Some of them speak the same language we speak. Kina Ishungwa ukikuja pe hai kazi uchungu ya mtu bana. Sijaona mtu na uchungu kama hiyo bana. Yani kuna hiyo irritation iko, yani that there's nothing that can be done. Naona mpaka hata governor akina nani wakina Njeru wa Embu, she's frustrated. There's nothing she can do. She even used the wrong metaphor. Ati Ruto ana mdomo mtamu sana mpaka inatoa nyoka pangoni.
Kipril.
You know that saying, yeah.
Nilifurahia akisema hiyo sisi ribalia, nilifurahia akisema mtikombe pressure. Unajua hiyo inamaanisha nini? Ngamtu nipe pressure.
Unampatia pressure wada. Wewe mama anaumia bana. Embu town, I don't think, unajua alikuwa tu girlfriend ya mtu hapo, just some politician girlfriend. That's the unfortunate thing about women politicians. there's no bright women representing the opposite sex for us. No, wanawake wote ni chifu yote. Karen Nyam, Saris hapo hapo kwa Nairobi. Toto tulikuwa nampatia sifa kabisa. This was a young lady that moved around coming to fight for our liberation. Ya kugundua yani, these women are being used. Absolutely, they look awful. Kwanza hiyo kitu ya women rep, I hate it. Inafaa kutolewa kabisa. Other than Martha Karua, just name me a politician that Mama Charity Ngilu. Give me another politician woman that is doing well for us right now. What a bure kabisa. Some even worse than the men. Ukiona huyo Sholei boss, the witch from my village. They just look, she's been used. She's the one who was used to come and steal elections. Mbaya sana. Hapana, no. But even the men also ni wajinga sana. Ni kama ukiingia huko ni kama mnavutanga bangi huko parliament, kichwani ina rot. It just rots somehow. Sometimes you remember you're with the people, then you forget, because Silasia sijui what happened to his momentum. Mara anataka kuwa president, mara anatukana Raila, mara anataka, yani there's nobody you can look up to, because like I tell you, I never forget people. I never forget what people have done. Like Babu Owino. People say, oh, that's the one who's going to liberate the Luo nation. That man shot somebody in a nightclub. And he shoot mtu mpaka leo, he's still paying for that DJ's family. You can't, other than Okiya Mtata, you cannot name me one MP that is good. And right now, all of you in this chat room, you're discussing about the ones that are the ones who are moving towards Gachagua. Oh, kuna hao watakuja hapa. Oh, sijui Ichungu ameumia, sijui who's done this. It's the same old garbage. By the way, do you know that most of the MPs that you have in Central right now are manufactured by Ruto? Central did not choose those people. Those people are shoved down your throat because they are dumb, they are stupid. I know the voting pattern of Central, it's one of the best in Kenya. Central don't keep MPs for more than 2 terms. Mtu akiwasumbua mnamfagia. From Moi's time all the way to now, mnafagianga watu. But this time hii kitu ya UDA muliwekewa wajinga sana. Muliwekewa pumbafu. Huko Nakuru, you had a very good governor who's become stupid now. Because Lee Kinyanjui alifanya kazi huko Nakuru, even though he stole a bit, alikuwa ameiba, but still Nakuru was okay. Mkaenda mkeka Susan Kihika, somebody who's been in maternity leave for 2 years.
Kipo cha kunichokoza.
Oh, uko hapa. Oh,
Mato mnachokoza waje na maternity.
Hapana, anajua, he knows why.
Amekosa department ya Mato.
That's a very soul story, by the way. That's a very soul story. I know what
Mato
Mato is
anakuanga
going on.
midwife.
It's worse than that, bana. Hapana, Susan Kihika alipatia Mato character development ingine hapo bana.
Oh, alimtoka.
Hapana, character development. Mato was almost deported because of that bitch. Sorry, excuse my language. Susan alikula pesa ya Mato. I'm sorry, Mato. Bana Mato, lakini you say uliponea. Thank God you're okay now. That woman is a witch, let me tell you. You know the number of Kenyans who've been deported because of her from the US? Go research. You'll understand. There are many people that have been deported in Kenya because of Susan Kihika, allegedly. So that's why Mato is like, wacha kunichokoza. Oh, mama. That woman is bad news. So anyway, just to finish up, my statement is just to say that raundi munafaa kuenda kunyang'anya your folks, watu wa kanisa wanyang'anywe manini maidi wasivote, especially the church. Leo lazima nikanyage kanisa because the most evil people are people from the church. Watu wa kanisa staki. Kwanza wenye wanaendanga praise and worship wanajifanyanga wanaenda kwa ma meetings sijui kufanya nini. Hao ndio tuletea Ruto. Because down in my village bado kuna my aunties, some of them that still, kwa sababu wanaendanga kanisa. Ruto ni mtu wa Mungu. Kwanza nataka kumuuliza juu ya hiyo kanisa yenye Ruto, lakini si ni nyumba ya Mungu. They have been convinced. They have been convinced that it was the right thing to do to spend 1.2 billion Kenya shillings on that building. That is why he has the audacity to do that, because watu wa kanisa ni kama wamesahau Mungu. Na unakumbuka hizo story za mchango ya kanisa, even Americans make fun about this. Kuna hii roof yenye haijaimalizika for 20 years. Every service mnachanga ya roof. Kasongo has left a very bad taste with the churches in Kenya. Afadhali niende tu kuombea tu kwa nyumba yangu hapo tu, ama kwa ile kanisa ya matope, ile ya mabati. Afadhali niombee huko. Hizi makathedral kubwa kubwa hapa kama wakina Winners Chapel sijui nini huko, hapana. No. And this is where these all politicians including Gachagua wote mnaendanga kanisa kwenda kuhubiri ma politics zenu. That is why the church is one of the most bwana kanisa na ma bishops sijui kama
Siniulize swali nibadilisha dialogue kidogo Wazito. Najua Kipriru kwa hapa.
Unataka kuharibu dialogue yangu ya kanisa kwa sababu wewe ni mtu wa
Aya,
kanisa pia wewe.
okay, wewe endelea.
Wewe ni deacon eh?
No, I follow conventional religion thing. So mi si yule ati religious fanatic wa kufuata vitu sielewi. That is okay.
Wewe ni deacon, wewe acha zako. Ulienda mpaka kanisa huko Canada. You crossed the border to go to church.
Of course, I go to church. I go to church in Canada. That is true.
Ni fanatic bwana.
Kipril. Hapo chini umeambiwa kwa nini Kikuyu waliwaita ngati. Walikuwa wanajaribu kutamka the word home guard. Sasa wakasema home guard. Asante. Umeelewa sasa? Walikuwa wanajaribu kupronounce home guard. Sasa wakashindwa home guard, wakasema home guard. Sasa ikakuwa ni ngati.
na kipasi nakwambia uambie nani address nini ya nani ya nitoa juu ya Ashley ya kitu ya dialogue.
I stated that in the beginning. It is what I said in the beginning. I said I don't want any dialogues. He's stuck. Raila has been dialoguing on our behalf since Moi.
Na anaenda kudishi peke yake. Anajikuta tu kwa dining table peke yake. Hiyo story ya dialogue, by the way, they now want to, unajua Raila Odinga, they are still trying to engineer or to understand how they are going to divert e-wave ya Gen Z tena. Because unajua, by the way, kisha waramba Kipril tuamini sasa. Kenya is at a state whereby it's like they're in a state of hostage. Ruto has been taken hostage by these revolutionary waves. So history ya kusema tuacha tuongee, wanatafuta mbinu ya to capture that environment again. I sympathize with the people who are dying.
If I may interject, ndio nisikue misinterpreted. Oh God, I've confused that. I don't mean dialogue ya Raila.
That's not
There is a
that's not me.
difference. There is a difference between your dialogue anaitisha na ile mimi namaanisha. Si maanishi dialogue ati leaders waende wakaongee. I am talking about, and I know that it works because I do that in some cases. The way to have a compact case is to catch someone in their own words saying some things. You can catch him in his own words and compile a compact case to take to court and have him impeached on his own words. So the dialogue is not so that you can come to a compromise. The dialogue is to catch him on record saying some things that already you know he's guilty. So you're dialoguing, it's like vile police wita mtu kuja interrogation ama kuja na anajua umefanya, so they want to catch you using your own words. Kwa hivyo usini confuse. You might want to hate me for any other reason, but do not misinterpret what I'm saying. I don't mean the dialogue ile ya Raila na Ruto or leaders amongst themselves. I want Ruto to come to the ground and he will not agree. Jota akienda kama uko London, they pick who to ask questions. What he doesn't have is an organic conversation like the one we are having here. He cannot agree to one.
Ashley, ngoja Martin, 1 second. Martin, one second. Martin, wait.
Yes, sir.
Ashley, si tulikuwa na dialogue na we had a dialogue with Murkomen. Murkomen akasema, I will come and shoot you to kill. What happened after that? See, we had the dialogue with him. He came and
So
told
what
us
have we done? You see, that is why I say our leaders, our attorneys, I don't know.
Ashley, so
Now
you want
we can
another
use that to
dialogue
go
like
to
that?
any court, to go to ICC, to go somewhere. Yani, but it is good that we have him on record. You see, those are the
Then what
records.
happened?
But then after you have to fight, then what happens? You see, there are many ways to skin a cat. That is one way. Hata ukisema hivyo, protest watu walienda, then what happened? Don't be too hard on me. You might want to hate me, but you can hate me for other things, but don't hate me for my idea. Because hata hizo protest unaenda, watu wanauliwa kwa
Can I say something?
Listen.
But I wanted to talk about this secretary.
Let me finish, please. Watu wanaenda kwa street, wanauliwa, and then what happens after that? When you ask me about my dialogue, what happens after that? You don't know when you can use it.
Because he is killing innocent people. Why are we not like in a
And that is another thing. You ask him in the dialogue, he keeps saying, "Oh, people have to follow the constitution."
Ashley.
Unamuuliza hii constitution, unamkuotia vile yeye hajafanya na yeye hafuati constitution. Sasa umuulize wewe, are you exempt?
Ashley, with all due respect, nilisikizia conversation yako hata Kipa alianza by the way, nimeona tena ndio nikaileta because ilikuwa imenichanga. I don't know what you're talking about when you talk about dialogue. Na, kidogo tu utanirudilia. Hata sitaka sana. I wanted to really jump in onto this kitu ya dialogue. The dialogues, what do you expect from a dialogue? Is it 2 people talking? Is it 3 people talking? Or who's talking about? I mean, who's in this dialogue?
In the dialogue, it's like Njiru agreeing to invite him, not just him. Like now having a leader here in this group, like right now as our guest, like the way one time we had Dengwa Jiro here in a group of just normal Kenyans. And we are asking him questions and subjecting him to answers. Then we can use those answers that we can use them against him in the future, in wherever it can. You don't know. You know, when we are skinning this cat, we have to try all ways. One of them, we have to get him on record. Hata hizi vitu za abductions, we can ask him questions.
I want to know where you're going with this one.
What I'm trying to do is to push him to the corner where he cannot, because hizi vitu zote anafanya ni unconstitutional. Just you push him to the corner where he has no defense. Ndio next time akienda kama pahali kusema about Shah, he can't talk because he was now you start being defensive. It is to put him on the defensive. Unaona kama Murkomen started saying he did not say what was ishutiwe. So we took him from an offensive position and we put him in a defensive position, and we want them in the defensive, not in the offensive.
Okay. Just listen to me.
I understand what you're saying. I agree what you're saying. But the thing, what we're asking you, and what I personally am asking you, and what I'm trying to say, it's a question, it's an assertive question which you don't have to answer. It's a question with its own answer. Isn't it? And what Kip is saying, that how many dialogues have we had? Have we been here? You remember the where this protest started? They started at Nini time the finance bill. Didn't we have that dialogue that you want? Because we've had more dialogues before then and after then. Remember, we still have Akina Kalonzo, the ones that did.
No. We have not had one with the
No,
people.
just listen to me so that you
No,
understand.
Ashley, let me correct Zero. Let me correct Ashley. We had a dialogue. There was a dialogue between Ruto and the Gen Z. And I remember that dialogue, Ruto brought his own people. Watu mpaka walikuwa wanashindwa kuongea kwa hiyo meeting. Alikuwa amewambia let us meet at Skype.
Exactly. We have not had a genuine dialogue which is not controlled. We have not had a dialogue which is not controlled. After hiyo ya Gen Z, it was controlled.
Relax.
Why can't we use to
Which other dialogue do you want?
Where are we bringing dialogue and people are dying? Businesses are being vandalized. I don't understand. Where are we talking about dialogue and
Njiro, hiyo dialogue itamuuliza hizo questions unauliza. Hizo questions unauliza. Hizo ndio atajibu.
We cannot talk of those issues. We cannot talk of those issues. Who are you dialoguing with? Part of a murderer, a vandalizer? I think actually you are not. You know, it is like bringing him to a kangaroo court. We bring in the court of public opinion. So we are going to argue. We are going to. Okay, that's my idea. It might not be good, but personally, I would like to have a dialogue.
So you go to State House, go to State House and go dialogue with him. Me, I'm not dialoguing with a killer.
So you bring somebody and tell them, hey, according to human rights, they are, since you got into president.
Let's focus on that.
Hold on. You bring someone and tell them 200 people has been killed since when you got into presidency, and then I say, no, I disagree, only 70. So what do you get out of that? Still a murderer, right?
So let me close at this. That's it is up for debate.
Wait,
it's not like I have
something. Ashley, relax. You know,
I have to defend myself.
I know it's okay to defend yourself, but sometimes it's okay. Wewe kwanza ni mtu unaenda kudialogue naye mwenye atakuuliza, are they alive, those people who which ones were shot? Are they not alive? And they were shot 8 bullets. Who are you dialoguing with?
The same guy you pull him in economic forum akasema amelipa 500 million nini intraje.
So let me close by saying this.
Anasema ukifika kwa police station upigwe risasi.
So this is that was an opinion. That is an opinion. It might not be a good one, but I'm going to just say this. For me, pushing someone to the corner is, it's like it's a strategic move to force that person to come out from an offensive and to come to a defensive position. So it is applying pressure tactic and force. For me, that is what I think, but I might be wrong. But that is, I think that would be a way to attack also.
Jemo, I've been quiet. Let me ask Ashley. Ashley, you come and tell us here we want a dialogue with Ruto. Then you tell us Matiang'i is a very bad person. How can you tell us Matiang'i does these horrible things, but you want to talk with the person who is killing the people?
Now, Matiang'i is not in office. Ruto is in office. I'm not saying we are having a dialogue for him to stay. I'm not saying you're not understanding me. You're not understanding me. We are not dialoguing with him so he can continue. We are dialoguing with him to make him vulnerable enough to be able to remove him. That is the difference. What the story of Matiang'i and him does not apply. What I am saying, we cannot replace Ruto with Matiang'i because they are one and the same. Matiang'i could even be worse. So there is no difference there. And I am not supporting Ruto by saying we dialogue with him. I am saying when we dialogue with him, just like you're trying to do me, you're going to expose him and his weaknesses, and it will make him vulnerable.
But actually, you are the same person who told me. You told me that when we finish dialogue, we are going to go to the conclave and go to referendum. So
No,
where will this dialogue finish to?
Either you have a bad understanding. That's saying Njiru interfere. Don't put words in my mouth. Njiru, can you say that? What we discussing what the conclave was? We were discussing what Raila said. Be honest. Let this person be honest. Joseph, be honest. Don't be a politician.
Where is it ending? Inaishia wapi dialogue? That is the question.
I think the goal is to expose, but I wonder who doesn't know. So
Jiro, set the record straight.
Gojia kidogo actually. You know what? We cannot continue with the history dialogue. Can we now say that? Can we now put a hold history dialogue to achieve dialogue, Laira? Where are we coming to discuss dialogue here?
Jiro, you are here when we are talking about conclave. I hate that now Joseph is coming to lie about me. Don't come and lie about me. We want to hold an honest conversation.
No, we will not have a conversation with Ruto. We will not. You and I, you actually, Ruto is murdering our kids in the streets. Watu wanabebwa. Hiyo story ya dialogue. Let's talk of other things. Please.
Okay, that one is okay. You see, out of 6, I'm alone, so that one is off. But Njiru on that, but still, hiyo ya concave, I was explaining what Raila was saying. I wasn't saying I want it. I want you to also tell Joseph to stop lying. It is wrong to come and put words in someone's mouth. We are having an honest conversation, and that does not include lying what someone said.
Okay, nimesikia, lakini ile kitu iko, let's not talk of dialogue. Tuongee vitu zingine. Tuko na hiyo story ya moya tulikuwa tunaongea ya huyo jamaa alikuwa na jini frame hapa. We have people who have been killed na story ya watu kwa. Yani huyo tumeonesikia akina Mukisa kitu akiongea hapa, mtu wanasema watu watalala kwa fridge direct. Alafu sasa huyo mtu tuokuja hakuna bana. Let me tell you, hata mkienda kuongea na Ruto, mutaniacha hapa. Muende muongee peke yenu. That guy, we will never talk with him today, tomorrow and forever. We will never talk with that guy. Whoever want to talk with Ruto, go on your own. We will never talk with that guy today, tomorrow and forever. Mukae mukijua hivyo. And that is my huo ni msimamo wangu as an individual. But if in your own capacity you feel that Ruto can listen, wewe muende muongee na yeye. But we will never, some of us will never even agreed with him even when he was a deputy president. So there's no anything we are reimagining here. So let's talk about the destructive nature of this regime, where they are killing people, wakiambia watu utalala kwa friji leo. Can you imagine that is what is happening in the streets? Utalala kwa friji leo. Alafu sasa huyo mtu ndio tunasema tukuje tuongee naye. We will not do that. Ruto has been exposed enough. What we need to be talking about here is how can we achieve resignation? As early as now, how can we achieve resignation? Because we cannot have somebody who is killing his own citizens and he is still governing them. Those are not things which we need to be talking about. They cannot agree. Mutu ati ni kiongozi wenyu na anawaua. So in fact, hata Wamunyoro naona anatuwestia time. And all the other people who are saying they're in opposition, they have been unable to achieve a resignation for Ruto or an ouster. I don't understand what they are doing. I don't know what they are opposing. We are now at a threat of a nation collapse. We are at a threat whereby people are dying. People are becoming collateral damages. People with watu hawana hatia, young people, kids. Mtoto wa Kiambu hapo ameangukiwa na risasi hapa, anatoa damu, anakufa. We cannot. Hata Wamunyoro anatuwestia time, by the way. And we have now to start speaking this thing. All those people, akina Madhakarua, Bwana Kipril, all those people, they are wasting our time. Huyu jamaa angekuwa amepelekwa nyumbani jana. I don't know what we are keeping on talking about this. You know, one time is actually even too far. It's too far. We are at a level whereby we have lost our nation. So that's the trajectory which we have to. So actually, with all the due respect, story ya dialogue tupeleke tu pahali zingine, lakini dialogue, wacha tusidiscuss dialogue hapa. So let's speak about the people who are dying. Let's speak how we can achieve an Oster. Let's speak about those things, but we cannot speak about a destructive regime in the way like we want to give people chance. Na huyu mtu anasema mtalala fridge. His motorcade killed a kid in Embu town. They have not even talked of anything. Huyo mtoto wazazi wake ni kulia wanalia sahi. People in Gong have been killed there. Watu wamelala, and we don't know the people who will die tomorrow or the next day. We don't know. So we are having now a regime which is a hostile regime as imeitwa, but now a regime which you are not safe. Imagine these people, they are correcting.
And also, Jiro, tell these people we have better things to do. We cannot keep on dealing with this guy 24/7 as a country. There comes a time that we have better things to do. We're not going to be dialoguing and talking and doing anything. We have a lot of things to do that we need to do, and we are not going to be stuck at one point. The guy has to go. Wacha kutuliza unaenda aje? Where did you come from? Go back the way you came back. We put someone else, and all of you, mwende, we start something new. Even you'll still be Kenyans in that country if you'll not be in ICC. It's nonsense.
Yeah, so let's now go with the trajectory of how things are. Kids are dead. I don't know, sijui kutoka 25th mpaka sahi. I think it is close to what, 13 days from 25th when Gen Zs were celebrating. From 25th mpaka sahi, have we accounted for the number of deaths of the kids who have died? I guess they are close to 500. Sijui bwana Mkenya Mkora, is that count from 25th to now? Ni watoto wangapi wamekufa sahi?
Can I ask you something, Chino, before I say anything?
Sure.
I wanted to ask you this thing on the dialogue. Please give me 1 minute. If, like, now you get him on record, don't you think you can take that evidence to court to have him impeached? Once you have determined that he's contravened the constitution and he's impeachable by his own evidence.
Who will impeach him?
No, let me answer you that. Let me answer you that. Let me answer you that.
Story ya impeachment hiyo tulitokanga kitambo.
Zero. Let me answer him. Let me answer her. Sorry, ma'am. The thing is that we've already established that he's contravened the constitution. There's nothing else to establish. Like Njiro was asking the number before you interjected. The number, we don't even know it exactly what number it is. We hear like yesterday, 10 of them. The other one, the 3 of them, Zimepita, we already know these other guys, you know, even the Alberts and them. We already got him. So there's no other evidence that he can say. It's kind of like you want us to take him to court, and so that he can inject himself, and so that we can catch him by his own words. How many words do we have out there for him of doing that? So we already have the case for him. The only thing is that he's protected by the state power for now. And remember my word, for now. So the evidence, we already have it. So we don't need to talk with him about anything. The evidence is already there. It's done. What are we talking about? You talk to Akila, mtu akuje auwe mama yako alafu unaenda wacha tuongee. Ndio ujieke jela. Na unajua ndio huyu ushampata na evidence. Come on, Ashley. That's all I'm saying. I understand what you're trying to say, and I don't mean to come back. I mean to come bad, badly at you. And that is what these guys are telling you, the panelists. They're telling you that if it's evidence, tushapata, tuko nayo. Just get out of there. We're done with you.
Mato, and to help Ashley, a president cannot be sued until he has left power. You need to know that. It is under the constitution, not as we said under the constitution. So the only thing that can be done is a president can only be impeached by members of parliament. And there is no parliament as we are talking about. There is no members of parliament who can impeach this president. So there is nothing we can do. There is no dialogue we can do that can save him. And me, what I know about dialogues, they are made to seal deals. There is no dialogue I've seen which has not been used to seal deals. Go to all countries if you want to check the ones which have been having elections problems, or they have been having problems in the country. Go and check all of them. You find they are used to seal deals. In Kenya, we have had the Nusu Mukate government, Kibaki and Raila. The dialogue was used to seal the deal for them to be having a prime minister. This one for handshake, it was used for a deal. Raila was given, was put inside the government. He was being given even red carpets. Tuko na ingine inaitwa broad based. Wameleta mpaka ma MP hapo. There is another one they wanted to bring NADCO. All these things have been used to seal deals, and they always take Kenyans taxpayers' money to put them up. They take taxpayers' money for nothing, and there is nothing they come up with. Hakuna kitu wanatuetagia maana. Look at the NADCO. What has it brought to us? It took months of I don't know deliberations. What did they bring for us? Nothing. They use taxpayers' money to rent I don't know halls, to take food I don't know what. What dialogue will it bring to us? There is nothing that these dialogues have ever brought to us. Yeah? If we check, even if we check, you need. Ashley came and told us here we need to be checking at the history. Because he was telling us we need to check the history about people. I'm going to tell him also to check the history of dialogues in this country. Where have they taken us? What have they brought us? Nothing. There's nothing they have brought us. They always say that it is peace, but then the next election, they always bring us to war. So there is nothing they have brought to us.
Kama kuna kitu sitaki kusikia Kenya ni dialogue na ile word inaitwa consultation. Raila came from AU. Akachapa, akasema anaenda consultation. Yani these people, they go for consultations with predetermined outcome of what they want. You go to dialogue with Ruto. He's defiant, he's immoral. He knows what he wants, no matter how many points you'll put across. He is not there for dialogue. He's presenting his face for the TV. He will write the Bible. Ni kama anaanza kukukotia the book that you should be going by na rules za hiyo dialogue. He will live there, whether you make him feel guilty or not. He will go back and do exactly the opposite. I feel like tukipea Ruto opportunity ya kuongea naye, tunampeanga ideas za kwenda kutukera. Juu anaendanga anafanya exactly the opposite. So there is room, an atmosphere for dialogue. It needs people who are moral. Morality is first, number one. Somebody that's, if he's a leader and a president, that is upholding the rule of law and the constitution. But morality wezi pea Ruto. Rule of law, tafadhali tusiende hapo.
And I don't want to get misquoted. My dialogue was not between leaders. I thought that dialogue with the people, but I see where you're coming from, that even though we have a dialogue with him and we catch him that he has contravened the constitution, we have nowhere to take that information. If we had somewhere to take that information, to me, I think that would be a very good way and an easy way to remove him without bloodshed. But do not misquote me that I want our leaders to have dialogue. Do not misquote me about previous dialogue. The one I was asking for and we've never had is directly organic with the people without people being chosen. When he came to the US, I tried to talk to him about somebody. There was a case and I was told I couldn't see him. I was referred to other people. And I thought I could engage him directly. I wasn't able to do that because I always feel like maybe, you know, there's people you can't engage and they can't get it and they don't want to get it because they know what they are doing is wrong. So I will let other people give other opinions on how we can remove him. But I'm not trying to get into a dialogue with him to get into a deal because I do not believe that someone can kill us and lead us. That is my conclusion on the matter.
Actually, and to add, don't worry about Ruto. When we are removing him there, he's going to meet the consequences. Hata Moi alikuwa nadhania hawezi stakiwa. I saw Moi akistakiwa mambo ya shamba or who has not seen Moi akistakiwa anapelekwa kotini hata kama hayuko. The family is still paying what their father did. So even this one, it will not. First, this one even he has been captured. He has been captured even by the ICC. I don't know if I don't know if you know ICC wako Kenya. They are taking data, and even that police officer who said leo utalala kwa fridge, that guy, he damaged everything for the police, and I'm so afraid for this guy.
Brother,
Kampala.
even Kibaki, after getting out of the presidency, he was in jail. I mean, not jail. He went to the court.
And brother, you see, even this guy who said about kwa fridge, I'm telling Kanja, he be very careful. Hussein went the same way. Hussein alienda kujibu makesi, my friend. He even became thin. I don't know if you remember Hussein Ali. Mpaka alikonda kabisa mpaka kichwa ndio tu ilikuwa inaonekana kwa sababu ya stress. Kanja need to be very careful about this thing. It's not a joke. Ukisikia polisi na amechukuliwa na unasikia mpaka you know the problem is we have journalists who are taking this news interviews to the world and they are talking in English. Sasa kama huyo police officer akisema ati leo utalala kwa fridge and then you see either jana sikuona rari ya kuwa iliona huyu mwingine aitagwa Robert Nongila alikuwa anasema vile huyu jamaa anaongea BBC. They are spreading what he's saying in English. They are saying what he was saying in English. Unadhani what is that being captured? Inakapchariwa aje? All the media stations. By the way, today I watched all of them, the international media stations. They are focusing on Kenya. Look at them. Go all of them. You will see. Hata ukitaka tu kusearch about Kenya, utaona tu zikikuletea.
I actually, as you're talking like that, brother, I'm watching one over here. It's just that it looks long, kidogo. I was gonna play it. I was gonna ask you guys to let me play it, but you're having a very good discussion. I was gonna play one over here, which is not even from Kenya. It's actually international. And when you're looking at it, you understand the what is happening and exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'm very happy because the international media is not taking the crap of the police. If you look at even the headlines, just go and look at the headlines. And if it is dialogue we wanted, let me just finish with this issue. Unaona mtu kama Ishongwa aliitwa Al Jazeera. I don't think everybody saw that interview. It was a very he was humiliated. That guy was humiliated. 10-0. Huh? So this thing is being focused in a capturiwa, even if we don't get him now, but as long as we remove him, he's going to pay for his deeds. Is lazima atalipa kile kitu amefanya yote, lazima atalipa. He must pay for it, and I'm telling you, watu now Kenyans are not joking. Unaona kila mtu anapelekwa kotini. You can see, even if it will not work in our Kenyan law courts, it will work internationally, and people are petitioning even the international community. And I'm loving how Kenyans are fearless nowadays. They are even petitioning the international community. And that is the way to go. We need to petition also them. They need to know the things that are happening also. Even though tunasemaga ni dogless, ni toothless, we need to petition them also. Lazima huyu jamaa tuweze kumaliza in any way. Lakini mi kuongea naye mi sitajaribu hata mimi.
And that's my point. Anyway, msiende mbali, commercial break, just to advance what my brother just said here. Just watch this. It's long. I was just watching it on the side. But ebu angalieni hii, what you're talking about international. Just watch this real quick. As tukipata just a little commercial break, ndio to relax kidogo turudi. Haya, watch this.
The United Nations is expressing serious concern over the deaths of at least 31 people in Kenya where police and protesters clashed during anti-government demonstrations the previous day. The violence erupting on Sabasaba Day, which means 7/7, when demonstrators annually mark the events of July the 7th, 1919, when Kenyans rose up to demand a return to multi-party democracy after years of autocratic rule by the then President Daniel Arap Moi. Protests are ongoing against the present-day government of the ruling man, William Ruto.
Life has almost returned to normal in Nairobi this Tuesday, a day after violent clashes between protesters and police officers. Shops opened as usual, and locals are back to work after an obligatory day off.
I didn't work yesterday, so I didn't earn any money at all. I hope in any case that the government, whether they like it or not, has heard the people's demands.
Authorities closed the capital's main roads on Monday to dissuade protesters from reaching the center of town. Every year, thousands celebrate Saba Saba Day, remembering the nationwide protests on the 7th of July 1990, when Kenyans had filled the streets demanding free elections. Since last year, the commemoration has been linked to a wave of protest against President William Ruto, accused of corruption and police brutality. Not without reason, on the 25th of June this year, several protesters were killed in clashes with the police.
Last time the police came with violence, they should come in peace. Looking at these trucks, it's clear they want violence.
The situation was extremely tense yesterday, and protests rapidly descended into violence. As protesters threw stones at the police, authorities responded with firing tear gas grenades. Violence on both sides, which was condemned by the United Nations.
If you've recently had
Oh.
surgery, or even months ago,
Sorry
and you
about
still
that.
don't
Sorry
feel
about
well,
that.
if your energy hasn't returned.
We are deeply troubled by the killings yesterday of at least 10 people, as well as looting and destruction of property in Kenya as police and other security forces responded to violent protests in the capital of Nairobi. Lethal ammunition, rubber bullets, tear gas, and water cannons were used.
Hundreds of protesters were also arrested. The divorce between President Ruto and Kenyan youth has rarely been more apparent.
And of course, since the UN's Rowena Shamdasi was interviewed there, the toll has gone up from 10 to 31. Let's bring in Irungu Houghton, who is from Amnesty Kenya, joining us from Nairobi. Irungu, thanks for being with us. The UN deeply concerned, deeply troubled by what's happening in Kenya. What is Amnesty Kenya's take on this situation?
Amnesty International would share the concerns of the United Nations.
Anyway, that is what I think my brother was talking about. It's been taken, so now even the UN chair is talking about it. So where do you think huyu jamaa atapotelea akitoka tu hivi? Back to you guys, whoever mwenye ajaongea. Jemu, sidhani kama umeongea hii story.
Unataka niseme ni break your hearts. Unfortunately, ICC where it stands right now, solve your problems back at home. Those are just, I mean, ICC used to work. You know, for ICC to work, it has to be backed by other countries. But, you know, ICC has been watered down so much that if it picks up cases from Kenya, it will look like it's discriminative. ICC has say that whatever that's happening in Russia, it's war crimes. Nothing has happened. Said whatever that's happening in Israel is war crimes. Nothing has happened. Syria. So, and that has been going on for a minute. Bashar huyo anaitwa nani? Alitoka na Kenda. So when it comes to Kasongo, they come and pick him up. You know, like the pushback at the African nations. So we are in a situation we have to just take care of our problems. ICC can document just in case they get back into business, you know, how they used to do, you know, fairness. But right now, ICC is limited. Mtawekwa kwa news. It's good that we're doing something. That's why we are in the news. But if that is our only hope, that's actually not our only hope. But if we even have an ounce of hope with ICC, then we are doing the wrong thing. We can't be out there getting shot just that way ICC can get a clear picture of my head getting blown on. Because these people will move on to another part of the world that has a bigger, better case than ours. Utadu?
And Jemo, wacha nikuulize swali. Huh? What do you think could have happened if Raila could have won 2013 election? What do you think could have happened to Uhuru and Ruto and the other guys who are in the cases?
Pretty much almost nothing, my friend.
You don't think they could have been prosecuted?
In 2001?
I think they could have been prosecuted because Raila was on supporting the people who are prosecuting them, and the witnesses would have been protected. So
Yeah,
that's why I
that's why I
usually
was asking that
blame
question.
Wanjigi for
2022.
interfering with the process.
2022.
No,
No,
2013.
2013 before we went for the election.
Oh yeah,
That's
that
what I
time.
was asking
That
that
time,
question.
yeah. At that time, yes. Na ndio nimesema where ICC is right now. Unaona sasa tuna compare different timeline. Ndio nimesema pengine wa collect hizi pictures and then maybe later on in future.
Unajua kwa nini nimeuliza hivyo Jemo? Unajua kwa nini nimeuliza hiyo swali?
Mhm.
Because those guys were tried when they were still in power. What if somebody is not in power? That is the question. You know, they were tried their cases when they were in power. All of them too. And they used their power even to remove to flush out the other guys.
Have you seen ICC? Forget about Kenya now. Have you seen ICC prosecuting any high profile
Yeah,
case?
they have prosecuted people. The
Like
president of Philippines is being prosecuted. That guy is being prosecuted as we are talking. Aja hii achiliwa.
And you have to really keep pushing. And actually he just got prosecuted when he went into that situation before ICC. Okay, ninasema hivi kwa sababu you know ICC was summoned to White House the other day.
Jemo, these guys have people in jail.
Yeah,
What
they
are
have
you
people in
talking
jail,
about?
but Mato, unataka kuniambia ICC is biting the same way he used to bite?
Nani amekuuliza swali mzuri sana, amekwambia the last time kama wangekuwa kwa hiyo power, and that's why they went around the whole country.
And I answer it to in the essence that ICC was summoned to White House the other day. 2013, that's a very long time. They used to work, they used to do their job back then. Since then, the world has seen ICC declining. Now they are not pushing. At a UN, forget about ICC. UN.
That is exactly what.
So what I'm trying to say, Mato, if this is our hope that UN, at a UN right now, it doesn't bite. They make statements, meaning ICC will also take pictures and make statements. But by the time wanaenda to prosecute, even if Ruto gets out, if someone else comes in and they say, for the sake of the country, we're gonna kill the witness, boom, we are done. So let's solve our problems in Kenya. Because the problem with our leaders, they also have a tendency of defending and protecting themselves.
So let me ask you, what do you think we need to do? I gave my point, it was dismissed. Some people started saying I'm a mole. The problem with Kenyans is that when someone gives an opinion, I'm not an angel. So I give my opinion, you should say it's a bad opinion, but not start telling me I'm a mole of Ruto. Because we are giving opinions, we are trying to see which is the best option. Okay, that one is not good. Can someone give us something that we can work with?
About ICC?
No, having Ruto out, getting him out.
Having Ruto out ni kumpush same way we are doing. Okay, if ICC picks him up, well and good. If they don't, we will take care of him. That's all I'm trying to say.
And
Miss Yoni,
I understand about us picking up, eh? Martin, you know why I don't like the thing that Jemo is saying that we are going to try him. In Kenya, you cannot try anybody.
No, I mean,
and that's why we have to be realistic. We have to be realistic. Yesterday,
we can do. If ICC
yesterday a guy came here.
Jemo, a good example. Wait, a good example. Look at Waluke. Waluke was jailed for how many years? And he is still out there. Look at any big person that has ever been jailed, other than Waititu. Waititu is the one that has gone hands down. But other than Waititu, look at, I mean, Waluke was in a big mess than Waititu. But yeah, Waititu went. But the thing, if we have a culture of being able to jail these people who cause these atrocities, and even the cops themselves to know that you're gonna go by yourself, and I think that's where we should go. And I kind of get both sides. For me, I would like somebody to be taken to ICC, especially the big people like a president or a deputy president, so that they know it's bad. But also, I agree with what Jemo is saying. Even us as a country, we need to be able to hold our own constitution to where even if you're a leader, you can actually go to committee, because they go there, you hear somebody has 900 something million bill, and all of a sudden they come in and they changa and they get him out, and then he goes back to his community and says, wananisumbua mimi mtu yenyu, and all of a sudden now they are elected again. Now they are back again where they were. Now we forget about they were criminals in the first place. So like even sometimes when I hear people talking about, I've heard a couple of people talking about Gachagua presidency. Gachagua, first of all, the constitution does not allow him to even ever be hold any office, okay? But he's still a Kenyan. He can picket whatever he wants to picket. He can do whatever he wants to do, but he cannot, according to the constitution, he cannot. And in fact, luckily, his case was not jailable, or because he was just impeached. But the previous case with the same Ruto, they were jailable because they were Chicago. Hata Ruto amekuwa ndani. But now why is Ruto even a president, and even the constitution doesn't have? So basically, I understand what Jemo is saying. We as our country, we need to respect our constitution. Na ukifanya makosa kama mimi nitaenda ndani, then even that bigger person gotta go.
Mato unachanuliwa hapo, Waititu analalaga Karen.
Anaenda kupiga picha mchana.
Alitoka. Niliachakiwa kamiti mimi.
Mchana anakuwa kamiti, usiku analala Karen.
Ni community service, ujue community service mtu ananga huko. So, you know, the one thing I mean avoid, okay, ICC, it can be a way for Kenya to get justice, but you know, that's a way for us to get justice after Ruto is gone, right?
But how long is this ICC taking to take action? Because we've been saying ICC.
That is the problem with ICC, because if we leave it to ICC, they have their own protocol, they have their own approach, investigation. If it takes 7 years, my friend, tunajikuta Naruto for 7 years.
Yeah, that's the problem. They take a lot of time. That is the problem.
And also, keep in mind, that's why I say our problems will be solved in Kenya, even if ICC, whether they pick him out or not. Because one of the justice that we are pushing is that also we need to follow through with the assets that were stolen during Ruto's regime. So that has to be done within Kenya, right? Kenyan government, the next government that comes.
So the next person you choose, if it will be someone like these political people we are thinking of, none of them will pursue any corruption, because they also want to acquire those things. In order for us to be able to go after those people who have been corrupt, we have to put someone there who has no record of being corrupt. So, you know, we have to start being genuine with ourselves.
And that's why I'm saying.
Actually, panelists, tukiendelea, ebu kidogo to please forgive me, nitanyamaza. Guys, I've been thinking about this thing, because I've been thinking it sana. How about we have a way, a systematic way? I don't know how. This is just I'm building castles in the air. How about we have a systematic way of, if you find those people corrupt, you make them bankrupt. Yani, you take everything that they have. That way, hakuna kitu wanazaji defend nayo. It was just something I was just thinking the other day, and I know it has nothing to do with this conversation, but I was thinking, how about we start hitting them by their finances?
So the only way to move forward with those type of things, that's why I say, if we have to get to level where there's morality, we have to be radical with and intolerant with corrupted leaders. And the way we deal with Kasongo is the way we'll set standards for the next president. Meaning, the next president should not be there because we have emboldened him through our Gen Z movement to be a president. This president should come in and learn from the example that we will set through Ruto. This president kwanza anafaa aingie kama amehit, hata acha ni kushow the next presidential election, whoever that wins, 2 minutes ya inauguration, hataki kumwona hapo akitupotezea speech. Ingia kwa ofisi na kwanza kufanya kazi. We don't need that nonsense. We don't need a country where 2 years later down the road, we are still out in the villages with the vote of thanks. Thank you for putting us in presidency. We need someone that needs to get in and get to work. We know you already. We don't need to see you out there ukituambia. We know our problems. Don't be coming out here kufungua mabarabara. Stay at work, do your job. Mambo ya kusema ati tuta deal na mtu kama Kasongo, and I'm not trying to bring this back. But if we go those routes the dialogue and consultation and true and consensus sijui and consultation kama hiyo ndungulan, the way we are always of a commission of inquiries, we don't need no more commission of inquiries. You stole, we are not going to inquiry how much you stole. We are not going to do inquiries on things that you stole. We are freezing all your assets. Guarantee you, tukienda that route, tuna freeze mpaka your inheritance yenye babu yako alikuachia, because kuna interest. Unajua ukiiba kitu wezeka turudishia tu zikiwa hivyo, so interest ni ile inheritance yenye uliachiwa na babu yako. That way another president will look at it and say, hata not just presidents, leaders, if we can discipline corruption to where you are just corrupted, and we now are not gonna look into the fairness. Mwizi ni mwizi, unakota mkono zote mbili, hata ile yenye haikuiba. Kama ni ya left iliiba, ya right ikatwe pia. Kama uliiba pesa na shamba, tunachukua mpaka yenye baba yako na wazazi wako walikuachia. We are taking everything.
Thank you. Hiyo ndo nilikuwa nasema, kumbe kwa umefikiria kama mimi. Hivyo ndo nilikuwa nasema, yani we make them bankrupt to where okay, kama amwendi jela, let's twende ukilipa bond kaa tushachukua hizo mashamba zote kila kitu, then watu watatii. Thank you. I like how you brought that.
The only way to get to that type of government is to sign a contract with the president before apishwe, the new president. Matter of fact, I think the next president should also sign a resignation letter before aingie kwa ofisi. You know, kina Kanja wanapigwanga resignation letter. You know, we were talking about how Ruto makes you sign resignation letter before you go in. Now, if you want to be the president, sign your resignation letter, because when we are coming, if you fail, my friend, tunakutangaza tu umeresign. I know that is so radical, but there has to be a way to take these people out. MPs should not be impeached through, you know, there's that tedious way of impeaching an MP. MPs should be recalled by the people, vote of no confidence, and the guy is out. That way, ukienda huko na useme wezi tolewa, okay, wananchi watakutoa. We put a vote of no confidence through
And also I think as Kenyans, there's something, looking at the governorship, there's something we need to talk about that we keep on missing. You know, we keep on talking about these leaders, but there's also the clerks, the people who work in those, they never disappear, even if a regime changes. They are there, wako huko ndani, and I think these are also some of the people that we need to concentrate on, because I think they embolden. Ukiingia tu hapo hivyo unaambiwa wewe fanya hivi ndo tunafanyanga, this is the culture of this office and everything. They never go anywhere. It's the civil servants that never go anywhere, and they've been there forever. And I think these are the picky ponky ghosts that we never see. So you might come and fight that elected person, but huko ndani kuna watu wanamsukuma. Whenever you hear, like even in City Hall, you hear kuna watu huko hivyo wanasumbuanga kusumbua, hata ukikuja hata kama wewe ndio governor utapata kuna watu wenye wanakuambia hapana, hiyo kitu hatufanyangi hivi, and they are very powerful because they've been there for a long time. I was speaking to one of them, na akaniambia ni mnapigana na wale, sisi hamjui, sisi ndio tunarani kitu. So we also need to look at the governorship and if at the electoral time, if also them they can go, because some of them, kuna watu City Hall wamekuwa hapo tangu wakiwa 18, hizi wako huko ma 56 60s, lakini hao mtu hajawaona. I don't know what you guys think about that.
That's why JMO, me I was saying all these things we are talking are very good. But you know, there is so many things that we need to remove. Ni mambo mingi sana tunafaa to clear. Is not only even in unajua kuna institution mingi hata EACC and what have you zote, you know, even the DPP hapa DPP zile makesi analeta kule is a very stupid DPP. Sijaiona DPP anakubali makesi za upuzi. So it's a lot of things we need to do. But going back to what JMO said, you know, me what I am afraid about our judicial justice system. I saw that day when Uhuru, I don't know, his son alikuwa ametishio na gava. When he came there, even the police is like they were even afraid. Haukuona walitoroka wote. They ran away. So I think the problem is that the problem, and now also our judges also, not all of them they are good, brother. Wengine wao ni corrupt, and we were told that wengine wao ni corrupt. So this issue, there is so much. We need first to drain this one. Me, what I could suggest if we get this guy out, because we need him out. The next guy who is going to come, we need to come with another nini ya kupunguza mzigo bwana. Tupunguze mzigo. If it is this National Assembly and everything, tupunguze bwana. If it is tupunguza in these members of parliament who are like this women representative and these nominated ones, tupunguze also their salaries. So many things we need to do because they are hurting us as Kenyans. So kuna mambo mingi sana tungetaka kufanya after this guy is gone, but we need first to remove him so that we can be able to do these things.
Yeah, the next president ako na kazi ya kurudisha, you know, Maraga is the only one that said that, sikusema ati niko kwa side ya Maraga, but the statement yenye alisema we need to bring back the rule of law, we need to start over. So the next president atakuwa president wa morality. We should be able to give him an economic break, not to expect too much from him, as long as he's not dragging our country back, but, you know, through good policies, but to make sure that his main agenda is to bring back the integrity of institution. We might as well spend time learning, correcting what we've seen in the last Uhuru era, and say this entire approach that we took needs to be eliminated. Okay, we might as well go back to where tuweke history ya watu kama kina Raila, say never again shall one person get so much power, to where anachukua the entire movement ya freedom of rights, rights of kuandamana, rights ya freedom of speech, and then just put them in kwa gunia moja na anaenda anauzia mtu at the highest bidder. We need to get back into where we've seen our MPs can ditch the people's agenda and their manifesto and sell it to the highest bidder and come back and still talk trash to us. So how do we deal with that? Because last year when we invaded parliament and when we were looking at recalling them, there was a tedious process of recalling MP. Actually, it is more vigorous than recalling, impeaching a president. Do you know that? They have to be in the office for 2 years.
Yeah, and we want to reduce that to 6 months.
Then
Nimeona hapa umekomentiwa. There is people have people, even if you say they don't have opinions in the comment section, they really have. Nimeona mmoja amesema I have some opinion, ni tip point. Instead ya Gen Z kuenda streets na maji, waweke acid kwa chupa. So people still have
Nyinyi mko na mchezo sana. Hebu tufanyeni hivi kidogo.
Mawe ikienda juu ikirudi chini, ujue italandia nani, inaweza kuwa acid, utajichoma nayo. Acid is very risky.
Siami Kenya. Hebu
it's on a lighter note.
Yeah,
I know. It's so funny. Kenyans never disappoint in
Mlevi anaweza fikiria ni maji ya kunywa acid, just because of running up and down.
Niliona mwingine amesema hatujaoga, waliona nini hizo lori za maji, wakasema hata sijaoga for a long time bwana, asanteni, but let's guys on the comment section, and the guys that are listening to us, please come and have this conversation. The only reason we are having like just an open conversation like this is because tukiwa wengi we normally kila mtu anapata daka zake, but suffice to say Kudita na Jemo Ashley hajaongea for a long time. Unajua tumemgonga leo. Wacha kule 2 minutes zake. Rosafi.
Yum. I think I said all I needed to say. I said all I needed to say, but I don't like the way people attack someone when they bring an idea, yet themselves, they cannot bring an idea. They start attacking you, calling you a mole, calling you this and this. And we are here so that we can come put our heads together and see which is the best idea to move forward with. So when you attack someone who brings an idea and you're not bringing a better idea, really, who is derailing the movement, me or you? At least I have strong enough to come here and bring my idea. But why don't you bring yours? Because yours might save the day. All we want is to save the day. So I wish someone would come here and bring their idea instead of coming to attack someone who is brave enough to come and bring their idea. Because then when you start beating the soldiers, the full soldiers, then who will be left to talk? Well, because you're not strong enough, or you don't want to be brave enough to come on the show and talk, but you want to come and attack someone else who is brave enough to come and talk because you don't like the idea. Why don't you just tell them, I don't think that can work because of, why do we have to be aggressive? Why do we have to be hateful? Why do we have to be combative? We don't have to. And that's another thing about Kenya. And I was saying, if we get the next government, I think from the age of 25 down, they need to go to NYS. We need to return morality. We need to return calmness, because some of the most combative people are Kenyans. Even the way I'm talking, I've noticed, like, you talk like you're fighting when you're not fighting. And this thing about Kenyan and lack of trust, mistrust, a lot of it, even when it is not warranted. Sometimes you fight your best soldiers. Now, if you fight amongst yourself, instead of, and that's what I was saying, even when someone doesn't think like you, try to bring them to your side, because we need more of us on our side. You see, I was listening to what's going on in the US, and this lady, someone came there and she was so hateful. And she said, I don't hate you for even being hateful. Just release yourself. Just speak yourself out, because it will bring you healing. And I said, I looked at it in a different way. That sometimes someone is releasing because they are frustrated. And sometimes that gives them release and gives them healing. Because you, like now, someone who is thinking different from you, your agenda should be to bring them to your thinking so that they can think like you. And I say there's some people who will not leave that side because they are beneficiaries. So like earlier in the show, I said, even Jesus said, you go and preach. Some people will reject the gospel. You wash your feet and move on to another city that accepts it. So even when it comes to political issues, there are people who they have decided they are going. Kuna mwingine alikuwa anajiita in another WhatsApp group I was, alikuwa anajiita suicide sijui suicide something of Raila. Ye hajali kama Raila yuko right ama wrong. She said she will always support him. So that is a person who you cannot go and negotiate with, because she has already decided she will support him regardless whether what he says is right, whether it is selfish, how she wants to support him. That one you leave them alone. But there are those people, they think that is the right way. Kama hao watu wanadanganywa, hao Wakikuyu or these people, they voted for Ruto, let them struggle. So you are Ruto to finish hizo 10 bila break, but in essence unasaidia Ruto, si wewe unajisaidia. You're thinking you're fighting that other person, but between that other person and Ruto, your bigger enemy is Ruto, because he has actually blood on his hands. He has killed your people. So if I find someone like that, should I hate them because they are supporting Ruto? That even yani it in a help Ruto. When I hate them because when I support Ruto, my goal, and even for coming to this show, hata mimi siwezi taka anything, I gain nothing. What I am doing is called community service. I don't even try to make friends, network, nothing. It is just giving back to my country. Wakae vizuri, whether I will be there to benefit or not, I absolutely, it's fully voluntary. Whether it, nasisemi hivyo ati ndio anything, I'm just saying that's what I'm doing, me, myself. But at the same time, if each of us takes it up as a burden, kila mtu anajua why they are here. Kuna wale wametumwa, paid by a certain politicians, and that's why sometimes when you attack a certain politician, you become an enemy of that person. That is something I'm very well aware of. So hata nikikama hapa na nikiatakiwa, I am very conscious of that fact that some people are protecting their jobs and their beneficiaries, and they are protecting those privileges. So it doesn't, I don't take it personally. When I come out of this air, I'm out. I contribute what I can. And I personally believe that what I'm contributing, like now when we talked about this thing about dialogue, I hear what people are saying, and sometimes I feel, sometimes people confuse what you're saying, and they react from what they understand you're saying, which is not actually your position. So sometimes we misunderstand each other, and we argue from a point of misunderstanding. So I'm going to pray that we are going to be able to be more understanding of what we are saying, and to understand that we need more of us together, because power, there is power in multitudes. Kwa hivyo tukue tukijaribu to get more people united against Ruto. Hata hawa watu wanasema ati 10 bila break. If they knew the benefit it would do them to unite with those people who don't want Ruto, they would come in and join in the one of removing Ruto. But because wameuziwa uongo na wameitikia kuguziwa hiyo uongo, that is why wanasema 10 bila break. So we have a duty. Every patriot in Kenya has a duty to reach out and try to sell why it is better to have us together and to work united together to remove Ruto than hating each other, because we are the same. You're struggling as much as I am. If Sha is not working for you, it's not working for me. So Ruto doesn't have to worry about Sha. Wetangula doesn't have to worry about Sha. So who benefits when we take sides? They do. That is the realization we have to come to. And the last thing I'm going to say is about, I've been trying to research about where the Constitution says we have, either we are going to be governed directly or through our representatives. The route of our representative doesn't work. My thinking is that we have another route, the direct representation. And I would like to put it into test, if I could,
Ashley,
and
sorry,
see
can
how.
you come again? Ashley, sorry, I did not understand. Can you come again, please?
Yeah, you see, like where the Constitution, it says that we have direct representation, like, let me get it from somewhere. The Constitution, it says that, in the, what is it? I'm trying to put it, like, I'm just going to put it where it says, I think it's Article 1 or 2, where it says that we have we can be governed either directly or through our representatives, and our representatives are MPs, our elected leaders. You understand about that, chapter 1 or 2, article 1 or 2 of the Constitution?
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say, since the representatives aren't working, I think we should look at direct democracy or representative democracy. So our direct democracy, I think that is where we need to put it, to try and attempt to see. And people keep saying, no, the courts don't work. Since, like, since there are many ways to skin a cat, when you're trying to do something, you try every way possible, and surprisingly, one of them will work. So we are trying to do debates. We are trying to do protests. I think we should also try to do, like now, the people of Kikuyu, they don't like their MP. We can go and collect signatures more than the people who voted for this leader and take it to court and say we want to impeach him. Okay, and the reason we are coming to court is because our representatives have been captured. So we want direct representation, and we choose representatives to go to court and represent the Kikuyu constituency directly. Let us try to put that in action and see what answer we get from the court. If it works, then we can do that for other constituencies.
Ashley,
yeah.
Ashley, is that the chapter that you're talking about? Look at your screen.
I'm on my phone. I can't even see. I don't have my specs, so I can try and pull it up. I don't know whether I can. But it's article 1 or 2. Can you read it?
It's the article that I'm displaying right now as you speak. Just keep on going.
I can't see the words because they're little. Can you read?
Yes, chapter 1 of the Kenyan Constitution, titled Sovereignty of the People and Supremacy of this Constitution, outlines the fundamental principles of governance in Kenya. It establishes that all sovereign power belongs to the people and shall be exercised directly or through their elected representatives. This chapter also emphasizes the supremacy of the Constitution.
Okay.
Yeah.
Emphasize, there is something you went to quickly. It can be exercised either directly or through their representatives, right?
Yes.
So what people forget.
This chapter also emphasizes the supremacy of the Constitution, stating that it is the supreme law of the land, and any law that is inconsistent with it is void to the extent of this consistency.
Right. So you see, even like the way Ruto is saying that he wants to build at his state house, he can't be exempt from the constitution. He has to rule or govern within the constraints of the constitution. So I'm saying, if there's two ways to go somewhere, you can take either way. Either way should be able to reach you to your destination. So even I wonder why we as Kenyans do not investigate. We have been given two options. People start saying, no, we have to use elected leaders. No, that is not what the Constitution says. It says we can exercise our power directly or delegate it to our representatives. So since the way of the representative is blocked, it is captured, so it is blocked, it is unavailable. Why are we not exercising that power directly? Why are we not testing it, whether we can exercise it, and then see what the court will say, or what they will say when we take a case to court, where we have exercised that power directly? Like now, if there is an MP that was chosen by, let's say, 5,000 people, we take signatures of 6,000 people, we take their pictures, we take their ID number and their signatures, to where you can affirm that this person is their face and their signature, and they have said they do not want this person. And we say we want to impeach him. We go to court and we say we have come to impeach so-and-so through the direct democracy.
Actually, for the MP, it can work. For the MP, even me, I support what you're saying. For MP, it can work. We are supposed even to be removing them through this way of signing the petitions. But for the president, that is where I was telling you, actually, it cannot work because he's protected by the security of 10 till he finishes his stuff.
No, the thing, that constitution we just read.
Actually, spare me just a little bit to clear something for my friend. Actually, that for the MP, I understand what you're saying, because they went to Parliament and actually changed that they cannot be recalled until 2 years prior to their ouster, which is election time. I, with some of my friends, were actually petitioners in court that we are petitioning that to be scrapped out so that we can be able to get them out. But what you're saying that the president cannot be ousted, it has never been tested, and that is the problem. That's why people feel like you cannot take him out. But according to the
We need to
constitution,
test
you
it.
should be able, and that's what people are testing right now. And actually, it was clearly tested because it used to be the presidency. It was tested by Gachagua being taken out. So, which means even the president himself can be taken out. It has not been
Exactly.
it has not been questioned anywhere in the locals, and even in our constitution. The constitution is very clear. You can recall anyone. The MPs are the ones that pass their own law that 2 years they have to be in, and we're trying to bring that back. But the presidency itself, that's why we even like Gachagua being taken out, so that we know the presidency can actually be taken out. So unless the presidency takes himself
Maybe
away from the deputy, unless the president takes himself out of the presidency, then now we know the presidency in its full, which is the deputy and the president, can be ousted. So now we know we can, because it's there. The presidency is there.
Mato, sorry, I did not explain what I was saying. Maybe I got lost. What I was saying, the president can be removed through Parliament. That one I know he can be removed through. What I was saying is about petitions and taking him to court. That is what I was saying. When
Who am I talking? Oh, coup
It's
d'etat.
Joseph.
Coup d'etat.
Yeah, coup
Let me
d'etat.
ask you this. Yeah, this thing you read here, the Constitution, Article 1 of the Constitution, it says that this means that people can exercise their power either directly or through their elected representative. You are saying he can only be taken out by elected representative, but this Constitution, Article 1, tells us that we can exercise our power also directly.
Can you read the article about the presidency? It is still. Can you say search for the article about the presidency?
Okay, I'm going to read Article 1.
Yes.
Okay, it says the Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, titled Sovereignty of the People, establishes that all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with the Constitution. This means that people can exercise their power directly or through their elected representatives. The Constitution also specifies that this power is delegated to state organs like Parliament, the national executive, and the county government. Let me add also that the people who banned the Kikuyu church, the Kikuyu police station, should not be arrested. If the people of Kikuyu decide they do not want a police station, through this direct exercise of power, they can decide they do not want police in their city or in their constituency, and they should not be taken anywhere. They are protected by the Constitution. As long as it's not goons, but if the whole community decides that the police are not doing any good for us, they can decide as the Kikuyu constituency, we want no police, we are going to employ private security. And this constitution should be able to protect them because we delegate our powers to these state organs. That is my understanding. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm still searching that one for the president. You can continue.
There is unaona, the problem with you, this thing says the Constitution specifies that this power, listen, the Constitution specifies that this power is delegated to state organs. Wait, this means that there is a place where it says that everybody, wait, this means that
I agree with Ashley. Ukitafuta, I agree with Ashley 125%, if that's even a number. If us as a community, we say we don't need a police here, and we don't need the state, or we don't need to be, the state anywhere. Yes, it's our right to say we don't want it. I agree with that. And that's the Constitution.
Yeah, so you can't accuse somebody that they burnt a police station in that, if that Kikuyu place do not want, and they say they want their own security and the police cannot come there, they can say that. And the Constitution will protect them because we delegate this power to state organs. So we can take that power back as a community. And that is where we should try to start testing this constitution. Na huyu mtu nani Joseph or Kudita anakipa akisema, where does it say the president? We were told this constitution, I'm trying to look for that place, it seems to have disappeared. This means that the constitution specifies where it says that everyone is under this constitution. Let me see. Can you someone else talk? Let me look for it.
Joseph, go ahead. And before you go ahead, guys, kama sijui nani ameenda wapi demo, maybe ameshikana kidogo. Guys, if you guys want to join in, mtu yote anataka kujoin in, the link is out there. So anyway, otherwise we'll just maliza me and Kudita and Ashley. Kudita, go for it.
What I was saying to Ashley is that you cannot take a president to the court of law and say that you are removing him from office. That is what I was saying. Because he had said that we should come and take some things that he will say here which are not right, so that we can put them and take him to court. That is what I was explaining. But I did not say that the president cannot be removed initially from power. He can be removed through the parliamentary system. But that one of signatures, I don't know how you'll do it, brother, because how can we do that one, Martin? You need to help me.
Can I say something? Can I finish?
Yes.
Because this is something I've been thinking about. I was like, the way they were saying, no, we cannot have protests in the streets. And I do know there's places where, even like in the US, they can tell you won't have, this is the designated area of protest. That happens. But you know, even when you're given something sour, you see, you turn it into lemonade. Lemon, sour, lemon, you turn it. You can go there and call people from each constituency. And as long as they are more than the people who elected that person, you can sign enough signatures to have that president removed. What this constitution, Article 2, is telling us, I think Article 1, telling us that we can exercise our power, but I don't know, I'm just saying we can put it in, test it. It's saying that we can exercise what it's telling us. We can be ruled, as you're saying, through our elected leaders, or we can rule ourselves directly. Since our state institutions are captured, then we take our power back and say, that is not the route we will use to remove the president. Since he can be impeached, we are going to use the route of the direct representation. So since he can be impeached, and we are told there are two ways we can rule ourselves or govern ourselves, then we try and do direct democracy and take it to court and see what the court says about it. That's what I was thinking.
I agree with you, Ashley. But now the problem is there is a big problem also there, because when you take the signatures, you need to take them to IBC. You need first to take them to IBC.
Direct representation does not involve any state organs. Direct representation involves, you take it to IBC to be checked whether it is accurate. That's why I say you take a picture. Like if you look for another agency, whether it's international or not, that can verify for you that is the person, you take their picture, you take their ID and their signature. That's why I say that. And you look for an organization that can verify those signatures. You are doing direct representation. You are not doing anything that is connected to state organs, those structured.
Actually, are we going to be able to do direct participation for all MPs?
Not all, you just have to do enough, 50+1.
Because you need 2/3 to impeach the president. You need
That's what I'm saying. So if the country, if you can be able to get you 2/3 of the country where you can go to, you see now, anyway, that's impractical because Ruto will not accept you to go to the ground. Because if there was freedom of movement, you could go call people who are really mad and tell them to sign, take the pictures, verify them, and get the signatures of 2/3 of the country and take it to court. The thing is, will you be allowed to go around collecting those signatures? You remember Beba Mzigo, it didn't go through because they were not allowed to do it.
Yeah, yes, and the problem is also these MPs cannot allow us. You know they have goons. Watalipa tu magoons, you know them actually. You know the MPs how they behave. Watajaribu tu kuhinda if you are going to try to do that practical method. Watajaribu kuhinda. So because we don't have parliamentarians who can, I think next time when we are, that's why we always say, next time when you are voting, you need to be very careful of the people you put in office. We need to be very, very, very careful. Because these members of parliament now, they are the ones who could be saving our lives. Members of parliament ndio walikuwa wanatuokoa saa hizi. Kama wangekuwa wanaona watu vile wanakufa, they could have already brought a motion in parliament ya kusema we need to impeach the president. Yeah? But now,
you know, if we scared them, I think like now that one we test with Kikuyu, because I know Kikuyu, those people don't want Ishongwa. They try and do that impeachment by people, direct representation, and it goes through. Those other MPs will be there on their toes. You know, we have to start being serious. Like now, we talked here, and I haven't had anyone come up with a way of removing Ruto, even something we can work on. And that's the problem. Because every time, even when I'm listening down here, I hear people complaining, every day complaining. I have not, and most of the people come up with ideas, but I think we should build more on those ideas. Like the way we expounded on mine and it was thrown aside. We should come up with another one and expound on it until we found one that works. Otherwise, 2027 will come, and I'm telling you, if you go to any election with Ruto, I do not see him coming out.
Actually, me, I gave one. I said we remove him before. That is
how? How?
Yeah? How? Well, how did Egypt be able to remove the president within 11 days?
So, Abu, can you? I don't know.
But because you know Kenya, what we have done, Kenya, we have done one thing. Everybody is afraid. Kila mtu anasema watu wanasema ati hapana, I'm afraid to go out to demonstrate or to do something. Do you know that kid we were talking about here? She was shot. She was in the house. Today I received news. Another guy who comes to wash for us carpets there in our house. Hata alipigwa risasi. He was not in the demonstration. Alikuwa ameenda kununua sijui nini kwa nini. He was also taken out. So I don't understand why people say we are getting afraid so much, and even the people who are being killed, most of them, they are not even being found in these maandamanos. Ukisikia stories za watu wengi, most of them, even the two guys who are in the TV, you are hearing, moja alikuwa ameenda kazi, alikuwa anatokea job. So there is nothing left for us to be afraid about. Kama unasikia watu wanasema wameshutiwa left, right and center, mwingine alishutiwa kwa gym, unashinda ukiogopa nini? Kama wale watu hata isipokuwa tumeona, I don't know what happened, because at night also I heard at night they went rampage, because we got to know some videos at night wakishoot, so maybe they went rampage and they killed some people. And also when they went rampage usiku, walienda kushoot watu ambao waandamani usiku. So
their idea is to create a fear, so that people wakisikia kuna maandamano, they will come up in arms against. Unaona hii kitu kama vile Ruto amefanya, watu wa ODM wa hate watu wa Ruto, wanasema wacha sasa ni 10, sasa wanapanish watu wale walichagua Ruto by helping him finish the term, but at the end of the day the person who is really benefiting is the president, not them. Sasa si tunatumiwa against each other like tools, like bait. And you know something else, in fact I have forgotten, but there's this kid who was shot in Kitengela, and then the mortuary refused to take him. They were told they need to get an OB. When they went to the police told them or they are tired ati warudi the next day at 8. Imagine uko na mtu amekufa wanasema they are tired. Imagine they went with him. They went home with him. Imagine hiyo trauma ya kwenda home na huyo mtoto and then the next day they went back to get the OB.
Una imagine yule alikuwa anavurutwa chini. I saw the one alikuwa anavurutwa chini. So what I was saying, you know what we have done as Kenyans? We have coined this phrase ati hii maandamano ni ya Gen Z. And initially when we are talking, everybody is suffering. Who is not suffering in Kenya? Are the Gen
And
Z's
that
only
is the
suffering?
mistake. We are letting the Gen Z go out, but then when we start planning about who is going to take over, we are talking about people who do not go to the street. When I know about the civil rights in the US, the Akina Martin Luther King used to be at the front line. All the leaders used to be at the front, not in cars, in armored cars. They used to be walking down on the street. Ndio pia kama ni kushutiwa, pia hao mmoja wao washutiwe so that it can be personal to them. But uko nje wanasema we don't want to get involved, so we're not told we are doing maandamano, but maandamano is constitutionally protected. So hata ukiambu unafanya maandamano, what is the problem? Hata kama unafanya maandamano kuna ubaya gani? I don't get it. Those are the things we should be talking about, because what is bad with funding maandamano? And maandamano is legal.
That's why actually I was telling you we have a way to remove this guy. If everybody can agree, everybody, all ages of life, we walk out. They cannot even shoot us, all of us. Kwani watapiga watu wangapi risasi? When all of us, even young men, young old women, kila mtu ametokea, we say no. We are having a civil disobedience against the government. 11 days. Hatutaki siku mingi, 11 days. No paying of taxes, no nothing, no
but
anything
you see,
working
even
in this
our
country.
leaders, those leaders in opposition are also dishonest because they are not coming, or they come for 2 minutes, they go. They should walk because they're the ones who will reap the biggest rewards in financial. Kama saa jana, there is a guy who came to this show towards the end, and I was getting ready to come in, but it ended before I came in. I felt so bad for him. He has been in jail since February. He just came out the other day, and he was saying he felt alone because nobody came. Even when he came yesterday, only one person told him sorry, or 2 people. And sometimes you fight, and that's what I was saying. Even when people come on this panel, let's not fight them. They are trying to help. You know, like now he went to jail, he stayed there. Nobody, I don't know, he didn't give out the whole story, but alishikwa kwa maandamano. So, and he said this, and that's what I've said before. They are important when they can go to maandamano, lakini wakikufa mnaachia family. Wakishikwa, sometimes we don't even know them, and that is why we need structures. I think those structures, if you belong to a certain party, they would know mtu wao ameshikwa anafuatilia, mtu wao amekufa wanasaidia. Sasa kama leo niliona mwingine akisema sasa mtoto wangu ameshutiwa, alikuwa anaita Wanyonyi, team Wanyonyi, please come and help me transport my body. Sasa unaona tunawaacha pekee, lakini tunaambia watoke, but when they suffer the consequences, then they are on their own with their poor families. So you see where we are dropping the ball. You think if watu wakikufa watu wanapatiwa 50k ama 100k, I'm telling you there are so many poor people who would come and say I'll sacrifice myself for the sake of my family. They would come knowing that if they go, their family will be better off. But we offer no incentive, because if we succeed in changing government, will they have any? They suffered, maybe mtu alivunjika mguu. Now watu wamekuwa hiyo government will forget them. Yet hao walikuwa najificha in the name of wataki kuambiwa wako kwa maandamano. They didn't pay the price. They just reaped the goodness of those maandamano. So we need leaders who will be at the front line with the maandamano soldiers. And we lack those because they are preserving themselves to get those positions.
Ashley, that's why I was asking. Did you think of that my idea? Unajua ulikuwa umesema tulete idea. Is my idea a good idea or what? Because my idea, the one I gave is that one. I said civil disobedience to the government. Yeah?
But it has to be that one. I've always said that. I've always said that, and if someone follows, like I was saying, in 2017, 2018, the reason I am very much against Matiani is because I followed those even more deeply than I am doing now. What they used to do, if someone is killed, they would give the family 50,000. Na ndio nasema it is important to belong. Uwezi tu fight ati kutoa Ruto na ujui nani who is taking over. When NASA was fighting, there was NASA, so they belonged to NASA. When they died, NASA would give each family of the person ule amekufa 50K. Na sasa ikakuwa watu wanaenda aggressively. So it was like, in fact, the reason they won is because the government saw sasa waezi fight now, juu hawa watu wanaenda, they are not scared, and there is an incentive for them to go. Lakini hii haina incentive, alafu wanasema wako leaderless. So there is not leaderless. The leaders are in ghosts. They are hiding, waiting to reap the fruits that they have not earned, that the Gen Zs have paid the blood with. So I wish there was like, tuseme mtu kama Sifuna atoke and the Gen Z movement. Sasa hiyo movement ikue ina represent our Gen Z kwa court, uyo Sifuna na watu wake ama Okia, they are going to the streets with them. They are going and running those battles with them, your civil disobedience, so that even when they win, they can crown their leader who they were on the streets with. Like, you cannot be sitting down somewhere in your comfort of your home and Gen Zs are getting killed for you to rule. It is dishonest.
But I have a question. Just I like your discussion wewe na kudita. Actually, it's very educating. Lakini actually kuna tumesema hapo ikaniuma incentive. I don't know him imeniuma kidogo, because how do you get incentive for life?
It is just the wording. Whatever you want to call it, that will not make you feel bad. To me, that is what I see it as, that someone has an incentive. Kama sasa, I don't know whether you were there yesterday, this guy came towards the end of the show, akasema amekuwa kwa jela from February, alitoka juzi last week. Na akasema alisikia upweke because alikuwa disowned. Akafeel ni kama people were interested in him when he was free to go to the street, but once he got in trouble, wakamwachia. So what I am calling incentive is a word I am missing to use. If you give me a better word, I'll use it. I am not stuck on incentive. I use it for the lack of a better word. But what I'm saying is, if someone goes and they know that you have their back, that if something happens to them, their family will not be left alone to bear the cost, then they are more prone to heed the call of civil disobedience than if they are caught. Kama huyu guy alisema, he doesn't know that he will go back again, because what he went through, he went by himself. Na sasa imagine, amekaa 5 months, ametoka. So you don't know whether he has a family, you don't know whether he was the breadwinner. So what are they eating? What are they eating? Nobody cares, nobody has offered any help. So that is why I use the name incentive. So if people know that you have their back, that if they go to the streets, if something happens to them, they will be catered for, then they are more prone to heed to that call than if they don't know. And there's nobody, or they know someone who has been disowned, or they themselves have gone through the process and have been disowned. Nobody follows up on them, or people are coming here to beg people online to help them bury their people. I think it shouldn't be even a discussion. There should already be money available.
I really don't disagree with you as much, and I know you and Kudita, you're having a decent conversation. But for me, actually, I've always known, like, that the first, very, very, very first Maandamano, I was in Kenya, and I actually went for it. And I wasn't going there to be paid or to be even anyone. Me and my cousin, nobody knew we went until we came back home, because I thought that was just me going because I don't want this finance bill. I don't think sorry to use that. You've already cleared that you didn't mean incentive in that way. But I don't think there's anything to have incentive or whatever. Some of these people, not some, most or 90, if not 100% of these people who are going there. You saw the other day say, some of them actually going to say that, hey, if I die, munieke pale, munipeleke pale munitie the lady that the mortician. I don't think there's anyone that is going in there for clamor. I think that most of the guys, unless some of the people that want to go there so that they can be famous or want to be there so that they can get something and make, TikToks and whatever, and content. I think guys are actually going there knowing what they're going for, and they're coming in there not to be paid and not to be given something. Then it's not a job. You're going there, people are, and those are the people that I think are patriotic. Because now when you say that is why did you go then? How many people know wamekaa nyumbani? I'm just saying,
what I'm saying, it doesn't, they say in the Bible that whatever the reason you're preaching, it doesn't matter. The point is that Christ is being preached. So without sweating the small stuff, whatever reason someone is going out there, even the army, when they go to war, they know there is a saying that the army do not leave. Hata mtu akikufa, they run with him. They don't leave him on the streets. And then when you finish, they have an incentive that they give you, the GI Bill, where you can go to school. So there's an incentive.
Here we are talking about our country, and I believe these guys are.
No, I'm just giving an example. Whether you call it incentive,
they take them.
Hata kama mtu ametoka poor family na anaona, okay, I'll go to the street. If I'm killed, the good will come out from it. Still, it will help my family. What I'm saying is, even if someone is going there for that reason, or a patriot is going there because they are wamekuwa oppressed, whatever the reason is, we need people on the street. What we need to also do is that we need to take care of those people who are going to the street. That if something happens to them,
we've been doing so.
Not on everybody. That's why I'm saying, like now, this lady who was that guy who came yesterday, I wish he would come back. You see,
Ashley, I don't know if you saw that boy who was alikuwa na vuruto. Mliona huyo boy alikuwa na vuruto chini kwa. Did you see the other guy who was saving him? There was a guy who was saving him.
I see a little bit.
Not even that.
And then sometimes I'm like, I don't want to see too much.
Yeah, there is a guy who was saving him na pia sasa hizi jana akichukua video alikuwa ndani, alikuwa kwa cell. He was alipigwa by the that guy was beaten by the police. After that video for that guy akivutwa, that guy we are shown akipigwa. So he was trying to save him.
Do you remember the other maandamano, the guy that alikuwa anapigiwa hapo hivi Jivanji? And somebody who didn't even know just jumped in. Kijana mwingine amevaa koti hapo, jumped in akamprotect, akapigwa naye, ndio wakarudi wakaanza kuuliza makarao, kwa nini mnatuma.
By the way, watu wako wanaprotectiana kwa maandamano.
Watu wako wanaprotectiana all together.
Me, sometimes I see, like now I saw YouTube, I saw the police, I didn't click on the video. Yani sometimes I am like, it's too much. It's too much. I can't watch sometimes, or even I start to watch and then I don't finish because I'm like, yani, I don't want to depress myself on things I can't change. So niliona picha ya huyu alikuwa anavurutwa, but I didn't click on that to see anything. I just saw the picture. So I can't tell you what happened, but I saw the police pulling, and the heading said it's come to this, where they are pulling people, but I did not read it. I think at a point I feel I need to protect my mental health.
But this one we should condemn in the most strongest term possible.
Exactly.
That action,
that
action, I would never like to see that action in my country again. That is a very cruel action. You can never drag somebody, even as long as he's dead. You drag him like a cat. Unajua hivyo ndivyo umbwa zinavutagwa zikiwa zimekufa.
Can you imagine huyo mtu anafanya hivyo, ameua wangapi wengine, because that cannot be the first.
And you see, Ashley, and I like where Nani Kuya. Ashley, I think I get your pain. I really get it, but I also think like your pain is kind of misconstrued kidogo, because I think you should actually push that pain to the constitution and also mostly to the police themselves, because these protesters, they don't fight themselves. These guys, they don't even care where you come from. As long as they know you're together, they don't know, and they protect you, they protect each other. I saw wengine wanapeana maride, even those motorbikes and everybody. The where you should really focus your anger, and I'm just saying, usiningilie, I'm just saying, where you should be focusing your anger more is the police themselves. Because if they would not touch these people, and they would work with what we've seen on the streets, on some of the streets, where they just work with them, they work together, wengine wananunuliana, like I said earlier, niliona hata wengine polisi ananunulia wengine nini mayai na mkate na anawapatia chai, anaanza kukatiwa, anaenda huko. Yani they are just you guys do whatever you're doing, because no one comes to Tao wanting to fight anyone. They just come to do whatever. If they could one day say, you know what, we are not going to throw any tear gas, we're just going to work.
I have a question to the both of you. Which category of the police are supposed to be handling demonstrations? That is what I need to know today. Please help me with this question. Which category of the teams in the National Police Service are supposed to be handling demonstration?
By the way, that's a good question, because we don't have anti-riot. We have GSU, we have traffic.
You know why I've asked this question?
So I guess it's the GSU.
You know why I've asked this question? Yesterday we saw anti-terror police unit. Are anti-terror police units supposed to be handling protests?
No.
That is my
not
question.
At all.
Because you saw them in Subaru.
All. No, anti-terror police should be handling what do you call this? National security, which is now terrorists. That's why they are called anti-terror.
So we are supposed to be suing this government because they did a regard yesterday. That one is unconstitutional.
There you go.
It is very unconstitutional. How can you be coming to beat civilians who don't have even any guns or what, and you say you are anti-terror police? That's why I asked that question. Which police unit?
Anti-terror. Unasema anti-terror. Si kuna anti-terror, sijui nilisikia the ones who came to pick those people from Ruiru.
Yeah, and they're the same ones who came with the Subarus yesterday. You saw those Subarus?
The 6 Subarus.
Yes.
So anyway, there's this guy who came yesterday. I would like us to bring him to the show, and we hear from the horse's mouth how he feels being a protester, going to jail and coming out. I listened to him a little yesterday, but he didn't expound, but he said how he felt. And I know that because in 2017, 2018, I watched that and I could see what people were saying. And I know one of the things that was encouraging people was that 50K that they were getting. So, but I would like us, this guy who came yesterday, I didn't get his name, but I would like him to give us an account, a personal experience. How does he feel after going to the streets, getting caught and stayed 5 years? How does he feel? Instead of saying who should be blamed, let us get it from someone who has gone through the process. And me, I like to deal with facts. I would like him to come and talk. But he didn't talk much yesterday. I don't know why, but I would like to hear from him. I think that would be a more better way to hear.
The only thing, and I was not here yesterday. Really, I did not follow the show yesterday. I was busy somewhere else. But the thing with that is that I've come to learn there's different calibers. I'm not saying he's part of it. There's different kind of calibers in our country and everywhere in the whole world. Someone, even me as a kwatu niko mahali, and then I say, you know what, nilikuwa ndani, just wanting, especially knowing that this channel has a lot of diaspora people. I'm not saying that he's faking. I'm just saying that I don't know how I feel about that. And I'm sorry to say it on international TV. I'm just saying, I don't know, because most of them wengine hata wafikangi mahali wanatolewa tu hapo, wanachukuliwa wanafika Central wanaishia, lakini kuna wengine, yes, we know wanaendanga ndani na wanasumbuliwa sana. I just don't know why anybody can come up with a story, but if he can come up na atuoneshe pia obi yake na atuambie whatever, I'm not refuting what you're saying. I'm just saying don't
This
be carried
person,
too much.
this person said, because I came towards the end, so I heard him say that he used to be on SCT, he was on Mutembei, so it's someone who is been active, and he knew some of the people on the show. So it's someone who is known to some of the people on the show.
What's his name?
And he even
I've been from SCT, from Mutembei, from all this time.
so you might know him. I don't
Who
know.
is
I
it?
didn't see his name. So, but he said he had reached out to Njiro. So if you ask Njiro, he'll tell you more about him. But he's somebody who is not a new person. He wasn't just someone new. It's somebody who has been in the show. So I would like to hear his experience after being confirmed that he actually was arrested. So then we can hear how does he feel, because then it would be a better experience. But I just feel personally that if we take care, just like when you join the army, you know that you are taken care of. If you die, your people are taken care of. I feel like the Protestants should also feel that security.
I'll find his name here in a minute. Guys on the comment section, unajua tu tumetoka nao mbali. Guys who have been from Mutembei with us and know who Nani is Ashley is talking about. Can you please tell the name? Because I don't think there's anyone we've been from Mutembei to SCT to here, and been there this years. That one I don't know. So can somebody on the comment section, na wengi wamekuaga hizo area zote, we've been all together. Someone tell me who it is.
For me, sijajua ni nani, because yesterday it was not able. Yesterday I was angry, even I could have not come to the show. Yesterday I was very angry about the scenes I saw, so I was not able to come. But what I know, even to answer Ashley, when you come out of the police, when you come out of the cells, ukitoka jela, sio Kenya tu, even here in abroad or somewhere, people tend to forsake you. People tend to seem like they want to get a distance from you, and not for everybody. If you are lucky, with the people who love you, they'll be. But most of the people, they get neglected by their family members, by their friends. But even you cannot get some work to do. So what I tell people, when you see somebody who is coming out of jail and maybe he has reformed, you see his ways as reformed. Unajua kuna watu wanatoka pia hao. Unajua kwa nini watu wanaogopa? Kuna wengine pia wanatoka, unaona mwingine, like we had a guy in our place where we were staying. Alikuwa anatoka jela. Akitoka jela bwana, I'm telling you, those months before he's arrested, we are going to be crying every day. Akirudi jela sasa kutatulia tena. Akitoka tu lazima utasikia watu wakianza kupiga nduru. Do you know what happened to that guy? Sasa aliachiliwa na polisi because it's like they were doing some deals with the police also. Sasa aliachiliwa na polisi hao wa jela. When he came, alikuwa ameplaniwa. He was just killed. People were tired. Hawezi kuwa unashikwa wewe ukienda huko ndani. So some of the people have not reformed. So I think that's why some people also are afraid of them. But some of the people have reformed. And it's good to help also in mentally and also if you can even help him with some way he can be able to manage back his life.
I hear his name is Gonpo. Gonpo. I don't remember this name. But anyway, so yeah, I hear his name is Gonpo.
Just watch the last part, the very last part, maybe the last 30 minutes. You'll see him, because I came there towards the end, maybe an hour. So he came, that part is where I saw him saying, he first said, I've been in another diaspora. So I thought he had traveled. So the next time is when he said where he was. So, but he didn't expound.
That is a diaspora, my friend. Hiyo inakuwaga diaspora, usicheze. Huko ukisikia mpaka ukijaribu kufinya inaitagwa aje, these bed bugs, kiroboto. Unaambia hiyo ni afande, wanakuitania unapigwa. That is another diaspora. Not even is that one, I don't know. Even people say that is worse than hell. Hiyo ni kunoma. So when you see somebody who has gone through this, we need to help him, and we know he has reformed. we need to help him also mentally. Hao watu wanakuwa wameumia hata mentally.
Sasa huyu alikuwa ameshikwa,
actually Njiru is here.
Alikuwa ameshikwa kama protester.
Oh, alikuwa ameshikwa kama akiprotest.
Yes, I see that. No, it's a protester.
Alikuwa amepelekwa remand ama alikuwa
uliza Njiru because he seemed to know him.
Njiru ni nani?
Nani huyo? Hebu give me an update. Nani huyo alishikwa kama protester?
Nani Ashley
tunauliza Njiru.
Ashley anasema kuna mtu alikuja jana anatujua.
Yeah, ni sawa.
Ni nani huyo?
It was bigger than protest, eh? It was something bigger than protest, but it has been solved, eh? So nikufua. Waliwekelewa mambo zaidi ya hiyo, but karibu walikuwa wanagongwa treason. Na nimemaliza, sitaki kuongea mingi.
Okay, so Ashley drop that case. Tuendelee.
Okay.
Njiru amesema. He was bigger than that. That's what I was telling you. Stories of protest, bwana, watu wakujangi tangaza nini. Anyway, I kind of knew that. But yeah, but I understand what your concern, Ashley, and maybe that's just your heart. But sometimes you have to you have to watch hizi vitu. Sijui kama ni wengine tulilelewa places different, tulikuwa wajanjezi kidogo, but sometimes I have to be very careful in vitu zenye I put my heart into. As a protester, these guys, unless kuna kitu kubwa ulikuwa umefanya, they don't just take you. Wanakupeleka hivi, wanaenda wanakuachilia tu hapo central. You don't even pay anything. That's why you see these guys, unless the biggest thing that I hate is when they start shooting. Lakini ukishakwa kwa hiyo gari, you don't even go there. There's this guy, I think jina yake anaitwa Maina. Huyo watu wanasemanga na kunywaga chai nini central kila siku. You will find him tu ameenda kuchokoza tu kwa hivyo, and you remember he was the one in the court what do you call him, Albert mwenye alizua. Huyo anazuaga hata tao peke yake, what even Omtata used to do. Unless they really now, this goonship of Ruto that has come in, the rogue police, those are the ones that will come and either shoot you or kill you for no good reason. But the rest of them, wanashikaga watu wafikangi mahali, wanaachiliwa tu, ni wanatolewa kwa street. But the problem is the violence and how they're mishandled to even get into that track. That's my biggest problem. And especially the shooting. That one I don't understand. And how they get scot-free. And that's why I was asking earlier, are we sure these are the regular police? And I had Kuditaki uliza swali pia. Who is supposed to handle riots? Do we even have a category of anti-riot?
We don't have anything, brother Martin. Everybody was put in the same basket. If you can see police officer wearing camouflage clothes, you see police officers wearing camouflage clothes.
Is that camouflage an identity? You know, I was asking myself, is that an identity, or should they identify themselves? Because
long time, brother, if you could see camouflage, you just knew they were in two categories of teams. You could know them with the
yeah,
and you could see them with the army. Only those two people had camouflage. But right now we have even Kenya police who are wearing camouflage. The regular police. Wale tuko tunaita men in blue, boys in blue. So everybody is wearing camouflage. You don't know who is who.
Kudita, can I ask you something about this thing of yours of people coming out to the street? So, like, can you tell us how do you expect that to materialize to where Ruto lives? Because I remember Raila asked Ruto akitoka alafu nini ifanyike, and know that Ruto cannot be subdued. You remember during Uhuru's time, he was under so much pressure and he stuck it out. So just know you're talking with a person who will not voluntarily leave. So how
What
are
I,
you going? Tell me how your plan can work.
what I was saying, when we have a system like that, you see, when you have tried to remove a government by what I was saying, you come, all of you out, all the Kenyans come out and say we don't want him, the civil disobedience, we refuse to pay taxes and everything. What happens when you remove, because you're going to remove everybody from government, everybody, there is nobody who is left behind. We're starting with him, and everybody he runs with his deputy, his CSs, everybody, even the PSs. So you are left with a country without executive. The only thing that is working is only maybe judiciary. So
And
the
who is
only
this who is removing them? Who is removing them? Just say something that is looking practical, not idealistic.
when you remove the president, just know everything is gone. When the
How
president
is he being removed by people going to the streets?
He's going to admit, and yeye atajitoa hapo. If you have
Ruto
civil
hawezi
disobedience
jitoa.
for 1 month, Ashley, amulipi tax na amfanye kitu. Did you not see in Sudan? What did Sudan do, Ashley? Wachana hii ya jeshi. The first one, what did they do?
Ashley, I agree with Kodita, but also there's another way also that I'm thinking as you asked that question and as you guys are discussing about that. Let me ask you, what if one day people decide to go to that Mandamano but go with their petitions and people to sign? Do you know how many people come to that street? You will get a good 10 million right there, signatures. That's a whole petition. I've just thought about that. That's another way. But I've just thought about that. Nasibi Gava Siri. I'm just saying that what if is Mandamano? You have people there just sign here, sign here, sign here, sign here, sign here with your ID. You're gone. It's over.
And that's what I was saying. Even when they send you to the park, wakifikiria wanawafanya vibaya, you line people up and they sign. You give them mandazi and whatever. That park becomes, now they will, in each county, people go, wakisemati, you can only go to the park. Choose the biggest park, go there and start signing. And do your riots there. Make sure it's on TV.
But also don't say that Ruto cannot go. Ruto can go today, tomorrow. If people just wake up and say you're gone, and you're gone, you're gone, you're gone. Even with these police themselves, some of them don't want him. But anyways,
so Mato, I wanted to add on what Ashley had asked me. What happens next? You know, we have already come out of what we can do to remove him now. We are going to what comes next, no? What comes next? What comes next is already we have broken all the systems that can be there. There is no there is no legislature, there is no executive. Because now you have said it's people power. It's now people power. It's direct representation. The way you are saying, you're the one who likes reading the constitution. We have taken direct representation. So us as direct representatives, what we do, we choose an interim government. Melewa? Until we form.
Actually, the way it is that
that way can work. The direct representative, but the judiciary would have to work with the people. And if we work with the judiciary, I can see it happening.
Actually, the way it's said, if a president is impeached, it doesn't say they should go with the deputy. It says the next person is the deputy. But there was a petition. I mean, where people were saying he lives with the deputy. He leaves it, obviously, that the third person on that will be anyway, Wetangula, the Speaker of the National Assembly, but just for 90 days, and then people go back for fresh elections. Now, before you guys come back, we have a new person, and I think she came here for a reason. Mami, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just came back because of camouflage, those uniforms. Because I was wondering, how can all the forces have the same uniform? How do we differentiate them? We want to know who is a military. We want to know who is a police. We want to know who is a GSU. So this time round, I think these people, they have gone slowly by slowly changing everything. But for me, is that when they dress that way, we get confused. Is this the army or police or who are they? Because if you look at they were calling them police, they were on the street killing people. We can even assume it's even military were there killing people because this uniform belonged to the military. And again, there was this, actually even people were saying, as I heard, that these people are mixed. There is a military chosen and put in that group. There are some police. There could be even foreigners, because these people, why are they covering themselves? A real police has to show his badge. He has to, and that is how they would not be committing these heinous acts. If they have their badge, their faces are open, their uniform is the usual uniform that they have to wear, they will behave like people, like police. But because now they have been given a chance of mixing all these things, not ceremonial clothes, not even for the force that they belong. That is why they are committing all these crimes. Now, we ourselves will assume that even military were there, even foreigners are there, even terrorists were there. That is why we have got all these killings. And so our country has been mixed with a lot of bad people who we don't know where they come from, and we can claim that. And I remember even the court had said that police wawe wanavaa uniform na wanaweka badge. No those coverings, mask and whatever. And that is why these people are committing all these crimes, killing people anyhowly, because you will not know them. And that is why we are going to go on suffering, because the government, this fake government, have decided to give these people anything they want so that they can go and start killing people. So that is the point that brought me. And then I would say this. This government, whatever has been committed, whoever has killed anybody, we will just say it's the government that killed them. There's no way Ruto can say he did not kill anybody. He is the one killing people. And you can imagine they are killing people as if we are fighting with them, while people have got no guns, but they feel that they can only shoot them because they are armless. Now, when you look at such a government, I think it is they have stooped so low to be seen like they cannot defeat a war of a foreign. Because how can you be fighting with the people who have got no weapon? They have no guns, but you feel you want to fight with them. That means these people are very weak. They cannot fight with any other person except those people who have no weapon. So the government has committed all these heinous crimes, and they should not even say a word. They should keep quiet and accept that these crimes have been done by the government. Even now, we would not say the police. Maybe even there are some other officers, civilians, who have been given those uniforms. We can assume anything because there are people we don't know. Now, the other thing, these people that they are arresting, especially, let's say, like the guy who was arrested from Kiambu, who is, I don't know whether he's a senator or an MP of Wamunyoro. I think there are two already. Why arrest them? Why don't you summon them? They come to DCI and write a statement, rather than going to arrest somebody at night like a criminal. Huyo si mtu alikuwa anatoroka, ni politician, and mtakuja kukutana. muite msummon, muone kama hakuji. Akikuja, akikosa kuja, basi muje saa hiyo mlikuwa mmeenda huko usiku. Why do you arrest somebody like a criminal? Somebody who is a politician, who is officially known, and they run there shooting their guns, whatever, making all these chaotic things as if is a criminal who have been discovered, the hiding place. They have to summon them if they want them. The other thing I wanted to say is
Ma'am Nyakairo.
yes.
Ma'am Nyakairo, I don't know if you know anti-terror police unit wanatumiago wapi, because those are the
Exactly.
people you are seeing. They
And
are
that is
used in terror. Unaona kule ulikuwa unasikia lalamu Mpeketoni. Those places you are hearing hot zones. Ulikuwa unasikia hotspots. Those guys, they don't care. They shoot. That's why you are seeing they were shooting. They don't care. Those guys, they are terrible. Nakwambia watu, they don't joke. The anti-terror.
now
That's why you see, and you saw they had one guy. So now they had one guy who was commanding them. I think everybody watched the news. Kila mtu aliona news about those vehicles. Did you see they had one guy in command?
Kunditra, unajua the other time they used, it came to light that they used also NYS. But then did you see NYS with the uniform? Or this NYS that were being used, were they being given the same uniform to look like police?
Is this government, my brother is a thug. I told you they are thugs. That's why you are hearing they are saying that they are using NYS. Madam Nyakairo, msidanganye. Those one were anti-terror police unit. Na ni wabaya. They shoot. That's why you are hearing even a kid was shot on the roof. Tunaona mpaka walikuwa napiga risasi huko juu ya building.
And this is my question, Joseph. What acts have we committed? What crime have we committed, we Kenyans, we poor Kenyans, who are just crying for our rights? What have we done that they can go and bring terrorists, police towards us? Polisi hawa wengine mbona wasifanye hiyo kazi? Why is Ruto?
Oh, sorry. I think John walikuwa wanataka kutustua. I think they wanted to make us afraid. Ukiona the scenes that we were seeing, because the scenes that we were showing, uliona wakifunga TV. See, they had said they are going to close the televisions when it will become ugly. Si ndivyo Kabogo walikuwa wamesema? Walikuwa wamesema ukianza kuwa na vurugu atazima TV. Why did they not close the TVs? They wanted us to show fear to us. That's why you are hearing they were shooting. Ulikuwa unasikia kuna pale walikuwa na shoot risasi, unasikia pa pa pa
usiku, yeah, a lot.
Yeah, so they were trying to make us afraid.
And they went even to residence places where people, even there are no people walking around, they are in their homes, and they are going there looking and shooting anyhowly. You'll be caught by that bullet even in the house sitting. Huyo mtoto si hivyo ndivyo alishutiwa. Walikuwa wameketi wanaona TV. The bullet came through. So what we are seeing is that Ruto have decided that I want to deal with these people properly. And so he'll bring the terror towards wananchi na wanapewa amri, do whatever you want. Can you imagine? We are not terrorists. We are people who lives peacefully in our country. Those, if they are trained for terror, they should be where the terrorist comes through, not towards us. Sisi si watu wa kuletewa mambo kama hiyo. Polisi wanatakiwa wawe na sisi, although even them, we don't know who they are because they cover themselves. We don't see even their badge. We don't see their faces. That means these people are always a different category. Mimi siwezi kuamini hao ni polisi, kwa sababu hakuna mpolisi yeyote anatakiwa kujifunga kitambaa kwa uso, avae manguo hiyo inakaa kuweka watu wasiwasi. We need diplomatic police. Wavae uniform zao, tukutane na wao hapo. Tuambiane vile tutaambiana. And that is why the killings are too many. Because they are not police. They are not real police. It's a force that has been brought to us. And we should condemn that. We cannot accept it to be terrorized like that. But Ruto sees that that is the only way he can use because he wants to stay on power forever. So anatunyamazisha ndio tuwe wafuasi wake, hata tukiambiwa angalia pandi unaangalia. We are not going to accept that. Kenyans are strong and they are going to fight that. We are not going to accept. That is a very bad thing and a very bad fashion and a very bad direction that government is going. And we need to condemn. We, in the biggest voice, to shout kabisa, tuambie sisi hatutaki mambo kama hiyo. Kama ni police, na ndio wanatakiwa kuwa na sisi. See, army, in fact, even I heard there are some army people who have been brought in.
Yeah, in Naivasha.
Yeah, I think so. And goons were being transported with by NYS buses. They were taken to Naivasha and they were dropped at the Karagita, something like that. And that is, Ruto is the one who is a terrorist. And now he wants to show us his terrorism. He's going to spread all over Central. Kwa sababu ukiangalia mambo yote imeletwa Central. Naivasha is Central, of course. Sasa hiyo mambo yote ya huko ndio sasa anapigana nayo. Na ndio nilikuwa nauliza Njiro. Every time he opens this forum, anaanza na hiyo kitu ya kusema hakuna watu wako na I mean that one, hakuna watu wako na shida na Wakikuyu kama sisi. Awe anaanza na hiyo. It's not an insult and it is not fictitious. It is real. Ni yeye aliongea na akasema hiyo maneno. Akiwa very furious. You know? So that whoever is watching this forum that we have, they will be seeing and be reminded in their mind. What they did was not right, voting this guy in. If they knew, but I know they knew. Lakini nisikia watu wengi wakisema ati tulifikiria repent, so tukamchagua. That is why people now are crying. So this thing should be put each and every time. In fact, there is another one, nilikuwa nimekumbuka, nimesahau ni gani, nilikuwa nauliza Njiro anaiweka hii ya hakuna mtu ako na shida na Wakikuyu kama sisi wa Kalenjin, na ya mwisho iko ingine. Tukimaliza forum anaweka hiyo. Inakuwa sasa hiyo ni mtindo. Every time. Ndio yule mtu anatuangalia hapa, hata kama ni Ruto anaangalia, anajiona hapo, ajue yeye ni kitu bure kabisa. Very bad. Watoto wameuawa. Did you see that scenario of a boy who was hit? Akapigwa risasi. Wenzake wakamchukua, wakambeba juu, wakampeleka kwa police, waone vile wamefanya. Do you know what they did? The police, one held the leg, the other one the hand, wakamfuruta kwa hiyo lami. Mpaka watu wale walikuwa kwa hiyo manyumba huko juu wanaona, wakapiga nduru. Huyo mtoto akafurutwa hivi kwa lami kama mnyama. In fact, a long distance. Alafu wakamweka hapo pahali walimficha. Na wakaendelea na kazi yao, wakasimama hapo. Na walikuwa very many police. Nikasema kweli hawa ni wanyama. They had white caps. Walikuwa wamevaa kofia nyeupe. All of them. So I don't know who are they. Those were very different from the police. So those are the scenarios, and really it keeps people remembering. Very traumatizing. Asante.
Na kuna pia wengine walienda kwa nini sijasikia watu wakisema hapa, walienda kwa hospitali. There's also other goons, they went to the hospital. I don't know what they were looking. I see Julia. Umekuja pia wewe changia kidogo.
Oh yes, nilisikia tu they wanted to steal the bodies, maybe to hide the evidence, and the crowd refused. So we have a killer police squad, but then I also want to emphasize that it was reported that it is a challenging squad. and in particular Anadi militia. We should ask ourselves why Ruto is using a and akiwa ametrain militia, why mbona anatumia militia and so from his Kalenjin tribe. It tells that probably the police are not ready to cooperate with him. Probably he's afraid that kwamba apate full cooperation from Akina Kanja. And probably the army also may not cooperate with him. I understand that some army men were brought in Naivasha to intervene. Lakini I don't know how if Ruto last time I understand they were terrified when they brought the army to the streets because unfortunately the army turned. Did you see the pictures of the interaction of the army and the people when they brought the army in the streets? It was a different scenario altogether. So he may not want to bring the army to the streets because maybe he's afraid of the eventuality. So Ruto is working with a Kalenjin killer squad. A killer squad. They are not even the people who are employed by the government. These are people who are hired and trained to kill. They were the people in the Subarus. And according to Gachagua, Lagat is one of the people heading that killer squad. And they meet in State House to discuss and plan the killings. So this is deliberate. It was not a reaction to the protest. It was planned. Ruto is always planning that mayhem because his signature is violence and bloodshed. I would also like Mato na Njiru, mutafute ile clip ya Jirongo, mcheze watu mara kama 10 hapa. People just here are saying, but Mato, you can look for it, where Jirongo is narrating, penye Ruto alienda kanyonga mtoto na mikono yake. Mato, si unaweza tafuta hiyo clip kwa YouTube. Is Mato the ama nani huyo ako hapo?
Nitakuwa nikitafuta.
Iko kwa YouTube. Jirongo is narrating that Ruto went and strangled a young boy with his own hands. William Samuel Ruto.
Sorry, nimekusikia lakini nilikuwa mbali kidogo. Unasema gani ile ya Jirongo?
Yenye anasema ati Ruto strangled a young boy with his own hands. Pain for people. We need to open people's eyes to show them the animal they have for a president. Yeah? Wacha hizo story anasemanga ati anawekelewa za nini za kuchoma watu Kiambaa. He never sued Jirongo. Jirongo is still there kicking. Nobody said anything about that. So, because if it is defamation, you should sue him for defamation. But nobody said anything about that. So, my take is, then it is true. That is what he did. So we need to open the eyes of Kenyans, open the eyes of Kenyans, tell them what kind of a past the president is. The other thing, I think we can also put this struggle in all fronts. I think the diaspora would also write to the foreign governments and ask them to prevent Ruto from traveling to their countries. For example, the American diaspora have been working hard. I think we should reunite again and rejuvenate the efforts and petition the Trump government and write to our congressmen detailing who the president of the Republic of Kenya is. And a lot of evidence is available because they even have evidence that this man was sued for crimes against humanity. See, tutakuwa tuki-blow out and they can see the situation in Kenya right now. We should petition them. So this guy is declared union persona and grata in a lot of these countries. Put the pressure. You people, you remember when Kenya gained, when Kenyans achieved, when Moi removed the Section 2A declaring Kenya a single party state. It was after struggle that even the American ambassador in Nairobi joined, Smith Hemstone. Nani nakumbuka story ya Smith Hemstone? Mnakumbuka huyu ambassador? Those of us who followed some history.
Yes.
Yes, alikuwa naitwa Smith Hemstone, ama alikuwa naitwa aje? The American ambassador joined the struggle. He couldn't resist. Na Moi alimchukia sana, alimtusi mara mingi sana. But there's nothing he could do. There's nothing he can do to the American ambassador. They need Americans. So we need to continue updating. We should not relent. Okay? We should put this struggle in all fronts. Let Ruto be declared persona non grata even in Britain. Unajua hawa watu hata kama tunasimanga ati they support these people, they don't want their names to be tainted to be working with warlords. You think Trump want to be said to be associated with warlords? No, he wouldn't want to do that. So people keep saying that even if ukiwaambia kule asi atu wanaweza shika Ruto, but at least okay, go ahead Mato, naweza cheza hiyo
pamoja na mheshimiwa marehemu George Kapteni. Wakati kijana mmoja ambaye alikuwa kwa wale ambao walikuwa wametumwa alikuja akachapa mshale kwa gari yangu, George Kapteni alitoka mbio akapata huyo kijana, akamwangukia kwa miguu akashika. Sisi tulikuwa tunafikiri tumeshika mtu, lakini huyo kijana rafiki yangu ndio nikaelewa ana damu ya kuua. Alienda akageuza shingo yake akaua huyo kijana. Wale mlikuwa zamani mnakumbuka yule aliua huyo kijana alikuwa deputy president. Nyinyi mnaelewa mtu akizoea kuua watu ataendelea kuua. Damu yake, damu ya wale ambao wamezikwa haitamwacha ndani. Lazima atembee kila siku auwe.
You hear that? Mwenye alikuwa kijana ni deputy president William Samoei Ruto. I think that is not rocket science, and nobody has ever sued Jirongo for that. And he has also said that is something that is very sad. Once you kill, you continue killing because the blood of the people that you have killed continues to torment you. And that is why Ruto has the audacity to form a killer squad, like Kalenjin killer squad. And he's not ashamed or embarrassed. Today I watch, sijui kama nani aliwatch Mother Karua akiongea leo. Matu, did you watch Mother Karua talking today?
No, actually I didn't. I saw her yesterday, I believe.
Yes, you can also find that clip. She reminded Ruto of Bashir. She said she doesn't think Ruto is as powerful as Bashir was. So mnakumbuka story ya Bashir. Now, as when Mother Karua was saying this today, I said that the same thing yesterday. Kwamba people should not think they are so powerful that they will get away with all these crimes. Hataweza. Earlier I heard you people arguing about ICC. But you see, even if ICC takes long, I think ICC has been able to go after a number of people who appeared so powerful according to the world. Somebody give an example of the Filipino president, who is, I think he's now serving his jail term. And don't forget the Filipino president has been sued for killing drug warlords, right? Sio president wa Filipino shida yake ilikuwa ni shoot and kill drug warlords. Aya, kuna I understand al-Bashir, for al-Bashir be taken from one court to another, lazima akuwe armed, akuwe so guarded, heavily guarded, because some people are planning to assassinate him on the streets. Hiyo ndio maisha ya mtu, the people who shed blood. And people are saying that why hasn't the Israeli premier been arrested and the Russian President Putin been arrested? Because ICC declared that they are committing crimes against humanity. I don't know. Probably their time will come to. Unaona, people when they are in power, they seem untouchable. But when out of power, out of viongozi wote wenye wako wa West wanakuacha kama ugali moto. That is what happens to people like Ruto. So his time is coming. If God doesn't take him before that.
Nimeipata ukiwa ready.
Okay, endelea to play it.
Endelea kidogo Julia, nikiset up.
Sawa. So what I'm trying to say is that we shouldn't relent. We shouldn't be afraid. We shouldn't give up. We should continue inspiring and pushing for the restoration of the rule of law in our motherland, Kenya. Now, I also had people arguing what would happen eventuality with this protest. Now, I think it's actually who was asking. Okay, wait a minute.
And not contained through unlawful means. It is by only listening and responding to their complaints. And I keep on saying that al-Bashir's Sudan was a police state. He had a very strong military and security apparatus. He still fell. In Egypt, there was also a military and police state. And we still remember Tahrir Square, and it fell. We remember in China, Tiananmen Square happened. Even Adolf Hitler fell. No dictator has ever conquered the will of the people. It is a time of when, not if. So the message to this regime is very clear. Listen to the will of the people to stem bloodshed and destruction. And do not think that bringing armed militias and blaming it on the people, you're going to hoodwink anyone. And to our security forces, to anybody in authority, remember this is your country too. You will account personally. Any illegal orders, remember, you will account personally.
So, thank you, Matu, for playing that. I want to respond to somebody called God to us. I think you have God to us. That's this woman. First, Nikona Jina, my name is Julia. If you want to say this woman. Wewe ndio mgeni hapa. Secondly, soma historia ya Kenya kama wewe, maybe you are young or you don't follow history. I don't know where you live. But I say it again. Smith Hempston, the American ambassador to Kenya in 1990s, was part of the struggle for multi-party democracy. Yet alikuwa ambassador. So ebu fungua your internet and investigate about Smith Hempston, the American ambassador to Kenya in the 1990s, the role he played in our struggle for multi-party democracy. So even however much you say the West doesn't care about Africa, they play a big role. They may not doing direct interference, like giving instructions, Kenya mfanye hapa, but they play a big role. And that is why we must not relent. We must provide information as much as none of them want to be associated with. I mean, these democracies, they are not 100% right, but they may not want to be associated with warlords. So stop saying that this woman, understand. Kuna watu wanakaa kwa comment section, wanajifanya kama ndio wako information kuliko wengine. But that is my stand, that we need to provide wherever you are, akata kama uko Britain. The other day I saw this lady called Juliet. Sijui matoka kama uliona Juliet hapo, na at one time she really put off Itumbi when Itumbi was trying to interview them. I don't know what she made her statement clear. Yeah, and her clip was trending. So what was trending, you don't know what Ruto said in that meeting, but what Juliet said to Itumbi. Okay? So even by standing there, when she was all alone, she gave information to the rest of the world that things are not right in Kenya. So we need to play the role that we can. Now, I was saying that I think actually was asking what happens in the event of protests. I will take her back to those days of 1990 and 1989 when the protests, that is, was 1990, when we had real protests of multi-party democracy. The protests are the ones that brought that change, that pressure, the pressure of the protests, okay? The protests were too much, but now there was an outcry, even outside, in the rest of the globe, that pressured Moi to halt, to just, for the sake of his own, he wanted to remain in power. For the sake of that, I assume he decided to address that issue of Section 2A. So protests put a lot of pressure, okay? But then I think the question was also, what happens? What would happen if these protests continue? one of the things that would happen if the protests continue is an economic instability. You saw what happened in Nairobi yesterday. In fact, it is not the protesters that went to Nairobi yesterday. It was the police that put a lockdown. So a lot of people did not go to work. I don't know how much the government can sustain that lockdown. If it happens frequently, I don't think it's sustainable. Somebody must give in somewhere. Okay? So that is why Kenyans are still insisting that protest is a way. Even if Ruto is hiring criminal gangs, this is a psychological war. One of the psychological war he's using is arrest people who are walking around with Gachagua. Like, understand the Manyata MP was arrested. That is intimidation. Even in the days of 1990, I want to remind Kenyans that people were arrested. In fact, Kenneth Matiba was arrested. Charles Rubia was arrested in 1990 during the protest for multi-party and the fight for multi-party democracy. But even after arresting Matiba and Rubia and others, they did not deter Kenyans. In fact, they arrested them before the famous Saba Saba. And I remember that Jaramogi and Moite and Akina Orengo said, even if they arrest Matiba and they arrest Rubia, we are still going to meet right in Kamukunji, July 7/7. That was the birth of Saba Saba. That's how Saba Saba came about. So arresting some of the people, we are a whole 55 million, that shouldn't deter Kenyans. And I think Kenyans should even put more pressure so that we don't forget those who have been unfairly arrested and prosecuted. The pressure should continue. We shouldn't give up and say, if people are arrested, what then? No. We have come from, even our independence was not given on a silver plate. If the Mau had not decided to take the everything to their hands, I think the British rule would have continued in Kenya. So somebody had to do something about it. So we can say we have come a long way, and I think we are yet to go some way. But then we can't just give up because of Ruto's intimidation and his criminal. And it is clear his criminal gang is a minority. In fact, the fact they have been singled out as a small group for criminal gangs from the Nandi community, they are the minority against the majority of Kenyans. If he is working with criminal gangs from the Nandi community, it means he cannot even work with his own police. It means the majority of the police are not for this criminal activity. Otherwise, we could be seeing a Kanja giving orders left and right, like Murkomen is claiming to giving orders. Look at who is giving orders. It's Murkomen, another Kalenjin. What does that tell you? It is a minority against a majority, so Kenyans must remain determined. So what would happen in the event that this pressure is put on? I don't believe that Ruto can resign. He's the kind that would want to go down with the country. He's that kind of a person, I think. Juzi aliuliza kwamba he asked a question. He was trying to say that if Kenya is not for him, it's not also for us either. Yani ni kama alikuwa anasema kama hatumtaki Kenya, hata yeye hatatuachia Kenya. Unaona, he's like a toxic, jilted lover. That is Ruto's attitude. So we must put pressure from all corners. Right? Kama saizi, I hope numerous cases will be taken to court, demanding the prosecution of those thugs, the prosecution of the police bosses. Because if actually they brought the police to the street to kill Kenyans, unless they prove otherwise and say that is not the police, and if they say it's not the police, then we'd like to know why those thugs have not been arrested. Okay? They should even take Murkomen to court. Pressure should be from even the court. Somebody may tell me at the court hakuna kitu itafanya. This pressure is helping. Because in one time, unaona Justice Mwita, there he pushed for the release of that boy Biangui. Now that kind of pressure, it was felt, okay? And I think part of the judiciary is for the people. So we shouldn't give up. We shouldn't give up. We shouldn't give up. We should put the pressure. We should put the pressure on our members of parliament. What James was saying and what Gachagua was saying today. Okay? Gachagua and team put it in a polite way that let us boycott businesses owned by William Samoei Ruto and all the members of parliament, especially from Mount Kenya region, those who are working with Ruto, even from the other regions, the leaders who are supporting, we know Kenyans know their businesses. They should be announced tomorrow. Kenya a list. They should boycott them. That is called civil action. We should put every measure that is under the constitution to pressure this government to give in. Tuone atasustain hiyo mpaka lini. So in eventualities Ruto gives in, Ruto cannot give in and resign. He cannot call a press conference and resign. Personally, I suspect he will just take off and leave us hanging. Or something else would happen that I couldn't discuss here. Okay? But then what happens if we find ourselves that we have Deputy President Kithure Kindiki? Because if Ruto takes off or something happens, the constitution of Kenya is very clear. There's no gap. I mean, the Deputy President should be sworn in as president. And I think Kenyans are ready to go to court to prevent the Supreme Court judges from swearing the Deputy President as president. And that is why hii kesi Gachagua wacha ikae hapo. Because hiyo kesi Gachagua ndio ita complicate hiyo manenos ya swearing ya Deputy President Kindiki. Yes, and of course, the country cannot be left hanging. There must be somebody mwenye anasimamia, and the most likely person is the Speaker of the National Assembly to be sworn in to be president for 90 days as we prepare for a general election. So I may be wrong, but that is how I see the eventualities would happen. Okay, but not forgetting to say that I don't believe Ruto and resign. The worst that he can do is take off. He may try to hand off to the military. That is why he was trying to bring in this Kalenjin man as the boss of the army. But I don't know how workable that is. And I want to commend our military. Some people was telling us that our military are cowards. But at one point, I kind of feel it's a blessing in disguise for Kenyans that our military never rushes to take over power. Maybe it is a blessing in disguise. Maybe that will give us a chance to have a transition, a peaceful transition from this Team Majamba's government to a situation where we are holding another election before 2027, and we can have an opportunity to elect the kind of leaders that we have. Otherwise, that is my take. Somebody says if the West cares, Ruto will be under sanctions. Those times are coming. God to us. Even Moi was under sanctions, and that happened in Kenya. That did happen in Rwanda or Asia. It happened right here in Kenya. Okay, that was 1990. So that time is coming. We just need to be persistent and continue informing the world that we have a warlord for a president. The president of Kenya is a warlord. That is, the president of the Republic of Kenya is a warlord. Is a man that has been accused for crimes against humanity and continue to perpetuate those crimes even today, as late as yesterday, when in amazement, in shock, Kenyans watch in broad daylight Subarus of men surrounded with Subaru, killing left and right, policemen dragging dead people on the streets, dead bodies on the streets. That is what a warlord is. And surely we cannot go down. We cannot refuse. We must continue struggling and fighting for Kenya. The struggle must continue. That is what I need to tell Kenyans. So that is my take. Mato.
Luta continua. Leo
Yes.
umeamua leo tuko class. Wewe. Aya. Guys, unfortunately I'm gonna have to start taking closing remarks and unless Njiru comes back or someone else who can run the show. Unfortunately, I have to go somewhere. So closing remarks, kila mtu wenye tuko hapa. I'm gonna start kutoka juu and I'm gonna go clockwise. So nitaanzia Ashley, Mami, and then Julia atufungie. Aya, Ashley, kazi kwako. Closing.
My closing remark is that I joined this panel to engage in real, respectful conversation. I'm not here for personal attacks or drama, and I wouldn't let that distract me from the work or the debate I came to have. I stay grounded in the matters, and I appreciate everyone who showed up. Now to Anne, the way you treat someone says everything about you, not them. If you have, I think I'll end there. I won't go back, but I will say that act as if what you do makes a difference, because it does. A luta continua.
Thank you so much for your very nice closing remarks. And I would really encourage you to not listen to other people. You do your job. Sometimes even as tunachapagwa hapa viboko, saa zingine you feel like not even coming back. But again, just don't listen to that. Don't let it affect you. Your contribution here is very important to millions of people, not just one person who wants to be negative. They want to be negative. There's so many huko sitataja majina, hata mimi wamenichapa tu, but I go back and I say, you know what, I don't know you, you do what you gotta do. Whatever you want to say. Whoever is listening to me will listen to me. So don't be discouraged by that. I really appreciate you so much here. We do, not I. We do, and Kenyans do, and not just Kenyans alone. There's a lot of other, even Africans, who are very interested in what is happening in Kenya, and they are listening to you. And there's a lot of people who appreciate you. So don't be encouraged, and thank you for being here. Mami?
Okay, I know it's a closing. Let me just say this. I'm not discouraged because I know why I'm here. I know we are talking about high level politics. Some people are here for their people. I may be attacking their people, and they feel they reflect that. I get it. And that's why I said I don't take it personally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the spirit right there. Mami, closing remark.
Thank you. And I say hi to Keep. For me, I'll just say, Ruto.
My name is Kamau today.
Welcome, Kamau.
Yes, we are all Kikuyus, because if protests come from one community, if it's coming from the Kikuyu community alone, today I'm called Keep Kamau. We are all Kikuyus now. If that is the narrative they want to say, we're all Kikuyus now. I really like that hashtag. Yes.
Thank you for knowing your name today. Keep Kamau. I'll keep it. For me, I'll just ask Ruto, think you are a human being, and know those whom you are killing, they are human beings. They deserve respect. They deserve to live, but you have decided to quiet them for no reason. There was no crime they had committed. They are just echoing their problems for the leader whom they thought would take care of them to hear, but you decided to put them down. I don't see your leadership. I see animosity, which is very, very discouraging. All these people are watching on you, and what they see, what you do, they wonder, is this our country? Is this the man we knew? Or is an animal who have changed to finish people? So the children that you have killed, think about that and be remorseful and be a person who have got heart for other people. But if not, you'll be judged, and you have been already judged. So we cry, asking for God's sake to give us strength to strive as much as we can until we get to the end, and then we can say it's a happy ending. For Ruto must go, because that's terrorizing everybody in the country. When you kill so many, because all the hearts feel so sorrowful of those whom you have killed. You don't deserve to be a president. you deserve to be a terrorist so that you can get your reward as a terrorist. So for today, I'll say, Ruto, you are not a person who should lead Kenya. Kenyans are good people. Kenyans want to live. Kenyans love each other, but you have come to separate them with your wild terrorists who are killing left and right. But one day it will come to an end. I say, God help us and God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Mami, for your closing remark. I really do appreciate it. I believe everybody appreciates it. Julia kanyagia hapo hivyo tu kidogo. Julia, can you nilikuwa nataka tumalizie. Siwache nipatie Kipa tuchapie closing remark yake and then you do yours. If you don't know. Okay, thank you. Keep closing remark. No, opening and closing remark. Opening, middle, and closing remark. Oh no, karaoke. Sorry, karaoke.
Kamau.
Kamau.
Kamau leo bana, we have to stand in solidarity with the Kikuyu community.
Pole.
Because there's a narrative.
Pole Mr. Kamau. Unajua hiyo Mr. Kamau tulisoma tukiwa shule. Anyway, sawa, Mr. Kamau, opening and closing.
There's a narrative that the people who went to Sabasaba, the people who went to 25th, are all Kikuyu people. They're the ones who planned this. Yeah, so I have become a Kikuyu today, if that is the case. Kuja kuwa community mzima. I think, like I said in the beginning, there's this trend, the same idiot that caused 2020 to 2007 violence is trying to pin two communities against themselves again. No, you jinga. But it's time to stop that stupid tribalism that these people are trying to even use their own. We had a term today that we talked about. What was it called again, Julia? Wakoloni walikuwa naita home cut. Home cut? How do you say?
Home guard. Home guard.
Huyu amekuwa amesahau yeye ni Kamau, amekuwa anasema cut, amesahau kumbe ni Kamau ya Rift Valley. Home cut.
Kama tunasema home cut. So home cut akina Ichungwa, just pinning against his own community. Some of us have married. We've married some of your daughters and they've become our children. Na tumechukua wasichana huko pia. So we are one Kenya. So ikitu mnaanza hiyo narrative tena ya kuweka narrative. I saw Luya Gen Zs, I saw Luo Gen Zs, I saw Meru, I saw from all walks of life in Kenya that were in that protest. And they all were against one thing. They all had one message. Hii sisi tunasemanga one time kama the older generation, hao wamesema after. They want you gone yesterday. And there's nothing you can do. Because the way the narrative is that we need to stop going back to the street. And I really need to stop. I need to discourage that. Because it's defeatist. Huyu ni mtu akona, najua huyu tunaitanga total man, ni kama be what. He won't stop. He won't stop. Mkinyamaza, mufinywe, he will still keep killing. This is that sort of person. Aize ridhika. He's worse than Museveni. Huyu ni hata akisikia little squeal, we are supposed to be at his mercy. That is when he'll calm down. So whether you go to the streets or not, tutaendelea kushikwa.
I agree with you, Kamau, because that siku hiyo siku ya Sabasaba hawa mapolisi walienda kwa makao ya watu hawako barabarani. wameingia huko, wameanza tu kushoot, ni kushoot whatever they will find, wanashoot kwa nyumba. So it is something that really, even these people are wild. They are animals. They cannot be going to people. People are supposed to be on the street if they want to find them. But people already, they have finished this Sabasaba, they have gone home, and yet they are coming loitering within the residence and shooting whoever it will get, that bullet. It is heinous. Thank you.
So this guy will not stop. And I mean, Kenyans are very creative, you know, bloggers, politicians. I've seen a lot of celebrities from all tribes are using the same hashtag and they have changed their names. I really like that spirit. I like them just showing a middle finger to these politicians to say, we're going to protect the Kikuyu community. We're not going to allow this reckless rubbish, because who is leading the Kikuyu community and did them to the streets? Hakuna, because you found nobody. There is no leader there that is going to. Haujasikia Gachagua akisema kwamba anataka Wakikuyu waende kwa streets. There hasn't been a situation where we found a Gen Z from one community going into this. You can go take the youth leader from Gashagua's party, but I don't even think she went for those mandamanos. So there's a narrative they're trying to draw that these things are happening only in Central or wherever it is, but Kisi is doing it. Homa Bay did a little bit of it there. Eldoret, he tried to suppress it. Kericho, because we don't have images, they're happening everywhere in the country. Mombasa, tunafanya hizi vitu. So tuache ujinga hii, this stupidity where we're going to cause, and I'm talking about the politician, I'm not talking about the people, causing another massacre of the people. So kama mnaendea Kikuyu, niende mimi pia. Go for me. Because these are my people. I have the same pain when I was on the other side and I used to see my brothers and sisters from the Luo nation being killed like sijui nini, naangalia tunashindwa, every day a Luo person is being killed. And you can see it's very, very community targeted. Naangalia tu watoto wa Jaluo tu wanauliwa tu ovyo ovyo. Kwani tu, I don't understand. Is it like these people actually hate people when they feel like they want, let me not hata nisishikwe na nini, nisishikwe na steam, because these people will continue their lives, their children are still breathing, their children still have a good life, lakini wanaenda wanachukua mtoto wenyewe, wanaenda kuua watu wenyewe. Everything, all the news, it's around Central News. Sending goons to places tu, wanachukua huko, wanaenda wanamwaga goons hapa. They're trying to create a narrative, my friend. I'm beginning to see the architecture here. They're creating a narrative for the rest of the country to go against Central. Naona ikianza kufanya hivi. And it will not work. Because we all as Kikuyus, talking about all Kenyans, we are tired. Tip point, it's not about trying to weigh Luos and Kalenjin, Luos and Kikuyus being, they are all killed. There's hakuna measuring thing here. There's no measuring. It's just at this point in time they're targeting the Kikuyus. But I remember, tunakumbuka bado, we just buried a few Luo people the other day. We buried Kajwang, and that is why, that is the reason why it streets. Because of extrajudicial killings of these Gen Zs. I think ilisimama hivi tu kidogo kuwa the Luo because kile kimshenzi kilienda huko akiwa broad based government. I don't even think he has control because other Luos were killed. So the tip point, there is no competition here. Hakuna competition. Don't say, oh, these ones were killed more than. We're all being killed as Kenyans. That was not the message. That was not the message. Get the point. You see, again, it's not a competition. Okay? We're all being killed. You should think like that. Don't try and measure which community was killed more. We're just trying to say, right now, there are two communities that are being targeted. Thank you very much. I just wanted to put that important point there. And you guys, we need to protect each other. We need to stop them from driving this tribal narrative. That is why I am Kamau today.
Thank you, Mr. Kamau. Julia, closing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kamau. And the only good thing that narrative is not selling, first and foremost, today one of the people killed in Gong, huyo mtoto alikuwa Mkalenjin. You people, did you see that boy? It was a Kalenjin boy that was shot in Gong, one of the Gen Zs. I am forgetting the name, but the name was from the Kalenjin community. And recently we had
maybe he was mixed. Maybe he was mixed tribe. Ako anafanana sana kama sisi. You see?
I don't think nowadays you can identify somebody.
Yeah, we're all mixed nowadays.
Sema ati anakaa huyu ni Mkale. So what I'm trying to say, that boy's name, the last name was a Kalenjin. So my conclusion, that's a Kalenjin. And the truth is, this crime is not ujambazi wa Ruto hauchagui kabila. That is why even the other day, Lagat has the audacity to order a Luo boy to be abducted and killed. And I think Kenyans are come woke now that it is no longer. Ruto did that in 2007 because Kibaki had vied for presidency, and he kind of succeeded. But this time, it is not possible even to segregate the Kikuyus because the protests were, however much he tries to sell this narrative, is not selling. The other day, Matiang asked a question, kwamba yani watu wa Murang'a na Nyeri walifunga biashara, wakaenda Mombasa wakaprotest, wakaenda Western Province wakaprotest, wakaenda. That is what Matiang. That's the
Julie, just a second, don't lose that thought. Mr. Jacob, I didn't see your message when ulikuja ulisema unataka kuongea about this. So if you're still listening to us, I can give you a closing remark after Julia. So if you're able to come back in, unaweza kuja nano umenitumia message. Jacob S. Julia, sorry about that.
I hope you know that person. You know the person?
Ameandika message up hivi, but he has to show his face first. Yeah.
Okay, you must be careful. Hata kionyesha uso, kuna watu wa kora wapo wanaingia. I'm not saying mkora, he could be a good person. But
yeah, I know.
Careful.
Yeah.
So
Julia ulionyesha vituko Julia.
Wanapenda imagine wanapenda kupichezea Njiru. Yani they are, and that person was an old people keep. Unakumbuka mtu alikuwa mzee kama baba yake?
Niliona vituko bana na ilikuwa live. Iko video.
Mtu mzee took like could have a son like keep. I'm telling you. You know, let me not talk about that so much. Now, so what I'm trying to say, this narrative ya Kikuyu, hata kwanza sahi haiwezi uza kabisa. This is the wrong time even to sell that narrative, by the way. So I agree with Kamau, amesema tusimuite keep, that the narrative is not gonna sell at all. So Kenyans must remain resilient. Kenyans must not give up. Okay? Mtu mwenye kama Gachagua vile amesema, we shall boycott that boycotting, tutai hype, itaenda kwa level ingine. Hiyo boycotting na hiyo those businesses, we shall hype it. And when I say boycotting, we should not take it so literal. I guess your guess is as good as mine. We shall hype it. Na jana niliuliza, I ask this again, that these members of parliament, kama huyu wenye wanafanya home guards wa Mount Kenya region and wherever, at the Western Province, wherever, those who are selling the souls of the country to the devil, are they having plans to go to some exile somewhere? You know, Keeper gave you an example yesterday. Na mimi na wewe. Okay, me, I'm not born with a
Mr. Kamau, wewe.
okay, I'm not born with a silver spoon. I was not born with a silver spoon in my mouth. So personally, I can do any form of work. Hata ukinichukua sahi uniweke Britain keep nijipate sina kibarua, nitaanguka hiyo supermarket yenye nitafanya kibarua. I'll earn my daily bread. I don't care, because that is how I've been brought up. I'm just wondering, people like akina Lagat wakijipata Amerika, wacha tuseme hata wamejipata Amerika, Mato na akina Kip anatafuta kibarua, atafanya kazi gani? Ati atakuja kusema nilikuanga polisi? I can work in your military. Ama
Julia,
atasema ni
nikwambie kitu Julia, nikwambie kitu moja, hakuna kitu mbaya kama ile pesa umeiba na umezoea kuiba. Haitaikuwa na utamu, siwezi kudanganya, haiwezi kuwa utamu. Do you remember the first 1,000 you got in your bank account? You remember in the US when you got 5,000 imeingia tu hivi, unasema woi, the time you know you are going to pay rent and all that stuff, but then just seeing that money coming into your account and you sweated for it. That is what these guys will never experience. They will never experience that.
They won't. And even unaona hawezi, my point is hawezi hama Kenya. They can't. So let me tell you, the law will be after them, most of them. Mwenye mtu atajaribu kuhama ni mtu kama Ruto. Ruto will try to take off through Uganda. I'm telling you. Somebody asked what Ruto will do. Ruto will take off. Kwa sababu he will try to take off through Uganda. He will try to fly to Uganda, maybe with a helicopter or something, and persuade Museveni to. Lakini watu wanarukanga, I would not be surprised Museveni akimruka. Niwaulize, what happened to Bashir? You people, we should interrogate the story of Bashir hapa next time, so that tuonyeshe wa Kenya. Akuta mtu
They usually go to Arabic countries. That's what they do. Idi Amin, most of them, because that is where they hide the money. So ile kidogo kidogo amebaki baki huko akificha ficha huko ndio ataenda, and then atakuwa anaitwa he'll have a Muslim name.
Yeah, Ruto would take off to Uganda, and you didn't.
Ataitwa
convert to Islam.
No, alishapata Arab Singh. Arab Singh, si alishapata jina ya Weston. Arab Singh.
Hujaelewa. Mimi nangojea ile siku Rachel Ruto ataambiwa kuwa Muislamu.
Nakwambia, alafu unaona Kip, hao ni watu wameishi na wakitukana, wakituambia wanatuombea ati wanajenga kanisa, unaona, talking carelessly. Sasa wako uhamishoni and they have to live with the culture. Let me tell you people, I'm just trying to open the eyes of these guys. Unaona hapa tuko, we keep saying me na kina Mato na Kamau na kina Kenya Nyakairo kwamba hata kama tungelipa half of what we are earning here na we are back in Kenya, tungekuwa afadhali. Unaona hapa unakuanga tu kuna pressure na kuma restriction mengi sana yenye haikupati nafasi you be yourself. Am I like Mato na Nyakairo na wengine na Kamau? Kuna restrictions mingi sana, lakini you people when you mnaendanga home, when you land, how does it usually feel? Me, let me tell you. Do you remember me? I like the chaos of Nairobi. Nani anapenda chaos ya Nairobi kama mimi? Nairobi CBD. Yani kuna chaos katamu tu hapo yani. Yani watu ni wengi, watu wamejaa magari nini. Lakini ako chaos kanakuanga katamu sana. It's just I think it's just some feeling of being home. That is what I think. Now watu wamezoea hiyo maisha. And then for once, they are being told they cannot even step back to their motherland, even to be buried. That is the kind of life they are going to live. But I'm telling you, most of them will not have a place to go hata kama wako na pesa. In fact, I'm just speaking the very few, pengine a few cabinet secretaries, not everybody. Naruto. Cause Miss Kindiki anaweza atembee wapi? Unaona? Because hata penye atatembea hata kama kuna pesa, si ataenda kutafuta kibarua aseme ati by the way I'm Professor Kindiki na Professor of Law. Yani he can't do that. You see? So what I'm trying to say, they are destroying the country that they would need to retire in peacefully. Now, don't they envy Uhuru? Niwaulize nyinyi, Uhuru has all the money.
Julia, before you continue, kitu inaniwasha sana because I have to go sleep now. I have to tell you. Do you know who started that trend of we are Kikuyus?
Nimeiona kwa X.
No, do you know who started it? Ndio nikakuja kujua I've given up on him. This guy is just a marketing genius. Huyu mtu atapatia Ruto of sleepless nights. Do you know who started it?
No.
At 5 o'clock Kenyan time. Na bado ija trend ijaingia sasa asubuhi watu waamke na hiyo
Nimeiona,
trend.
unajua siku anaelewa kile kinaendelea. Nimeona X wataulizana kwa clan gani? Ati watu wanasema ati clan zao hapo.
Ni Rigathi Gachagua just started that at 5 p.m. Kenyan time.
Yes. I saw.
I am Rigathi Gachagua. I am from Nyeri. We are all Kikuyus. Kitu imeblow bana. And this is usiku bana.
People in the internet,
This
they're
guy
asking
is a
themselves.
menace. This guy is a
Yes.
menace. I'll not lie to you. Rigathi Gachagua is a menace.
And you know
Kutoka high cousins mpaka sahi.
People, wacha tu niwaambie, let me tell you that this thing is blowing. I work with some Ghanaians and some Jamaicans. Today they were calling themselves cousins. Hi cousins. Leo. Nilishtuka. So I saw, nilienda kwa Twitter leo nikaona watu wanajiintroduce kama first, nikakasirika sikuwa najua kunaendelea aje, nikakasirika nikaona ati mtu anasema ati yeye ni wa clan sijui inaitwa aje, ati I'm a Kikuyu, I come from my clan is. Nikaangalia what is wrong, what is happening with Kikuyus and clans. I saw another post. That's when I saw Rigathi Gachagua's post. I mean I didn't know it was his post, but I saw his picture. At I am Rigathi Gachagua. I am nikashanga history inatoka wapi. But the thing is, Kasongo, I'm trying to ask a question. Don't they envy maisha ya Uhuru? Uhuru has the money. Uhuru has so much money even in Britain and wherever. Uhuru na familia yake. Nyinyi watu hamjiulize, mnipatie jawabu kwamba kwa nini Uhuru hajaenda kuishi ng'ambo na hiyo pesa yote yako? Kuna kautamu kakuwa home. Kuna kuanga na kautamu tukakuwa home. Na wengine wetu mnatuona hapa si kwa sababu sana tunasherehekea. Mimi hata mtu anakuja kujifanya hapa ati yeye anaishi sijui anaishi wapi ati yeye hahusiki na maneno ya Kenya. Mimi namwambianga tu awaache tu yake, ni kujifanya tu. Kuna kautamu kakuwa home. Tuko hapa kwa sababu hatuwezi, yani first and foremost, me I want to say this. I'm here because I could not make ends meet in the environment that I was in Kenya. Na nikaona tu maisha imekuwa too much. Kwa hivyo kama inaweza kuwa na situation where Wakenya wanaweza make, yani kama tunaweza kuwa na situation where Kenyans can access clean water, can access good roads, can access electricity, can access can have equitable access to education resources. Yani watoto wanaenda shule bila kulipa fee, can access health. Nakwambia watu wengi wanaweza tamani tu kurudi kwao Kenya. Hakuna mtu anataka kuishi kwa Hegemony. So me I'm asking, don't they envy Uhuru's retirement? Yani au majambazi wataka kujitoa wakiwa kwa jera. Yani they'll be hunted. They'll be hunted left and right. Kama mtu kama Kimani Ichung'wah kwanza kwa amekuwa kama outcast. Anajipangianga aje? At Kenya will forget his crimes and the things he has said against the people of Kenya. They won't. This time people will not forget. They'll have to pay for the crimes they have committed again. Mtu kama Lagat anajipangia aje? First and foremost, you know something. The good thing Gachagua ametuambia that this criminal gang is from a sub-tribe called Nandi. Si wakali wanafanya hii kitu. You know, Kenyans haven't been able to demystify and says Kalenjins are not committing these crimes. It's some thugs from a sub-tribe called Nandi. And even if we say Nandi, it is not all Nandis that are doing this. And why has Ruto decided to recruit militia from Nandi? It is because probably the other Kalenjins do not agree with him.
No, we don't. We don't agree with you. And hata Nitu is just trying. It is someone called Farouk. So wanaishi huko. And it's a small kawadu huko tu huko karibu na Tarbo. Kwa kumbafu, they're spoiling the names of Nandis, you know. Stupid.
Yes. It is not even all the Nandis nakwambia. Hata kuna wale wanasikia nikiongea waseme hapana Julia.
Keter is a very handsome Nandi man.
Alfred Keter ni Mnandi.
Yeah, he's a Nandi.
Yes, Alfred Keter is my hero. He has fought, that young man has fought for Kenya. So what I'm just trying to say, Ruto is alone. He's lonely. The guy is paranoid. Okay, the man is paranoid. So if you are wondering what will happen to him, he'll take off through Uganda. Okay, and he'll be avoiding these international airports and all that. And like Kamau anasema, he will land somewhere in the Middle East. Okay, where he'll live like a refugee and maybe die there like who? And I mean, huh? And if he's not very lucky, he may be brought back home by Interpol. Yani mimi naomba Mungu atupatie maisha marefu tujionee hii drama. Like I'll wind up like say like mother. It's not whether, it is not, the question is not whether Ruto and Team Majambas will pay for their crimes against Kenyans. The question is when, because that time is coming when they'll be made to pay for crimes against humanity in Kenya. So Wakenya wenzangu, hatubanduki, hatubabaishi. We are unbogable, like the late Michael Kijana Wamalwa used to say. We are not going to be shaken. We will not buy this intimidation, and we will not buy this tribal thing that Ruto is trying to create. It's not selling. The Gen Zs have proven to us they are tribalists. So we are rising above board, above tribal shenanigans. Sisi ni wa Kenya. It is us Kenyans who are being exploited and our children being killed on the streets against one thug called William Samuel Ruto na Team Majambazi. It is not a matter of whether they are going to pay for it. The question is when. So aluta continua, the struggle continues. Asante.
Thank you very much, Julia. Lakini nimesema tu, nimekubali leo, Gachagua is a menace. Bana.
Thank you guys.
Niende tu US for 2 months bana.
Wacha Gachagua akae nyumbani. Napewe mic mingi sana kabisa. I mean, we
We
need
used to say, Martin, remember we used to say give Gachagua the mic. Now I understand.
Now, Nani, Kamau, Mr. Kamau. Now there's another menace that is coming. Na hata pia huyo pia apewe mic. You know who I'm talking about.
Moses Kuria.
Watch this space.
F akuja hapa aanze kutusi Ruto. Wait, just give him time.
Wait, kwanza ende a relax kidogo.
Give him time.
Yeah, now that one nakishi
Ngoja muone ma F-bombs zikiangushwa sahihi.
I actually heard about that. Nilisikia ati nikasema bas kuisha Ruto. Because you know, kwanza that one is I think might be worse than this one, eh?
Wewe atakuja ata spill beans all everywhere because he's an idiot. By the way, I don't like Moses. Atakuja na matusi na ata spill ma beans yenye aliona huko status. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think he's the mole. It's the mole.
you know, we don't care about them, but
no, wait.
Just give them the mic.
Kwanza. If you think about it, sa ile kitu ya kanisa ilitokelezea hivi. I think Moses went to speak.
Oh, I see where you're going. Maybe he's the one that said
Moses ndio amekuwa akiangusha masiri huko akiwa advisor. Umempata?
No wonder that anasema ameresign. Kumbe ni
kufukuzwa. It's adding up. Moses was the mole.
Kumbe ni kufukuzwa, amefukuzwa.
Akiambiana vitu huko.
Now we are I'm waiting for next weekend. Apewe mic. Hey. Anyways,
I even think your statement, I don't think he spoke. It was just a written statement about resigning from the place. Bro, Moses Kuri is the mole.
And I think there's more in there. They wanatoka pole. This one will chafua. You wait and see. See, we said Gachagua will choma. Wacha uone Moses sasa venye atachoma.
And Moses Kuria is two-faced, eh? We're not saying he's a good we're just saying he's two-faced.
Yeah.
Moses is either with Raila or itakuwa na Uhuru the next day. Siku ingine atakuwa he's everywhere. So he's the mole. Mole does not have to be 100%. Mole does not have to be 100% on your side. Moles do things selfishly. Yeah. So I believe he's the one who's been telling this. Yeah.
This is gonna be nice. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here with us. Asante sana. Unfortunately, we have to close the show now. Now, I'm gonna leave you guys with this. Asante sana for those who have been here. All right, tuonane baadaye. Majaliwa, Mungu akubariki uliko. Baadaye. Have a good night. God bless you.
And play that.
That's what I'm about to give
you. Play. Hakuna watu wako na whatever.
Sawa, mimi ndio hiyo. Haya, tuonaneni baadaye. Mungu awabariki mlipo.
Thank you.
Fanya watu wenu waanze kulia kujifanya wapigana serikali. Na kuongea nitakuua wewe. Wewe unaona ruhusa usienda mimi. Na kuongea utaka kufikia usilaumu.